300, they'd be cool with that. Well, money where their mouth is stuff.
Yeah, I mean, they've kind of painted themselves into having to do this with all their talk over the last couple of weeks and hiring Brendan McCullum, right? Like, they can't now come out and go, do you know what? The new ball's swinging a little bit. We're going to have to defend. So it could get very messy for them, but pitch still looks fairly good. Trent Boult was still playing very well. There was a little bit of swing there when Anderson took the new ball, and Jameson's not playing. You know, there are a lot of things in England's favour, considering it's still a chase of... It's basically 300. In fact, it's 299, Colo, which is the same as Martin Crowe's top scorer in Test cricket. And I said to him once, do you know what, that's better than scoring 300, mate, because it's a great poetic number. Everyone's got to remember it. And he said, yeah, I get that. Do you know what's better? Scoring 300. It's right on the edge of that, which is where chases tend to get very tricky. Chases between 250 and 300, teams usually like them a little bit more. So psychologically, at least, they've got a run on that. But it's not going to be easy because it's a fifth day. The bounce is a bit weird sometimes. The ball might swing. If Trent Boult bowls anything like he did in the first innings, England are going to be under a lot of pressure, and he really just needs Southey or Henry to step up as well. And, it's going to be tough.
The highest successful chase here is 284, which I think is one of the most redundant stats in world cricket, given that the way that Test cricket especially is played now has no correlation to how it was 100 years ago. But nevertheless, if you're curious, 284, that was England against New Zealand in 2004, a Test match that Macca has spoken about on our broadcast, where New Zealand got ahead. They fell away in the third innings and England took full advantage in the fourth, and they'll be hoping to do the same again here. It's been a tight tussle so far, an entertaining Test match, and now we get the chance for the big finish. The players making their way to the middle. We will have about 35 minutes until lunch by the time they get round to their positions, so enough time for about 8 overs or thereabouts. 72 are due. They'll have to bowl all of them, being the fifth day, Jared, as well. So the go slow we've seen a couple of times in the Test. That won't work today. No. So it really is. It's almost like a shootout, isn't it? I think it still says... I think CricViz is still suggesting there'll be a draw. But what CricViz probably hasn't been able to factor in is the fast outfield. And also CricViz being a backward-looking measure, great as it is, I don't think it always quite detects the way that Test cricket's evolving with respect to fourth innings chases.
I think that if you talk to them, they will say that fourth innings chases is their weakest part of CricViz in general. And that's not just because the game's changed, that's just because there haven't been that many. And back in, and the data they have. Here we go.
Southey to start. First ball. Lee's on strike. 299 to win. They get the first of those here through the covers. Timed nicely on the drive. Lee's gets a boundary. First ball. And the crowd love it. No one's paid $1 to get in here today, but the stands are filling up nicely, as I'm sure they'll continue to do. So knowing that the chase is on.
Long half volley wide. He was looking for swing. Did swing a little bit, but it was too full. And they have done that a little bit in this series of times. And I know they're trying to keep the ball full, and you don't want to have a go at them, but they have overpitched with the new ball too often.
Southey to the crease, 2 slips of gully and a catching cover. Lee's again, back-to-back fours, slaying that through point. That was an even better shot. On the up, square drive, Lee's. 2 boundaries to start the chase. Have that. Tim Southey already under the pump, as he was in the first innings when conceding 158 runs, Jared Kimber. Yeah, they're trying to get him to play this angled shot, which is how he's been dismissed a couple of times, and it's a horrendous shot. There, his hand actually comes off the bat, but he middled it, and I think they're willing for him to take a couple of risks. Both of those boundaries from over the wicket. Tim Southey's now coming around the wicket, which I do think changes things a little bit. So Southey, yes, round the wicket, away from us, Radcliffe Road end, bowls here to Lees, who plays again off the front foot, this time stopped at point. The crowd give it the faux boos, but they're off to a flyer. I've been flicking through a few stats overnight. James Art tweeted us in to say that in terms of aggregate runs across a Test match and wickets taken, if there are 294 runs scored today and 13 wickets taken, it'll be the highest runs tally where all 40 wickets have gone in a Test match ever, which I quite liked. One of many numbers on the board. Southey delivers. Playing with soft hands is Lees. That'll be 4 more through the gully. 3 boundaries in 4 deliveries to start the chase. 12 for none. 287 to go. Sure, New Zealand might have cashed in towards the end there with Trent Bolt giving it his best, but those late runs have been negated by early runs here for England.
He's trying to cut the big swingers early on. This is the wobble ball. It's a really good delivery. Lees is kind of nowhere with it, but has soft hands, and that's just good bowling. But this is quick outfield. You get it through the ring, chances of a 4.
Southey, how does he bounce back? 5th delivery, Lees leaves alone in the channel outside the off stump, and the crowd also appreciate that. They know what's going on.
Listen, if you're a New Zealand fan and you're not nervous now, you might be in a little while. Just the 12 runs so early on, as Dan Norcross has got part of his kit on, gloves and a bat. I've seen him bat, and he really shouldn't have a bat that good.
They've got our initials on the top of the handle, like we're a couple of professionals as well. Beautiful. Southey to finish. First over, Lees plays defensively from the crease. 3 boundaries to start the chase. England 12 for none. Their target is 299. Of course, our coverage throughout is for Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. And Jared, a reminder, we're giving away a $50 voucher this session thanks to the Good Spirits Hospitality Group. Check out the Fox, Auckland's #1 sports bar. All you need to do, text 8833 in New Zealand. Let us know your name and where you're listening, and we'll pull a name out of the hat at lunchtime. A $50 voucher thanks to the Good Spirits Hospitality Group. 8833 is your text number. Are you feeling nervous? Let us know how you're feeling and where you're tuning in to SENZ's coverage of this second test match at Trent Bridge. Zach Crawley.
Also probably feeling a bit nervous.
Yes, a couple of starts in the series has failed to go on with it, but we saw in the 4th innings at Sydney earlier this year when they were set a similar target, no, sorry, more than this. It was about 350 or thereabouts on the final day. He came out and batted with real aggression and made 77 before lunch. So he's got the shots to keep the ball moving briskly. The question is, does he have the technique to get through a probing new ball spell from Trent Bolt, and that so far has been answered in the direction of the New Zealand veteran who took 5 for in the first innings and loves bowling against England and in England. To the crease, his first delivery, and Crawley astutely lets it go. Bolt's taken 41 wickets in England at 21, Jared.
Yeah, last couple of years, I think he had a bit of a drop-off. I think he was having trouble. I think Simon Doull said that perhaps his arm had been dropping because of a lot of T20 cricket. And when every other bowler in the world started taking a lot of wickets, Bolt had a bit of a dip. I mean, it wasn't anything massive, but just compared to everyone else, last couple of years he's started to look like the Trent Bolt again. I thought he bowled magnificent in the first innings.
Mitchell and Southey, the 2 slips. Bolt delivers outside the off stump, and Crawley again shoulders, arms the ball through to Blundell. Not a huge amount of carry.
No. We've had the odd ball bounce more than we've expected, but we've had a lot of, well, you'd almost say dead bounce, where the ball just sort of hasn't gone anywhere.
Yeah.
Not low either, is it? It's just a bit bleh, to use the official word.
Yes, that's the nomenclature. So 2 slips to gully, a backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Bolt over the wicket to Crawley, past the outside edge with a beauty. That's just had that bit of wobble after passing the edge. Not a million miles away from the ball that dismissed him in the first innings.
It's really similar. I just want to see if that was another 3/4. Yeah, it's another 3/4 seam ball, and it's just nipped away perfectly. I don't know how you play this ball.
Did you invent the 3/4 seam description? Is this one of yours?
No, this is Tim South. Well, Kyle Mills.
Kyle Mills, okay.
Kyle Mills gave it to Tim Southey because Tim Southey didn't have an in-swinger. He said, well, you've got to bring the ball in.
Bolt to Crawley, edging and taken at second slip by Tim Southey. A double failure for Crawley. He's gone for a duck. New Zealand have got the first of the 10 they require. England 12 for 1. Fabulous bowling, Trent Bolt.
2 balls in a row. I think it's probably the exact same delivery again. Pitching on and around, middle stump, going across him, takes the outside edge. It's funny, we haven't seen Zach Crawley look this bad in this area before. I don't know if it's the left arm angle or just that Trent Bolt's got him in his mind, but it's something to do with the fact that because he's bowling that wobble ball, Crawley can't work out where it's going, and he's just standing on the crease. He's got no attacking option against it. This is huge for New Zealand, though.
I've always been more bullish about New Zealand's prospects than some of our colleagues. I felt
most of us are. You're talking about two people, Coney and Macca.
I'm mostly talking about Coney. He has been down on New Zealand's chances this morning. 10 wickets on the 5th day. You know, with 300 there, I acknowledge that it's not a particularly high run rate required as Ollie Pope gets a rousing ovation after his first innings ton from the crowd here at Notts.
I think what you're saying is you've seen a lot of England bat.
I have seen England.
Well, actually, we don't see much of England bat because they're not there that long.
Well, last year at Lord's, very similar rhythm to the start of that 5th day, albeit from the 10th partnership, which got them up to India, that is, a lead of about 260. Yep. And they had 60 overs to bowl England out on that day and did it in 50. Now, they're a different England team. I sense they're a different England team right now. They believe in themselves an awful lot more. But
probably, to think you back to it, they probably had a stronger tail in that game too, didn't they?
Well, they would have. They had Ollie Robinson coming in at 9. So it's by definition a stronger tail.
So this is, you know, this is the thing. We know that there's only one player in this team that averages over 40. Mm-hmm. Sure, Ollie Pope made runs, and Zach Crawley can do some damage, and Alex Lees certainly has started pretty well again after his first innings. But there's a reason why all these guys don't average over 40. It's not an accident.
Third slip in the cordon. There's Latham. Southey, the catcher from the previous delivery, nice and lower to his right, moves to third slip. Bolt to Pope. And Pope leaves alone. First ball, not far away from a good length, just outside the off stump. This is going to be a big contest. Pope, the man in form, 25 minutes till lunch, and Bolt having quite the test match.
Yeah, just a hilarious moment there with Pope, where he practiced nicking off. I don't think he meant it. I think what he meant was, okay, if I get that ball again, I can open the face and run it past third slip. But it did look a little bit like, yep, got it. Oh, edge to third slip, I'm gone.
Deepish backward point as well. Bolt to the crease, delivers to Pope, and he goes past the edge with another Jaffa. Pope had to play at that, I fancy. End of a successful over for New Zealand. England 12 for 1. Our coverage is for Razine, the paint the professionals use.
Do you need legal assistance and unsure what to do? Contact Bryden's Lawyers today. Bryden's Lawyers can help you with all your legal needs, from a claim for compensation to family law proceedings, to property disputes, and even recovery of an outstanding debt.
When you need support to help you with any legal problem, contact Bryden's Lawyers, the lawyers you know and trust. Call 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au.
Bryden's Lawyers, we do support you when you need it most.
Southey to Lees to start the new over, leaving through to the gloves of Blundell. An exercise in contrast. The first over, 12 runs taken from it. The second, a wicket maiden. Not too dissimilar, Jared, to what we saw yesterday, where often we felt like we were watching 2 games of cricket during New Zealand's second innings.
Yeah, no, it's been a bizarre game at times. I think Southey, just with that ball there, has just pulled back his length straight away. He's like, okay, we tried the cover drive thing early on. Let's save that one again for later.
So catching cover in, deep point back. Southey round the wicket to Lees on 12, and he plays from the crease to that man at cover, who leaps around and ensures there won't be a single.
I think when you're bowling to Lees, and there's no reason for him to score fast, bowling wide half volleys to him makes sense because it makes him play the cover drive, and he has this huge angled bat and it can go wrong. I think in this situation, Colo, Lees is not an aggressive batter. He's going to have to score quickly though, or at least keep it ticking over. Just bowl a good length and make him play shots that he's not very good at.
6-3 field. Southey wide of the crease, bowls to Lees, who carves out behind point. They put a fielder out to patrol the short boundary, but Lees just opened the plate a fraction wider, gave himself the space to place it out to the rope for the 4th time in his innings. He's 16, England to 16. All the runs from his bat, he's off to a flyer. He's faced just 9 deliveries.
Nothing wrong with the length there. It was just too wide, wasn't it? It almost gave him a free swing of the bat. Just got to get back into off stump. In fact, straight away, they are putting someone out on the leg side, which I think they're pretending it's for the hook, but I think it's just because Southey wants the ball a bit straighter.
Southey approaches and bowls, and Lees leaves alone. Again, not far away from the line of the previous delivery, but saw fit to let it go because of the length, I suppose. He's got England off to a good start from this end at least. 283 to go to the finish line.
Yeah, I just really think you can attack the top of off stump to Lees and make him change. I honestly, I know he's weak outside of stump, and I can understand why they're doing it as a general rule, but he's also already scored 16 runs, 12 of which were on purpose.
Southey delivers to Lees, and Lees leaves alone. I wonder, we were talking before about just using WinViz as a metric, but the general thinking around fourth innings chases. The 404 Australia made at Leeds in 1948, the 418 that the West Indies made in 2003, probably the two best well-known. Someone's going to chase down 500 one day. I mean, 300 in a day, 300 in 2.5 sessions is no longer the mountain that it used to be. That's partly thanks to short-form cricket. Southey to finish here. Worked into the long onside by Lees. And because they push the man back, they'll get an easy single. He'll retain the strike, 17 for 1 after the third over. Our coverage is for Resine, the paint the professionals use.
If you suffer neck or back pain or you're looking for a better sleep, you need the Spinal Ease pillow. You are absolutely missing out. Brian and I both got one. It supports your head and neck for a great night's sleep.
Yeah, and I dream. I've got some weird dreams usually, but I just love it. There's also the mattress overlay and back support pillow. Great for your back while you sit. All with the latest technology and 100% Aussie made.
So order yours now at spinalease.com.au. That's spinalease.com.au.
SENZ Test Cricket for Resine, the paint the professionals use. Adam Collins and Jared Kimber on the call. The target is 299 and 3 eventful overs. 17 for 1 is the score. Crawley gone for a third ball duck to Trent Bolt. There's the ball in his hand again from the pavilion end. Gets his first crack at Lees, who's got all of the runs so far, 17 of them. Bolt to the left-hander, 3 slips, delivers here, short ball, left alone. Mentioned in the previous over about fourth innings chasers and how the psychology of them has changed clearly in the last decade or so.
The psychology has changed. The numbers still suggest it's a very similar amounts of scores are chased over 300 than have always been. I think now the difference is that players don't see it as the Everest that older players saw. So in previous eras, you almost had to think the pitch had to be completely in your favour to be able to even chase a score over 300.
Bolt to Lees, delivers here, wider of the crease. Lees works it just in front of square on the onside, off his front pad. He'll get a couple. He's 19. England 19 for 1. 280 to go.
So I think psychologically teams are more likely to go for it, whereas before, if you were over 300, there was anything in the pitch, probably more likely to go for the draw to begin with. But the win percentages haven't changed that much because a lot of teams trying to chase over 300 still get bowled out. What might change is, as we see more and more power players in the game, what Stokes did, what Mendes did.
Bolt delivers, it's full, and Lees on the front foot driving through the vacant mid-off region. Could be another boundary. Bracewell in hot pursuit, puts in the dive, or he doesn't put the dive in, he was about to, but the ball reached the rope in the nick of time. Lees to 23 with 5 fours. England 23 for 1. Lees has all of the runs. He's faced just 15 balls. What's going on here?
Yeah, again, they just over-pitched to him. To be fair, that was a very good shot, though. That wasn't wide. They got the line right, and he played that a little bit on the up. But I think that's an okay ball to him. It just needs maybe a little bit more movement. I think if you go back to Gilchrist against Pakistan in the second test, I think that is the template that a lot of teams can follow, which is if one of our guys comes off, I don't think that means we're going to see...
Bolt, 2 slips to gully now. Bowls to Lees, hits him on the pad, bounces out to mid-wicket, no run.
I don't think that means we're going to see 300 chases become easier. I think there is now a template.
Yeah, I mean...
Does that make sense?
Well, the point was raised before by Macca. I think that England have the flexibility in this side, for example, to pull the Ben Stokes lever whenever they want.
Yeah, exactly. And it's... In Test cricket, that wasn't always the case. You might have had someone who could hit, but there's a difference between someone who can hit and someone who can hit.
Speaking of hitters, Johnny Bairstow having a chat to Brendan McCullum on the balcony over in the pavilion. Bolt delivers, Lees off his pads, more runs, finds the gap there at mid-wicket, just a single. Well, he's 24. England are 24 for one.
If you look at this English side, Zach Crawley's obviously already out, but certainly, is a good striker of the ball and can score at a very decent rate and probably end up with a strike rate around 60 in Test cricket, especially if he starts to make some more runs. Joe Root, one of the best one-day players in the world. Then you've got 2 T20 power hitters in Stokes and Bairstow. That means that the way that you chase these totals is completely different to what we used to see, and things can change a lot quicker.
Bolt to finish here. His first opportunity at Pope. Delivers, and Pope leaves alone outside the off stump. We're going to have a change in commentary. Daniel Norcross replacing me. We won't take a break. Before doing so, I'll note we've got a few texts in. Terry O'Neill and Ashburton, confident the Poms will succeed to fail. Zaid, listening in Auckland on the app. Paul in Para-Amu. I hope I've got the pronunciation close right there. He's quietly confident. Andrew Oxnam. Michael in Wellington, doesn't care who wins. Tony from Lower Hutt, confident of a Black Caps win. Jared, are you confident of a Black Caps win? You tell us more about that. Then Daniel Norcross through to lunch.
No, not so much. But there's still a very good chance. I think this is really important because they brought Southey out of the attack already after 2 poor overs, which shows the difference between Latham and Williamson. Don't think Williamson would have yanked Southey so quick. And they're given the new ball to Henry, which I suppose is one advantage of having so many new ball bowlers. If one of them goes poorly, you can change things.
There is that.
But if you look at the chases, Mr. Norcross, let's say the other team was chasing and New Zealand had to chase this. Again, you've obviously you've got Conway, who's an IPL player. You've got Mitchell, who's an IPL player. You've got Bracewell, who's a big hitter of the ball.
Henry starts his first over of the second innings. It's left alone wide of the off stump by Lees.
And so it's not that there weren't aggressive players back in the 80s and the 70s, because they were, but they weren't trained to regularly hit. It wasn't part of their DNA. They couldn't snap back into that mode. There is a reason why there's, Josh Butler and Aaron Fritz don't work in Test cricket overall, but it doesn't mean that for an individual innings, these players can't try those methods.
Absolutely. As Henry is in and come through to the keeper, and there's no run. I mean, England's most celebrated chase in the last, well, you might say ever, was born off the back of T20 hitting, wasn't it? Stokes identified that the only way to get over the line was to have as few balls as possible, basically. In the old days, I mean, Jeremy will tell you, when he was batting with you in Chatfield, they broke down their 50 and it took them about 25 overs to do it. Whereas nowadays, you'd look at that and go, right, let's try and get this done in 5 overs. If you're down to 10 and 11, next delivery is defended on the front foot up to mid-off, there's no run. Because exactly what Stokes did. He took a look at that and said, right, if I hit a 6 and a 4 and a 1 every over, I can get this done in 5 overs rather, and then Leach will have to survive fewer balls. It's a totally different mindset.
Yeah, and you look at the hitting. You're a little bit older than me, but I watched enough one days in the 80s. Most players could basically hit 6s in 1 or 2 areas in the ground.
Yeah, deep mid wicket. As Henry is in, this patted into the onside of the front foot, picked up at square leg, and there's no run.
Yeah, almost everyone was deep mid wicket, and then everyone else had one other spot. It would be mid off, straight, long on, or it might have been over deep backward square.
Deep backward square, if it was
depending on
slower bowler.
The kind of player. And so that meant that when you're attacking, you put out a long on and deep mid wicket, and you could stop this guy from probably going for 6s. Players don't think about that anymore because they know they can clear those boundaries. Also, they'll just hit it somewhere else.
Yep, 360 degrees. Henry is in, and Lees comes forward, pushes into the gap on the offside square of the wicket. They scamper through for a run. Lees currently has 100% of England's runs. It's not a great plan going forward, but at the moment it's sufficing. As for confidence on who's going to win, I have no confidence. This pitch is pretty good still.
Yep.
The bowling attack is missing one of its key components. England are a pretty poor batting side.
Also true.
The outfield is extremely quick.
Yes.
Still think the draw's not a bad chance. If England goes 7 or 8 down. See Leach and Folkes just blocking it.
I suppose those are the two that would be the hardest to remove in that situation.
I think they are there. That's the sort of backup plan, isn't it?
Almost anyone else, maybe not so much.
Almost anybody else, not so much.
Although, and he wouldn't do it while he was out there, but Stokes could also block out a draw.
He could, yeah. If he was batting with Leach, he might. You never know. Or he might be inspired again. Henry is in, flicked away to mid-on. There's no run. The difference here is that from, say, Headingley was 4th day chase, wasn't it? So, so this is a 5th day chase. Now, when you're 4th day chase, then the draw is not going to happen. Whereas here, England need to survive another 67 overs. That's the end of the over, and 25 for one. Lees has all 25 of them. And we're not going to take a break just yet. We'll take a break at the end of the next over.
Okay.
Yeah.
You looked at me for permission then?
I didn't really.
Okay.
I was looking at you because I was thinking you were not going to speak.
I was. That's exactly what I was doing.
Yes.
I wasn't sure that you noticed it was the end of the over.
Well, the players were moving around a bit. It's often a giveaway.
It was the 15 seconds before you noticed that I thought was interesting. But you're in the middle of a thought.
I was in the middle of a thought, and
and isn't that
the older you get, the harder it is to crank those thoughts out of your brain and translate them through the medium of words. Here's Trent Bolt into the left-handed Lees, and Lees lets one go by outside the off stump, quite a little bit tighter to the off stump. Bolt is key, isn't he, here? I'm interested to see Bracewell as well. He might prove to be key because there's a little bit of dirty, roughy stuff. He's bowled in the first innings. He bowled from this end, the Radcliffe Road end. Leach, I don't think he bowled a single over from this end.
Not that I
don't know
remember.
why. Because he wasn't awfully effective from the other end. Thought they might have. There are 2 ends. You could have a little look. Bolt, left arm over to the left-handed Lees, who cuts for 4. It was barely a cut, really. It was more a deflected push with a horizontal bat. It was all about the placement. There was no great flamboyance to it, but it's 4 more to Lees, who's done 29 from 24 balls. It's a very different Lees. The Lees in these last 3 innings, including the 20 at Lords and the 40 odd in the first innings, and this one is
maybe more than 40 in this innings.
Yes, was it 70?
70-something.
Is a very different player from the one that we saw in his first 7 innings in Test cricket. Bolt is into him, and he gets a thick edge. It squirts down to point. He does the fielding. There's no run. Got turned round a little bit by that.
I'm not sure, after watching his first Test series, we'd ever see him with a positive strike rate above 100.
No, I thought it was unimaginable. I thought he was sort of trying to be the left-handed Sibley for some crazy reason, like for a dare. But no, he's unfurling some shots here. The reason why he got on the side in the first place. He looks at his bat. Bolt runs in. Bat raised, bouncer through to Blundell, and there is no run. Much less breeze today. The flags are barely moving. It's warmer. So it sort of feels more batting-y, but at the same token, ball might do a little bit more later on. We'll see. Maybe those cracks will start to appear.
I don't think the cracks will play a big part in this. Maybe 1 or 2 dismissals.
1 or 2 might get one, goes a bit low. Bolt into Lees. And Lees covers up in defence, plays the ball up to mid-on. There's no run. 10 minutes to go until lunch. It's been a very entertaining session. We've seen some fairly clueless cricket from England with the ball. So for some bizarre reason, eschewing the services of a man with 651 Test wickets and over 70 wickets on this ground at an average under 20 when they had a new ball available, in favour of banging it in short with a soft older ball, which allowed 35 runs to come from the 10th wicket. Bolt in, and Lees just pushes into the onside, up to mid-on. That is the end of the over on SEN Test Cricket in association with Resine. The paint the professionals use. England 29 for 1.
For logbook servicing you can rely on, you need to make the right choice. You need trained professionals who are fully qualified to service your car according to manufacturer's specifications. For real peace of mind and a nationwide warranty, book in or book online at repcoservice.com.
Race into RSCA Safety for mega savings on big brands. Save $60 on Timberland Pro footwear. Save up to 30% off Cat. Save up to $30 on Carhartt. Sale on selected styles. Stores open 7 days. RSCA Safety's mega EOFY sale now on.
Welcome back, SENZ Test Cricket with Resine, the paint the professionals use. Matt Henry's at top of his mark at our end, the Radcliffe Road end. 3 slips, backward point, extra cover really, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Pope on strike, and Pope plays and misses at one in the channel. It goes through low to Blundell. That was a false shot, just playing away from his body. I think this is what. Who was it who was talking to me about this? Might have been Jeremy, might have been Phil Tufnell. That he's not a line player, he's a length player, Pope. So he does not leave balls if he thinks they're the right length for him to have a little dab at. And as a top 3 batter, that wasn't his fault. Perilous. That ran along the ground. Did it go much
just
lower?
After we said it may not happen very often, it happened, I think, the next ball.
It's just happened. The cracks are appearing. Henry into Pope, who comes forward in defence. Actually, he had a little shuffle when he played that. Came a bit across his crease as well to access the ball.
So you said he's a length player?
Yes.
Well, he got the length exactly right. I think he went back and across, tried to defend it, and it went under his bat.
Under the mat.
Just outside off stump. I've got a feeling that that's where the cracks are, if you can come wide enough on the crease.
We'll spear it in.
Yeah, and I'll explain what I mean.
Henry in short. That's been whipped away out for deep back the square leg for 4. It's a very Ollie Pope shot. This is a strange fetch from outside the off stump. It's laced with peril, but on this occasion it's brought him 4. And finally, someone has scored a run in this innings that isn't Alex Lees. England are 33 for 1.
Oh God, he was very panicked though. He didn't think that was going to bounce it that high. Have a look at this. He's on his front foot. His back foot goes up like a flamingo, and he ends up slapping it from outside of his face. He thought that was going to be around his ribs. So he's had one keep low and one bounce high. The bounce is interesting, and this we've only seen it from Henry really so far.
This end as well. Henry into Pope, gets one that jags back. There's a huge and futile appeal. The ball would have sailed over the stumps, but it was performative, quite fun.
Not sure Paul Rifle even looked up then. No. So there's a strip, and you can still see it. There was a strip just outside off stump of greenness on the pitch on day 1 in the channel. Do you remember that?
Yes.
My guess is that they kept watering that because it was getting a bit cracky. Boom. That's why there's more grass there. And now that is where we've seen 3 balls misbehave in this over.
Henry in full, and this time he misses the crack. Pope just defends back to the bowler. There's no run.
So we've had 5 balls this over. I think one of them went sideways, one went low, and one went high, and the other 2 were pretty much straight. Oh, here's something for you. This is your kind of record.
Oh yes, Ollie Pope. Most innings without being dismissed for a duck. Jim Burke of Australia holds the record with 44, now level with Ollie Pope on 44, and Reggie Duff, that is a tash to die for.
Did you play with Reggie Duff?
I didn't, no, I played with his mother. As Henry's this is defended from the crease, and there's no run. I shouldn't make myself laugh. That is the end of the over at SENZ Test Cricket. England 33 for 1.
Do you want a bigger refund this year? Of course you do. Then act now. Hi, I'm Charlie, Australia's #1 truckies tax accountant and host of the Wake the Truck Up Tax podcast. I guarantee you a bigger refund this year and to recover more refunds from your lodged returns. That's right, guaranteed or it's free. Call 1300 511151 to book in your bigger refund setup. Truckies Tax Accountants is owned by Better Tax Returns Proprietary Limited. Tax agent number 26101523.
Welcome back. Test cricket, the final day of the second test match between England and New Zealand at Trent Bridge, with the game deliciously poised. England need 266 more to win. New Zealand need 9 wickets to level the series. His Bolt is in to the left-handed. Lees gets up on his toes and defends a shorter ball back to the bowler.
We might have a slightly interesting situation here. If the pitch is only playing up from one end, what New Zealand do at Bolt's end. New ball's fine, you're not going to have to worry about it, but as this ball gets soft, especially, as the game goes on, we might almost have 2 different test matches, one from each end.
We saw a bit of that yesterday, didn't we, really, when Leach was bowling at one end and Anderson and Potts were rotating at our end, the Radcliffe Road end. Bolt in, comes forward, does Lees, gets a thick inside edge, the ball squirts out into mid-wicket, and Neil Wagner is out the field. It's brilliant to see Neil Wagner out there, does the fielding, 1 more to the total, 34 for 1.
So that's perhaps why we saw Leach not bowl from this end, is because England worked it out that this was the better end to bowl seam from.
Could have done.
Yep.
Yeah, but the same token,
No.
Well, there were quite a lot of overs. Yeah. Could have had a look.
I don't disagree.
They're quite formulaic in their plans, and many of their plans have consistently failed. It seems strange to repeat them. Bolt into Pope. And Pope works the ball into the onside and thinks about suicidally running himself out, but then is talked out of this absurd transaction by Alex Lees.
It's a bit like Pinky in the Brain, isn't it?
Yeah, gosh, I haven't thought about Pinky in the Brain for years.
Brilliant cartoon where Brain would come up with just an incredible scheme to take over the world and only be foiled at the end of every episode. It was a show where the villains were the heroes, but they always lost.
That's right. It was marvellous, wasn't it? Ren and Stimpy wasn't too far behind.
Yeah.
Trent Bolt into Pope, who flicks this fine. He's going to run away down to the fine leg boundary. There is a man out there patrolling. And it's Matt Henry, and they get through for just the one run. The score ticks over to 35 for 1, Pope to 5. Lee's back on strike on 30. What time is it here? It's 12:58 in the UK. Lunch at 1 o'clock. In our clocks. It's about 1 minute 25 seconds to go. As Bolt is in and Lees defends a full straight ball up to mid-on. There's no run. So with one ball to bowl in this over, they might squeeze in another over. They'd want to, I think.
They're not rushing through though.
Yeah, but I'd want Henry to have another go at Pope.
I'm with you. I certainly would. There's a very big chance Henry takes Pope in that next over if they can get it out.
Last over before lunch. Nerves. Bolt runs into Lees to complete the over. 3 slips in place, and Lees defends on the front foot to the covers, and there is no run. That is the end of the over. England 35 for 1.
Footy is made up by lots of bite-sized plays. A big hit here, an offload there, maybe snaffling possession. But adding up all of these bite-sized plays can get you big wins. It's the same with Snaffle. Get stuff you want now and pay it off with bite-sized payments. Now that's a huge win. Snaffle. Grab a Snaffle wallet today at snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN and SENZ. In association with Resine, the paint the professionals use, and Chemist Warehouse. As Matt Henry starts a new over, 3 slips in place. And Pope gets one that bounces on him. And he gets almost on the gloves, perhaps. And Jared Kimber hits me on the arm as if to say, you see, it's all happening out there from this end when Matt Henry is bowling. He feels like the right bowler for it as well.
He's a little bit quicker than Southey.
I mean, Kyle Jameson, if they had him,
he would be
relishing it.
Yeah.
He'd be licking his giant lips.
It does seem to be happening more sort of right-handers, and Southey didn't actually get a chance to bowl to a right-hander at this end, I don't think.
Henry in, and that's tucked into the onside by Pope, but straight to Wagner, who's substituting for Kyle Jameson. There's no run.
So that first ball was hit Pope on the gloves. That second ball has hit the bottom part of his bat. So we're just seeing that variable bounce coming in now. It's not Curtly Ambrose at the whacker variable bounce. It's not Nasser Hussain.
That's still very funny.
Getting bowled variable bounce.
Here comes Henry. That's played at the onside square of the wicket. He's taken the ball from outside off stumpers. Pope. He wants a second, but Lee says, "Do you know what? Let's just calm things down a bit."
Yeah.
36 for 1. Pope to 6. I mean, as variable bounces go, I think the ridiculous ball that which left arm, or was it bowled to James Vince at Perth that hit the crack and went an absolute mile?
I mean, that was a variable bounce. That was lateral.
That was a crack.
Yeah, it was the crack. Yeah, that was Mitchell Stark, wasn't it? Coming around the wicket, and he was bowling a ball 7 foot down leg side that took middle and off.
Yeah, it's amazing. Spectacular to watch.
I think people who don't understand the angles of cricket often talk that ball down. I don't think they quite understand what they saw.
Yeah, exactly. Henry into Lees, who defends up to mid-off, and there's no run. He's playing quite carefully at the moment, is Lees. He knows that lunch is soon upon him. 2 balls to go until lunch.
So I said before, it could be a test match of 2 ends from here.
2 ends, yes.
I wonder if the pitch is going to play out for the left-hander the way it has for the right-hander.
Well, indeed. Why do you consider coming round the wicket?
It's just because that if it is that little bit that I was showing you before, he's not going to be able to hit it to bowling to the left-hander.
Here is Henry. That's tucked into the onside, straight to a diving real young at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Actually,
I mean, if you hit that patch, you can't be OW.
Exactly. He just bowled a ball on that patch again there, and it was a little bit too leg side. That suggests to me that they might already think that's the way to go, is just keep hitting that patch.
Looks like it at the moment.
A stripe.
Last ball before lunch. 2 slips, gully, extra mid-off, mid-wicket, mid-on. As Henry is in, and that's played again from the crease by Lee, straight to short, extra cover, and there is no run. England are 36 for 1 at lunch. What an exciting session we've had. New Zealand lost their last 3 wickets, adding another 60 runs, 299 they ended up setting England. There's some bizarre, baffling out cricket by England towards the end of that innings, but they certainly capitalised on that, did Daryl Mitchell, and towards the latter end of that, Trent Bolt. And then Trent Bolt has picked up a man who's fast becoming his bunny, Zach Crawley. Good bit of bowling. The first ball set him up. The second ball lured Crawley into a shot he didn't need to play. But other than that, England have gone on well enough. Lee's on 30, Pope on 6, but Jared Kimber is seeing cracks. There's a lot going off out there. New Zealand need those 9 wickets to draw level in the series with 1 to play. England, 263 more to win. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with all the action from the afternoon session in around about 35 minutes.
Hi, it's Matty Johns. Get your years of hard work recognised and get the qualification you deserve with the help of Skills Certified. Their partner RTOs assess your workplace skills and can turn them into a nationally recognised qualification through recognition of prior learning. It could open your career options, increase your salary, or even get you a promotion. Why spend unnecessary time and money when life has already qualified you? Take the free 60-second skills check now at skillscertified.com.au.
Get your skills certified.
To send our petrol prices skyrocketing.
Heating bills are set to surge.
Of course, gas prices are on the up.
Are winter gas bills on your mind? With Tango Energy's gas price lock, you can get our lowest gas rates locked in for 12 months. Because a little relief goes a long way. Head to tangoenergy.com. It only takes a few minutes to sign up. Eligibility criteria apply. Fact sheets available at tangoenergy.com. For clear advice on the right plan for you, contact us on 1-800-861-952.
There's more to driving on the road than you think. So when it comes to tyres, you need something that's going to deliver performance when you want it and safety when you need it. Maxxis tyres deliver great value without compromising on safety. Get award-winning Maxxis tyres with the latest technology built in for you, your family and your car. Maxxis tyres. Find out more at maxxistyres.com.au. That's MAXXIS. maxxistyres.com.au.
Do you have a legal matter that you're unsure about? Call Bryden's Lawyers today for an appointment with one of their expert team.
Whether it be a claim for compensation, family law proceedings, or the purchase of your first home, Bryden's Lawyers are the lawyers who will support you when you need it most.
Bryden's Lawyers, the name you know and the lawyers you trust.
Call 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au.
Bryden's Lawyers, we do support you in your time of need.
Go to iCanWin.com.au. TaylorMade Golf are offering one lucky winner the ultimate golf experience, including a complete custom fitting in the TaylorMade Performance Lab, a full custom set of clubs and TaylorMade apparel. Enter now at iCanWin.com.au.
Thanks to Toro, catch up with the Saturday Morning Mowers Club featuring Adam Peacock and Nick Davis for the latest sports news and mowing tips every Saturday from 9 a.m. till noon on SEN 1170. Whether you need to trim, blow, cut or mow, there's a Toro for everyone.
What's the right spirit to have in sport?
At the Athens Olympics, American Matt Emmons had a commanding lead in the Olympic 50-metre three-position rifle final. Leading by 3 points and needing only to get near the bullseye to win, Emmons calmly took aim and fired for what he believed would be the winning shot. When no score was registered, he complained to the judges. It was then that he discovered what had happened. He had fired at the target in lane 3 while shooting in lane 2. Emmons had hit the wrong target, an extremely rare mistake. he dropped from 1st to 8th place. Hitting the wrong target in Olympic competition is rare, but hitting the wrong target in life is actually very common. We take aim and commit, but sadly fail to check that the target is worth the effort. What are you aiming at?
The Spirit of Sport for the Council of Churches, a part of 1170 since 1932.
Have a think about this. If you love working outside and the idea of being your own boss excites you, then you may want to listen up. 1300 Temp Fence are looking for subcontractors right now. As a 1300 Temp Fence subcontractor, you'll have access to uncapped earning potential and the opportunity to be involved in delivering some of our nation's largest events and major infrastructure projects. To find out more about this unmissable opportunity, apply now at 1300tempfence.com.au.
NHP are your local trusted number one choice for everything a Sparky needs. NHP electrical products are available from recognised electrical wholesale stockists with service-ready levels of key products. With NHP's range of globally sourced best-in-class products, you can think global, trust local. When you buy NHP, you're buying 100% Australian-owned and supporting local Aussie jobs. You can find NHP electrical products at your local recognised electrical wholesaler stockist or nhp.com.au.
It's the taken! It's a movie script!
That is Test cricket at its finest. Live from Trent Bridge, the second Test, England versus New Zealand on SEN Test Cricket.
Leach bowls and edging and put down at first slip. That looked to carry to Joe Root. Certainly the body language from the former captain.
Oh yes, it did.
Down to his right. Stokes away from us. Bowls here. Nice shot off the back foot, Matt Henry. First runs off the blade for the day. Gets himself a 4. Back of a length, Henry. Cuts it. Beats Broad at point. Runs away for 4. Misfield. And it's costly.
Bro, now he's gone for that. Edge slip and taken. It was short. He went for the pole. It was a hook, really. It got big on Henry. That's the first wicket of the day. A palpable nick. It flew through to folks. Broad is being mobbed. And Henry just lost patience.
It's time to Jameson short, and he goes for a hook. There's an appeal for a catch behind, and he's given. He's gloved one through there to Ben Folkes, who did well, actually, low down to take that catch. It looked for a moment as though he may have fumbled it. He holds on. Good. And once more, and this time it's short, it's edged, and it's down towards fine leg for 4 more. But he brings up his 50 with another boundary there. Daryl Mitchell, 190 in the first innings, 53 not out in the second. Stokes in again, and this time, oh, what a shot that is. That has been creamed through a straightish mid-wicket. There was a dive, all in vain from the fielder.
Broad running in, final ball of the over. 2-7-6 for 9 is the score. This is hit down the ground, fabulous shot, 4 runs. A meaty blow.
Try 6.
6 it is. Blimey. He got hold of that. Oh, woof, what a shot.
That is some shot, Henry.
Trent Bolt on strike, hitting the ball in the air, out. Ben Stokes takes the catch at mid-off. The new ball works for England. Jimmy Anderson works for England. The innings comes to an end, and England will need 1 shy of 300 to win this Test match.
Lee's on strike, 299 to win. They get the first of those here through the covers. Timed nicely on the drive. Lee's again, back-to-back 4s. Slaying that through point. That was an even better shot to Crawley. Edging and taken at second slip by Tim Southey. A double failure for Crawley. He's gone for a duck. New Zealand have got the first of the 10 they require.
Bolt, left arm over to the left-handed Lees, who cuts for 4.
It was barely a cut, really. It was more a deflected push with a horizontal bat.
In short, that's been whipped away
out for the deep back of the square leg for 4. It's a very Ollie Pope shot. This is a strange fetch from outside the off stump. It's laced with peril,
but on this occasion it's brought him 4.
The highlights there from the opening session of Day 5 of the second Test between England and New Zealand, live from Trent Bridge. This is the lunch break on SENZ Test Cricket, right across the SEN network. Earlier today, Australia qualified for its 5th straight Football World Cup after a nail-biting penalty shootout win over Peru. Commentator Simon Hill joined SEN's Dwayne Russell to discuss the wash-up.
And Redmayne makes the save. It's a save that means the world to Australia. It's a save that
Simon Hill, the voice of the World Game, called it. He joins us on the program in his regular spot. He's been great for us all year, so I thank you again for your contribution to this program, Simon. Thanks again, and welcome back, and wow.
Yeah, that's the word, I think, isn't it? Wow. That was some few hours this morning. Pretty tired after it all, but I think we're all still drunk on the emotion of it, and what an achievement, really. To come through a 20-game qualifying series, for it to go right down to the wire, for Graham Arnold to make that massive call to bring on Andrew Redmayne, and it paid off. And, I'm delighted, not just for Graham Arnold and the players, but really, for the game in this country, because, we do it tough in football in Australia, and every 4 years people jump on the bandwagon. We're there the rest of the time, but, these are the little rewards for hanging in there, and it was a fabulous morning. Really enjoyed it.
You're going to let us on the bandwagon for November, though, aren't you?
Oh, you can come on the bandwagon, so long as you don't hop off once it's finished.
So tell me, is the agony of the path to get there, was it worth it? Because the ecstasy of getting there in this manner is almost better than it might have been if we'd have already qualified by now?
Well, that's a good question, isn't it? You can always say yes in hindsight, but at the time, of course, you're thinking, well, why didn't we beat China? Why didn't we hold on against Oman and do this the easy way? But it gives us those great moments. It gives us a narrative. Obviously, we all remember John Aloisi's penalty and Mark Schwartz's saves against Uruguay in 2005, and then Miller Jedinak's hat-trick against Honduras nearly 5 years ago now. So it gives us stories to tell, and that's important for a game such as football in Australia, where it's not the number one sport. We need those heroes, and Andrew Redmayne, with that one plunge down to his right this morning, entered the annals of history. So, it's a story that'll be retold for years and years, and it's great because, that gives us heirlooms to pass down from generation to generation, if you like.
So is this going to be a defining moment for Graham Arnold now to be able to hold this job going forward? An amazing quote by Graham on Gerard Whateley's show earlier today saying that, it was the ultimate sliding doors moment. He was one penalty save away from being unemployed or going to the World Cup. That was the difference between the two.
Yep, and that's the brutal reality of football at the highest level. Conversely, most people won't know this, but Ricardo Gareca, the Peruvian coach, who's done such a great job, is out of contract as of today, and there's no guarantee that he will be there tomorrow. Even though he's been in charge for 7 years, he's led them to a World Cup for the first time in 36 years, a Copa America final. These are the sliding doors moments for coaches. And Graham Arnold, must have been very close to getting the sack after those defeats against Japan and Saudi Arabia. But Football Australia decided to keep faith with him, and they've got their reward today, and now he can start planning for the World Cup. But you're right. Lose today, and the whole conversation that you and I are having now is very, very different.
So we've talked a lot about the chemistry or team spirit within the Socceroos and what's gone wrong, whether they can fix it. So for Graham Arnold to be able to sub out his captain, his number one keeper, Matt Ryan, to not tell Matt Ryan that was his plan, even though he'd made the plan with Andrew Redmayne, and then for Matt Ryan to take it the way he did, it seems to me that they're behind Graham Arnold and the chemistry is pretty good. Is that incorrect?
Well, you'd hope so, wouldn't you? And, let's be honest, when there's a World Cup place on the line, it's no time for tantrums or for recriminations. And Matty Ryan is a good pro, and he's been there for many years. Now, that's not to say had Matty stayed on the pitch that he wouldn't have saved that penalty either. But Graham Arnold had to make a big call. Let's be honest, he had kahunas the size of coconuts to make that call with 1 minute to go this morning. Because if it backfires, as I say, the narrative today, he would have had to go into hiding for a month, Arnie, on the back of that. But it's played out in the right way, and coaches have to make those big calls and stand by them. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Thankfully for Arnie this morning, and I'm delighted for him that it did work, because he has been through a lot over these last 2 or 3 years. This qualifying campaign has stretched on forever. 1,008 days, I think, is the statistic from when they first started in Kuwait City. They've played 20 matches, only 5 of which have been at home. He's had COVID twice. He's spent months and months away from his family. He's had barbs thrown at him left, right and centre. Some of it, with respect, is probably been deserved. But he's come through it all. And, that's a testament to not only his ability, but his staying power. And let's be honest, when you work in football in Australia, you need plenty of that.
So vanilla doesn't sell in sport. It's the entertainment business. Andrew Redmayne's style as well was something to behold. All watching his, wacky, wailing, inflatable man kind of, or Wiggles style of goalkeeping that we saw this morning was fun as well.
Yeah, well, it's not the first time he's done that, to be honest. I mean, season football watchers will remember the 2019 Grand Final between Perth Glory and Sydney FC when he did exactly the same thing and really sort of cemented his reputation of being a good saver of penalties with those distractions. And he employed it again to good effect. This was obviously a plan that they'd formulated on the training ground along with goalkeeping coach John Crawley, who is a very, very smart coach. And it paid off for them. And I see that the Wiggles have got in on the act already this morning, releasing a little video with a song. So, everyone's a winner, basically.
So how will we go? We're in the pool with France, Tunisia and Denmark.
Well, 2 of those 3 we played in Russia in 2018, France and Denmark. So Tunisia are the only new opponents, if you like. I think the last time we played them was in the Confed Cup in 2005. Look, it'll be very difficult. And we won't be favourites to go through, but we weren't favourites to go through this morning. The important thing is to be there. We can worry about how we're going to go at a later date. There's a bit of time to prepare for it, but it is so important that the Socceroos qualify for these major tournaments every 4 years. It gives us that little, turbo boost. And over the next 12 months, we've now got the World Cup, the FIFA Women's World Cup on home soil, and the Asian Cup, wherever that might be held, all to come in a year's span. It's a chance for the game to really, again, try and kick on and drip that down to the domestic league as well. So it's a terrific morning for not just the Socceroos and the country, but also the game of football in Australia. And
to your trained eye, we were the better team on the night, all night anyway?
Absolutely. I mean, they should have gone through in 90 minutes, to be honest. The one thing that was missing was, being a bit more clinical in front of goal, but they certainly created more chances than Peru. I mean, I'll be brutally honest, I was hugely disappointed with the Peruvians this morning. I thought they would be an awful lot better than that. They really didn't show up. They showed a little bit in extra time, had a couple of chances, hit the post, of course, through Edison Flores. But I don't think they showed enough. And in the end, I think justice was done, however the means.
And I don't want to sort of uncover the truth behind the magician and his act, Simon, but a little birdie tells me that whilst you were calling through the vision that was coming your way live in your booth, there might have been a vision glitch where you had to call a bit of the action without any vision. Is that right?
Oh, for a brief second, we had a glitch on the pictures, which is unfortunate. Sometimes, that happens. That was the local feed from Doha. Technology, as good as it is these days, doesn't always work. Obviously, had it lasted for more than a second or two, then we might have been in all sorts of trouble. But thankfully it didn't. And, it's our job as commentators to be able to cover those moments. And hopefully we did.
It timed itself pretty well, though, wasn't it, during the decisive penalty?
No, it wasn't the decisive penalty. It was Edison Flores' penalty that he actually scored. Had he missed it, it would have been decisive. But as it turned out, it wasn't. There you go. Another sliding doors moment.
Absolutely. Imagine if it went down and you couldn't call the climax of it. Hey, Simon, congratulations again. It's a great moment in Australian sport. So we are broadcasting it on SEN as well, the World Cup. So we've got the rights to broadcast the World Cup. Socceroos are there for the 5th time. We only won 2 World Cup games before. Is that correct?
Yep. That's the size of it. I mean, this shows you just how difficult it is. You've got to play 20 games just to get there, to win games at a World Cup. So we won our first one, of course, Japan, 2006. Timmy Cahill, we all remember him scoring twice, and John Aloisi with the third. And then our last and only other win came in 2010 under Pim Verbeek when we defeated Serbia 2-1. So, they're difficult to come by when you're playing the world's best. This is what the game of football is. You're not just up against 3 or 4 countries, as with a lot of other sports. You're up against the world. So this is the size of the task, but that's a challenge for us, and we're up for it.
Simon Hill there on the Socceroos World Cup qualification success. Next, we turn our attention to the All Whites, who are set for their do-or-die World Cup qualifier match against Costa Rica in the coming hours. This is the lunch break on SENZ Test Cricket. Back shortly.
Want to get started exploring the popular space of cryptocurrencies? Then check out CoinSpot, Australia's favourite crypto exchange, trusted by over 2 million customers. Instantly buy and sell Bitcoin plus hundreds more cryptos easily with CoinSpot's simple-to-use website and app. CoinSpot, Australia's choice to buy, sell and swap cryptocurrency. Visit coinspot.com.au and create your free account in minutes.
James Squire was many things. Londoner, highway robber, risk taker, rogue, lover, fighter, fugitive, convict, brewer, legend. He was many things, but he was never ordinary. James Squire, ordinary be damned.
If you have scrap metal to sell and you want top dollar for it, well, the answer is simple. Top Dollar Metal Recyclers, for more than 20 years now, has been paying for every kilo, every time, at a fair price. They're weighbridge equipped, and they'll have you in and out in 10 minutes with a same-day payment. Every kilo, every time, at a fair price. For over 20 years. Top Dollar Metal Recyclers. Visit topdollar.com.au.
Looking for innovative appliances designed with the environment in mind? Then look no further. For over 110 years, Whirlpool has been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. That's the best result for you, your family and the environment. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au to find a stockist near you.
You're a tradie, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Looks like all your tools are safe and secure there.
Yeah, that's right. I've got the tray and canopy for my ute from TC Boxes. Their trays, canopies and toolboxes are perfect for when I'm on the job. And brilliant for camping trips on the weekends with a few of my mates.
Hey! For Australian designed and engineered trays, canopies and toolboxes for your ute, see TC Boxes. They're safe, reliable and secure, perfect for tradies and campers of Australia. Visit tcboxes.com.au.
Looking to roll some healthy, tasty goodness into your day? Eat good, feel good with rolled Vietnamese. Lunch, dinner, or a fast feed after training, Rolled has the healthy meal you crave. Barbecue chicken and lemongrass beef rice paper rolls, hot pho noodle soups, crunchy banh mi baguettes. Freshly made in-store every day. From our family to yours. Download the Rolled app, order now. Rolled, fast, fresh, Vietnamese.
Always wanted to explore Australia but don't know where to start? Let Jayco Sydney help make your holiday dreams a reality. With a huge range of new and used RVs on display, including the new Jayco 2022 range, there's an RV to suit any budget. Jayco Sydney have your next adventure covered with a huge range of caravan and motorhome parts and accessories. Let the adventure begin at Jayco Sydney, 63 Glossop Street, St Mary's, or visit jaycosydney.com.au.
Okay, my battery's nearly gone. Am I picking up the kids from training or you are?
Yeah, can you get me for 5?
Couldn't hear you. Can you say that again? My battery's nearly... flat.
Without charge on your phone, nomophobia kicks in. No mobile phone phobia. You can beat it with a Signet Power Bank. With a Signet Power Bank, there's no more running out of charge when you need it most.
Yeah, okay, great. I'll be there at 5 to get the kids.
Aussie owned, Aussie designed. Power your life with a Signet Power Bank. Signet.com.
It's the Titan! It's a movie script!
That is Test cricket at its finest.
Live from Trent Bridge, the second test. England versus New Zealand on SEN Test Cricket.
Back to the lunch break on SENZ Test Cricket. After Australia's success in qualifying for the Football World Cup, New Zealand faces its moment of truth in a few hours from now when they face off against Costa Rica for the final place in the tournament. Former All-White David Mulligan spoke to Ian Smith ahead of Wednesday morning's match.
Let's take us back then to that time, that one-off game against Bahrain, the biggest game of football that any one person is ever lucky to play, probably. There are a few similarities there. Is it fair to say we go in as slight underdogs tomorrow? What was the level of belief against Bahrain?
Oh, well, yeah, listen, it's very similar that the two teams. We went in with belief that, it's our home ground, especially drawing over there in Bahrain. We thought, we'll bring them back to Wellington and our crowd, the way that obviously the wind is as well. We had every sort of confidence that we were going to win that game. Everyone was sort of relaxed and knowing that this 90 minutes could change everyone's life and also, their dreams of going to the World Cup. And I'm sure the boys will be excited, nervous for tomorrow.
Put us inside the head of a young footballer achieving that kind of thing. I mean, we grow up, David, as you well know here, indoctrinated into the All Blacks. We know they're going to be at every World Cup. We know they're a genuine chance to win it. Take us inside the head of a young footballer about to realise his dream.
Boy, that's when I was, those 10 years ago, it was, imagine going to the World Cup. You see it on TV, for years growing up, and you think, imagine if we could actually be there. And luckily enough, obviously the rules had changed as well for Australia to play in Asia, and so that gave us more of a chance. And every 4 years, it becomes down to who potentially are we going to play against, and we got the luck of the draw playing against Bahrain. But that feeling of going to the World Cup, realizing that's your dream come true, it's unbelievable feeling. And I only hope that the boys that haven't been there will be able to have that feeling tomorrow.
David, from what you've seen, and we haven't been able to see a lot of the All Whites, particularly at home, they just haven't been able to play at home, so I imagine you haven't seen a heck of a lot of them either, apart from the odd game on television. Do you think we've got the squad? Do you think we have the X factor to win this one-off game?
Yeah, I think we have the squad. I think if we look at the squad as a whole, it's a very young squad. I think in the next World Cup, we will probably see the best All Whites team we've ever seen. But with this team, I think it's a young, energetic team. And I think with the players that we have, the experience, Winston Reid, Boxey, and Wood in there, I think we've got every chance of winning. And you've got also all the young, energetic players around him.
Talk about the side we have to overcome. Obviously, there's an unknown factor about Costa Rica from our point of view, but there are one or two players we know a hell of a lot about. For instance, we're going to have to squeeze the goal past Keylor Navas, who has won 3 Champions League titles with Spanish giants Real Madrid. World class.
Yeah, listen, they've got some fantastic players. I think most of them are playing professional football, as are all our players as well. And if you look at sort of the last 3-4 games they've changed formation as well. So they're a bit unpredictable, but they know where the goal is. They've scored. I think last 3 games they've scored. I think 4 goals. I think they lost against Panama, but definitely they're going to be a threat. I think one key area would be set pieces for and against. I think every chance of us nicking a goal from set piece, but also we have to be a bit wary as well of their aerial threat.
Okay. Style of play, general style of play though. Do we sit and wait for those set pieces? Do we sit on them and counter attack? Do they sit on us and counter attack?
Yeah, I think it's sort of. You've got to play to the conditions. Depends how hot is going to be over there. We can control the pace of the game, and then when it's time to explode or counter, then we do that. But there's no point going out there and just going all hell for leather, and because the heat's going to drain you. They're just going to pass around you as well. So there's going to be times when a right time to set back and when there's a good time to press. And I think. Danny has had that over the last couple of months with his team when to attack, and especially down our left-hand side with Libby. I think that's where you're going to see a lot of sort of attack down our left-hand side.
Just say we get there. Just say we get the nod, and look, it'll be something special. We'll all be feeling it this time tomorrow morning. Can you remember the days afterwards when you realised that you were, possibly on that road to that dream? Can you remember the feeling within the group, the celebrations, etc.?
Oh, geez, I tell you, the celebrations went all night, in the morning to the next day. It was a crazy feeling knowing, oh my God, we're going to the World Cup. Not just to show up. We're also going to the World Cup to compete as well. But yeah, that night is, it was a fantastic night, as was the next couple of days after that as well. But all of us, we're all mates now. We all still keep in touch, and that's what football does. It brings it brings us all together, and I know this team is a very young team, and they've also got this campaign. They've got the next one as well.
Can you believe that we left that World Cup the only undefeated side?
It's a mad feeling, from that World Cup, everyone sort of, the football world know who New Zealand are now. It's not just, like you say, a rugby or a cricket nation or a netball nation. It's also a football nation as well. And, to come away from that, no one's really ever done it. And I just feel that Italian game that you just had on at the start there, I think we should have won that game as well. But with a dodgy pen.
It is quite. It's quite. We because we only really get this feeling once every 4 years. We experience a lot with the All Blacks, and we kind of get used to it and take it for granted. But the significance of this, I don't think you perhaps ever should take for granted.
No, definitely not. No, especially it only comes around every 4 years. But it is, football is one of the, if not the biggest sport in the world. And I think next year when the Women's World Cup comes to Aussie and New Zealand, I think a lot of fans will see that as well. And also with Australia playing New Zealand in September, I think it is as well. So it's, the more games we can bring back to New Zealand, we get the fans engaged. And obviously the Phoenix are doing fantastic as well. So they're raising that bar of football in New Zealand.
Yeah, as you said, you possibly believe that next time around will be the strongest All Whites side we ever have, looking to embark on that campaign. And the reason why, David, of course, is the exposure that these players get as individuals around the world, which mirrors what you did. I mean, you had 8 years with Barnsley, Doncaster Rovers, whilst you were learning your trade, etc. I guess sometimes you're a long way from home, but what about the benefits of those overseas competitions for a New Zealand footballer?
Yeah, it's you're playing against all different types of players, different types of styles of the teams as well, and you build up a sort of your own character about yourself, and you're on the same journey as all of sort of the other players as well. So you've all got something in common, and just little things of, if you make a bad pass, you just forget about it and get on with it. And it's because that's how you're sort of brought up in those environments. So it's just, learning from that on a game day and then taking it on with the international team as well.
Do you watch much of the A-League, the Phoenix, etc.? Do you keep an eye on that?
Yeah, I sort of do, and I don't in a way. Me and Phoenix, we didn't really go together down there, but whenever they're playing, I try and watch them. But football, with the Phoenix, not so many games I have watched though.
Okay, so do you still have an involvement with the game that you love?
Every now and again, I watch Liverpool all the time, really, and New Zealand when I can. But yeah, I've been involved in sport and football for so long. You sort of take a back step, and it's just it is what it is. I guess when you've been involved in football so long, you sort of it becomes a hobby, not a passion, I guess.
Former All-White David Mulligan there with Ian Smith. You can catch SENZ's call of the All-Whites versus Costa Rica at 6 a.m. New Zealand time across the SENZ network and on the SEN app. This has been the lunch break at Trent Bridge. Final day set to resume shortly.
Race into RSCA Safety for mega savings on big brands during our end of financial year sale. Save $60 on Timberland Pro footwear. Save up to 30% on Cat. Save up to $30 on Carhartt and 11 workwear. Save on Steel Blue and FXD. Sale on selected styles. All RSCA Safety stores open 7 days. Check out our new superstore at Eastern Creek. Don't miss out. RSCA Safety's mega EOFY sale is now on.
Here in a dusty hidden corner of the Jalisco Mountains, I'm following the legend of medicine man Don Cascabel, Snake Man. He used ancient Aztec traditions and only natural ingredients. I'm not sick and I'm not in need. I just wanted to thank him for inspiring Cascabel tequila, made locally in Mexico from blue weather agave plants for an earthy flavour. Just like rattlesnake venom, all you need is a drop. Cascabel, premium Mexican tequila. Find it at Dan Murphy's and BWS.
If you have scrap metal to sell and you want top dollar for it, well, the answer is simple. Top Dollar Metal Recyclers, for more than 20 years now, has been paying for every kilo, every time, at a fair price. They're Weighbridge equipped, and they'll have you in and out in 10 minutes with a same-day payment. Every kilo, every time, at a fair price. For over 20 years. Top Dollar Metal Recyclers. Visit topdollar.com.au.
For logbook servicing you can rely on, you need to make the right choice. You need trained professionals who use the latest equipment, the right quality parts, and are fully qualified to service your car according to manufacturer's specifications. At your local Repco authorised service centre, you get all this plus the reassurance of a nationwide warranty that's backed by the biggest name in the business. For real peace of mind, trust the experience and knowledge of your local Repco authorised service centre. Book in or book online at repcoservice.com.
For the hottest of hot party you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ask your plumber about Ream's advanced stainless steel water heaters with 12-year cylinder warranties.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
Introducing the Wheels Car of the Year, the fully electric Kia EV6. Leading the charge with over 500 kilometres of driving range, newfound levels of technology, performance, build quality, refinement and luxury. The judges were unanimous. The Kia EV6, Wheels Car of the Year. To find out more, visit kia.com.au.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Connect with Beaumont Tiles and grow your business. Go to iCanWin.com.au. You could win a $25,000 advertising boost to take your business to the next level, supported by Beaumont Tiles. Builders, renovators, tilers, enter now. iCanWin.com.au.
$100 just for switching your internet provider? 8. Switch your internet to Mate and enter the promo code MATE100 on sign up to get $100 credit on your account once connected. You heard right. Get $100 credit just for switching and connecting internet with Mate. Be quick, limited time offer. Visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online.
Credit applied 28 days after activation. Terms and conditions apply.
Build with confidence thanks to Osrio's exclusive tax time sale bundles. Buy a Master Finish Poker Vibe for just $849 and get a free Master Finish Tool Pack worth $147. But hurry, in-store only, offer ends June 30. Visit a branch near you or osrio.com.au.
It's the taken! It's a movie script!
That is Test cricket at its finest.
Live from Trent Bridge, the second test. England versus New Zealand on SEN Test Cricket.
Welcome back to Trent Bridge. The umpires are making their way out. Michael Goff, Paul Rifle. The New Zealanders are in a huddle. The two England batters unbeaten over the lunch break. Alex Lees and Ollie Pope just about to step over the sponge at the pavilion end and make their way out to the pitch. There's a crowd that's filled with feverish anticipation. I went to have a chat with some of them, and there was genuine excitement out there. In Daniel Norcross, I've been joined by Jeremy Coney, and there's a rather lovely air, isn't there, to today, a fifth day, 263 more or so for England to win, 9 wickets for New Zealand to win. Both sides saying that they're going for it, whatever that may mean. I mean, New Zealand are going for it because they want to get people out. Whether England will keep going for it depends on the match situation, I guess. But it's beautifully set up, isn't it?
It is. It is. I think England at the moment holds sway, and I've said that for about the last day or so, mainly because I haven't seen a deterioration in the conditions. That's the whole thing. I think people don't kind of realise that cricket is a game that relies and is dependent upon the conditions so much. What length do you bowl? Which bowlers do you use? What sort of fields do you set? What lengths you bowl? Everything is determined by the pitch for a start. Obviously the condition of the ball and how old and how new it is, and then also the speed of the outfield. Now in this particular case, this pitch is looking pretty good for a fifth day pitch. Yes, there's a few little marks around, but they're where you would expect. They're on the high traffic, if you like, of the running through of the bowler. There's a bit of scuff marks around where the batsman is standing, but nothing on the actual part of the pitch, where the ball is landing, and so it's quite pristine. We've seen, and really now, New Zealand want that to come into their favour, but it's not there.
Bolt bowls the first ball off to lunch and gets a edge from Pope, turns him round. And he's looking to play it up the onside, and it's landed, I think, just in front of third slip. And is that another catch that is not carried? Tom Latham is looking rueful as he drags himself up from the ground.
I don't think it has carried. Has it just bounced?
No, I think it might have just carried, Looking at that on the Chemist Warehouse replay.
I don't. Very difficult to see.
By the ground, it's so close to ball, hand, and ground are very close together. But I think
it's a catch. It's a catch.
It has carried.
Catch first.
And Pope
after saying twice, it's not
for a single. As Bolt is defended up to mid-on.
It is, though, folks. I've got to tell you back home, I know it's cold there in the morning.
It's terrible.
Snowing.
Terrible weather in Huntley.
There's rain happening. It's thundering outside. Trees are falling. And, but I have to say it's lovely here. And the first ball after lunch, New Zealand have put a catch down. It was low, but it was definitely a catch. It's carried to Latham, who... it's second slip.
Bolt in, down the leg side, 4 byes. Oh dear, it's not happening as they would like at the moment. Blundell diving for that, and the ball basically bounces over his hand. It died in the pitch, and Blundell, he dived himself to his right. He didn't make an awful lot of foot movement, stuck out a glove, and he's missed it entirely. Oh dear.
Look, it's a hard enough, as I've been talking about the conditions and how the ball is coming through nicely. There's not too much movement in the air. You must hold your catches. And now that's disheartening. First ball of a session, a critical session in the match.
It's another lovely ball from Bolt, though, isn't it?
It is a lovely ball from Bolt. He did everything right at his end.
Here is Bolt, and Lees covers up in defence. The front foot pushes up to mid-off. There's no run.
And really, Daniel, the reason that New Zealand are confronted with these circumstances is because really, I'm afraid they've fluffed their lines and they haven't played particularly well. If you looked at every dismissal in that second innings, you could go through and say misjudgment, mistimed, and just go on.
Two
run-outs.
Bolt into Lees, and Lees defends again, this time off the inside half of the bat, and it rolls up to mid-wicket sort of area where Wagner does the fielding. There's no run.
Hitting across the line, poor stroke. I mean, it's just one after another, I'm afraid. And that's precisely where they are now. That's unfortunate, but they're not quite the side. Well, not quite. They're not the side they were a year ago.
Here's Bolt to complete the over, and Lees defends a full ball back to the bowler. So 5 runs off the over, 1 from Pope's bat, very fortuitously, and 4 byes. England are 41 for 1, Lees 30, Pope 7. The target, if you're just waking up or just coming in or whatever, is 299. So New Zealand have got a bowl England now for under that. They may well yet. Yes, they've dropped a catch, but they've created a chance early on, and it looked like it was one of those Jared Kim has been talking about them all very, very knowledgeably, really
the
quite
wobble.
earnestly.
On the wobble.
3/4 C.
Yeah,
Yes.
oh, okay. Well,
Yes.
it's what I think what Bolter's doing. He's finding that's gripping on this surface just a bit, so it's the only way he's been able to find a wee bit of movement from the surface itself. Not many of the others have. Henry hasn't. He's bowling pretty straight at the moment. He's going to be again the man to start after lunch, and not Tim Southey.
No, but he's getting a bit of uneven bounce off this pitch though. He's got 3 slips in. He runs away from us, and Pope waits for this and plays a solid enough shot into the offside from the crease, and there's no run as it picks up the fielder. We saw a little bit, didn't we? We saw some jag back a little bit. One kick
low to Pope. That's it. Yeah. But there's not a lot in the pitch.
There's not a lot.
And the outfield is still very fast.
It is very fast, but I'm going to offer words of encouragement to our Kiwi
Yes,
listeners.
good. You do that.
As Henry is in, and that's played well by Pope to the sort of backward point region, waits for it, just guides it down there, straight to the fielder. And my major words of encouragement are that England are an epically poor batting side who repeatedly make the same mistakes. And
they just got 500.
They did.
Mind
That
you,
won't
New
mean that
Zealand
they'll-
dropped lots of catches.
Dropped lots of catches, and Root batted exceptionally well. And Pope batted pretty well as well. Down the leg side, off the pad, another half appeal is going to be turned down by umpire rifle, and they'll get through for a leg bye, 42 for 1. So they're a brittle batting side, and they have an unusual approach to the mental side of the game, which appears to be that if you thrash at things as hard as you possibly can, then you're showing positive intent. And positive intent is always a good thing. Always. It can't not be Jeremy being positive. So hurtling down the wicket, trying to smash every ball for 6. If you get out doing that, then that's fair enough.
Welcome to the family.
Yes, exactly.
Into the bosom of the family.
The feelings.
Yes.
Henry is in very full, dug out by Lees. Back up the wicket, there's no run. So, some good balls will take wickets, but actually some pretty bad balls can take wickets as well when you're up against this batting lineup.
Well, batsmen are allowed to get themselves out.
They are allowed to.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, they should try and make too much of a habit of it, but you know. So either way, I think we're going to be in for an absorbing few hours. So stay with us, folks. As Henry is in, and Lees defends into the offside, pushes it to short extra cover, when Nichols does the fielding. 42 for 1, the score remains. 1 ball left in the 11th over here on SEN and SENZ in association with Resine, the paint the professionals use. Alex Lees has looked very comfortable, as someone said to me over lunch today. Who is this Alex Lees? Is he related to the Lees that played for England in the West Indies?
Yes, there's been a transformation in the way he's played.
Distant cousin is what it looks like.
Was there any movement in those pitches over there when he batted?
None. Henry in, and that's defended again from the crease by Lees. That completes the over. England off 42 for 1.
AEG Power Tools goes big this tax time. Like the 18-volt 3-piece brushless kit, only $5.49. And choose one of 3 bonus skins worth up to $3.29. AEG goes big this tax time. Available at Bunnings Warehouse. T's and C's apply.
If your business has stock that you just can't move, buymystock.com.au. Make your unwanted stock problems go away. Visit buymystock.com.au today.
We buy stock that you can't move. Buymystock.com.au.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN, SENZ with Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. As Bolt is at the top of his mark. 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a long leg. The right-handed Pope, bat raised, waits, and then gets I say a thick edge on it. He's looking to turn the ball on the onside, I think, but it's somehow skewed off the mat into the covers when Nichols does the fielding. So what is it out in New Zealand now? It'll be sort of 10 to 1 in the morning on a Tuesday, no, on a Wednesday morning by now.
They're ahead of us.
Yeah.
That's right.
So a lot of people will be going to work tomorrow. They may be going to work bleary-eyed tomorrow morning out there in Hamilton or Wellington, or as David Bumble Lloyd might say, as he would start now listing every single place in New Zealand. Auckland,
a keen man
Mount
with lists.
You've got your Mount Maunganuis, you've got your Christchurches, and it's always pluralised as well. You've got your Aucklands. Here's Bolt. Pope waits for this and then dabs it back with a square on the offside. Fielded by Conway, coming in from point. 42-1 the score remains. Can we bring you some news to warm the cockles of your hearts?
Yes, look, I'd love to do that for them. I'd love to do that.
Especially those in Huntly, because we've had a couple of people
from Huntly.
Oh, they're texting from Huntly.
Just
saying the
south.
weather's atrocious.
Oh, is it right?
Yes. Terrible weather in Huntly. Bolt is in, left arm over the wicket to Pope. Pope defends back up the wicket. There's no run.
Yeah, well, it'll be down the south. Of course, it'll be all white
snow.
Yes, they've had snow down there.
Oh, how lovely!
All the honeyed colours of autumn have departed.
To be left with just rotting leaves and death. Well, someone said to me about a cricket match, actually, that you were talking about conditions and what it's all about. And he said to me very simply, he said, Test cricket is basically about observing entropy. You just watch a pitch deteriorate, ball deteriorate, and the bowlers deteriorate as they get more and more exhausted. Sometimes the captains deteriorate as we all go on this slide towards inevitable senescence and mortality.
Yes.
Which I thought was a beautiful way of looking at it.
But then there's a new day, as you say. Yes.
There's a new dawn, a new day, a new life for me. And I'm feeling good. Bolt is moving to the top of his mark. 3 slips, backward point. Extra mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. Pope waits, plays again, quite late, and dabs it back with a square again on the offside. Conway does the fielding. England's tactics here, I say tactics, they want to get themselves in, start their innings again. That long lunch break means that they'll not be quite in tune, and they'll also be incredibly aware of the threat posed by Bolt and by Henry, and what's left after this, because with no Jameson, what are we looking at? The spinner, Salvi,
yes,
and
that's it.
Braceman.
And sorry, that is the spinner.
It's Mitchell.
Yeah, Mitchell, that's right.
Driving, square of the wicket is Pope, timing perfectly. Made a slightly clunky noise, but Conway will be able to catch up with it, not before they've come back for 2. They've thought about a third. There's some crazy running going on in this match. Really crazy. There was never a third there, really. Well, there didn't need to be at any rate. And Pope moves to 9, England 44-1.
Yeah, an outside middle just went very square in between the gap. 2 men, one backward and one in front in the cover point area, so had to chase hard.
3 slips in place. Bolt comes in to complete the over. And Pope cuts. And got foot for it. He's guided that just to the left of Conway at backward point, and it's raced along this fast outfield. It takes Pope into double figures, a loose ball, a short ball, and he's cashed in. England move to 48-1 at the end of the over.
For logbook servicing you can rely on, you need to make the right choice. You need trained professionals who use the latest equipment, the right quality parts, and are fully qualified to service your car according to manufacturer's specifications. At your local Repco authorised service centre, you get all this plus the reassurance of a nationwide warranty that's backed by the biggest name in the business. For real peace of mind, trust the experience and knowledge of your local Repco authorised service centre. Book in or book online at repcoservice.com.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SENZ, in association with Resine, the paint the professionals use. As Henry runs away from us, left-handed Lees waits and he plays and misses, and a ball in the channel angled across a bit flew through to Blundell, who took it above his head. So we see that little bit of unevenness.
Yeah.
Wondering if he was going to be able to find it from over the wicket to the left-hander. But as we look at the Chemist Warehouse replay here, it's gone through quite bouncily.
Yeah, it's quite wide, isn't it?
It's quite wide.
That's just a poor stroke, just pushing way outside his off-stump, Lees. I wonder what he'll be like when there's a bit of movement around, frankly.
He's facing up now, and he lets this go by through to the keeper, and there's no run. Why do you proffer that?
Because he pushes out so far, and there's also an angled bat that he offers when he wants to attack, just sort of round that point area, and I think there's a bit of an opportunity there.
Yes. But he managed to get himself into a terrible hole, really, in the West Indies, and getting LBW from bowlers coming round the wicket at him. Here is Henry, and Lees drives. Not great timing, not great placement. Straight to Nichols. And there's no run. Nichols in the covers. England 48 for 1. Lees 30. Pope has 13. The target 299. Man to go, Zach Crawley for a duck. He's looked in pretty witless form for quite a while now, Zach Crawley. And today he got a good ball. The ball that got him out was probably not as good as the ball that he managed to survive. Short, and goes over the shoulder of Lees. But it was Bolt bowling, get him again, basically, in not dissimilar fashion. He just poked slightly away from his body.
Yeah.
You don't really want to be doing that as an opener. You know, you need to know where your off stump is, I think. And as a result of that extraordinary quest for discovery, England's batters have moved all across the crease in search of inspiration. Where is my off stump? Henry is into Lees, who defends into the offside, picked up once more in the covers by Nichols. There's no run. Oh well, throws just come into poor old Blundell, who's had a tough enough game as it is. Just been flung at him into the ground. He's managed to prevent any overthrows, but it's slightly unfortunate. Extraordinary. One ball left in the over. Lee's on strike. Comes in. And Lees ducks again, and it flies through to Blundell. That is the end of the 13th over of England's innings. Lees 30, Pope 13, England 48 for 1. So that target, 299. It would be a large target to win a Test match. It doesn't happen very often. It'll be one of the larger targets in Trent Bridge. I think we got all the stats on it. I think I'll dig them out for next time I'm on, because it's not normal to chase down 299, but as Jeremy Coney has said, it's not really normal conditions. You're dealing with batters who have grown up playing the game slightly differently, approaching chases differently, an outfield that's quick as lightning, a side that's shorn of one of its more effective bowlers. As Bolt starts a new over, and Pope cuts for 4. It's a little down cut. It's more of a guide, really. It's such a Joe Root shot, this. He gets it between third slip and gully, and he's always looking for it. It's a perilous shot. It can bring you downfall, but if you get on top of it, and if you can place it, as Pope did on this occasion, it can be extremely profitable. 50 up, 52 for 1.
Yeah, that's... he is flirting a wee bit with the slip cordon area, but he got on top of that one, and the natural angle of the left armour going across the bows of a right-hander just helps it to go wider with the bat.
Bolt in again, and Pope push drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. You're listening to Test Cricket on SEN and SENZ. Listen to Mornings with Ian Smith, weekdays from 9 a.m. on SENZ. You couldn't have a better person to analyse the cricket each morning.
See, those two angles we just saw there, the angle of Bolt across the right-handed Pope and pushing to mid-off, you've got two very different angles going on.
Bolt in, and Pope covers up in defence, pushes into the offside, wants a signal, which Lees had no interest in at all. He played it, just dabbed it down square of the wicket in the offside, and just wanted to set off, and Lees, quite rightly, sent him back.
I mean, those two angles do bring the slips into play, because you've got across the bows and then pushing towards away from the line. You want to be trying to play it back from where it comes. Yes, that's right. So that you've used the full width of the bat to try and at least make contact with it. All playing it through to the covers, and a wide mid-off brings the edge into play.
Bolt in, and he thinks about pulling at that one, but ducks out of it in the end. We welcome Melbourne, South Australian, Tassie and Northern Territory listeners who are joining us for the first time today, with the news that England are 52 for 1, requiring 247 more to win on this, the 5th and final day. The test match between England and New Zealand at Trent Bridge. They've got how many overs? 58 overs after this one to get him in. New Zealand have got 58 overs to get the 9 wickets they need to level the series, which they very well might. Bolt is now changing his angle. He's coming round the wicket. He's bowled well as Bolt throughout this match, actually. He's been the pick of New Zealand's bowlers, but they are a bowler light. They don't have Kyle Jamieson.
Now this is when you can play more to mid-off, isn't it? Because it's coming back in from a different side.
And what he's done is Pope has dabbed it again through that gap. There's only one because they've now put out a deep backward point. But it didn't matter. The angle didn't seem to matter to him. And Conway's thrown the ball in with Gay and Bandon, really. It's flying around everywhere as the ball.
Got to feel sorry for Blundell.
I don't know.
Last over, did you see the throw from cover? Last over, he had him sprawling away to one side, bouncing at his feet, and that one again, right at the feet of the keeper.
Last ball. Trent Bolt is in. And Lees defends up to mid-on. That's the end of the over. England, the end of it, a 53 for 1. We're going to take a break. And when you come back, it'll be Adam Collins replacing me in the chair.
Build with confidence thanks to Osrio's exclusive tax time sale bundles. Purchase the Rapid Tool Rebar tying machine from $2,295 and receive 50 free coils of tie wire. But hurry, install only, offer ends June 30. Visit a branch near you or osrio.com.au.
Attend State of Origin in style. SEN and Ringers Western are giving you the chance to attend Game 3 at Suncorp Stadium with 2 tickets and a new outfit, including new jeans, shirts and boots. Head to the SEN win page or iCanWin.com.au.
SENZ Test cricket for Brazil. The professionals use England to 53 for 1. They were 36 for 1 at the start of the session. There was a drop catch, first ball of it. Ollie Pope put down at second slip by the captain Latham from the bowling of Pope. He's now made his way to 18. Alex Lee's down the other end. He got off to a flyer. He's 30 from 50 balls, and it's Henry away from us. 3 slips, bowling to Pope. Oh, and that keeps a wee bit low, Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, and that's the sort of thing that you like to see on a 5th day pitch, where the bowler gets some value for trying to whack it in just short of a length and push the batsman back because of the length, and it just skids through and doesn't really use the energy. Yeah, that surprised Pope, certainly, but he managed to get the bottom of his bat on it. He would have been palpably LBW if he had missed that.
Henry away from us to the crease here, wider of the crease when he delivers, and Pope tries to beat mid-wicket on the flick but doesn't quite, stays on 18. The target is 299.
Wagner on, Wagner doing the fielding. A lot of people would say he perhaps should be bowling at some point, but no, you're not allowed to do that if you're not actually selected in the 11. So he's out there on the field, probably desperate to play a test match.
Henry bowls here to Pope. Fuller driven straight to cover. Yeah, there's a school of thought that any injury should prompt the substitution process that you can get for either COVID or concussion, but yeah, at the moment none for sort of generic injuries like Jamieson's. Do you have a view on that?
Well,
it could be gamed. It could be manipulated.
Well, that's
the usual.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? Just you'd have to have some sort of independent process for making an evaluation, I think.
And they kind of do for concussion, as Henry bowls to Pope. Edged and gone! Matt Henry, just when they needed him to step up, finds the edge of Pope, who made a ton the first time around. Caught behind by Blundell for 18 this time around. England 53 for 2, and this game changes over after over, Jeremy Coney.
Well done, Matt Henry. He's got one to just nibble away slightly, and Pope, who's still a number 4 but being asked to bat at number 3, has just pushed towards the line of the ball, the initial line, and it's moved, of course, so it's not quite where he thought it was, and it's taken an edge, and a comfortable catch through to Blundell, who's taken it. So Tom Latham, who put one down a couple of overs ago, feeling, oh, thanks very much, thanks very much.
Yeah, it doesn't cost them what it might have after what we saw from Pope in the first innings, the man in form. What it does do, though, is bring Joe Root down the stairs of that old pavilion. And he made 100 in the first innings as well, and he's in the form of his life. And you can hear the roar around Trent Bridge. All the tickets claimed for today. Wow. They love him here. Joe Root in the first innings was sparkling. 176, 26 balls and a 6. Made a century in the fourth innings, chasing 277 at Lord's last week. And walks out, big smile on his face as he meets Alex Lees.
Yes, he is in the form of his life. He's a fine player, very orthodox player, uses a straight bat, doesn't look uncultured in any way. When he gets going, he's eager and confident and almost daring himself to do this and that later on in an innings, but always any batsman in the first 30 deliveries of his innings is vulnerable. So he's got to start again completely. He's not on 170 or whatever he made in the first. He's on naught. And so New Zealand have got to make the most of these next 30 deliveries, try and get the ball in the right place.
Root's first ball facing Henry, delivers here. Root drives straight. Henry does superbly to his right, his follow through. Had that snuck through, it was probably 4.
Yeah, that's just a bit full from, as I say, that's not quite the right place. But Root has the ability to just stand up and give himself almost an extra inch or two and then drive and get on top of the ball. Henry just needs to pull the length back a little bit. There are 3 slips and a gully, 3 slips and a keeper there for him.
And 2 out for the short ball as well on the leg side. Henry delivers to Root, who clips through mid-wicket. Yep, it's through to legs. Neil Wagner to sub out there. They'll come back for 3. Root wants the 3rd. He was always getting down there for it. He's off the mark. 56 for 2. The end of the 15th over, a successful one for England. Our coverage is for Resine, the paint the professionals use.
Here's some news about the Bingley end of financial year sale.
Nothing's changing.
There'll still be huge deals store-wide.
So if you need a new heater for winter,
a new big screen TV for the footy,
a new oven or cooktop,
or a new computer for your home office, you'll never see prices like these again.
Because some things always stay the same.
And Mum, I'll be there every day, bright and early.
Well, some things will be different.
The end of financial year sale at Bingley.
Australian family owned for 65 years.
England have gone at 3.6 and over so far in their innings, Jeremy Coney. They need to go at 4.7 and over from here. So it's a long way. 243 runs in 57 overs. And if they're to reach it, it's going to require this guy, Joe Root, to make probably half of them.
I think this is the key man of the day, really. If he can stay in and get established in his innings.
Bolt starts his 8th over. Well, he doesn't actually, because Root pulls out. Something going on behind the sight screen, or in front of the sight screen, as it were.
Then, New Zealand are going to find it hard to stop him because he's got so many shots. It's very difficult to find a method of keeping him quiet. So Lees can help him at this point to get started and running up and down the pitch and so on, and trying to take the pressure off Root to keep that scoring rate going right now.
Bolt got a wicket with his 3rd ball. Zach Crawley for a duck. Gets to the crease, bowls to Root, who defends off the front foot, out to cover point, no single. He's 3, Lees is 30.
Well, I'm very pleased New Zealand were able to just sort of stay in this game. They needed 2 early wickets. They've kind of got that. And they would love to see the run rate start to push up and add to pressure.
Well, I mentioned that run rate before. Only 7 teams have chased more than 250 in the 4th innings when the required rate was 4 or more at the start. So it gives some sense of the degree of difficulty.
It does. I think the conditions here...
Oh, they've been good. Bolt delivers, Root. Oh, caught and bowled! Leading edge! Root's gone for 3! Trent Bolt does it again. He is having quite the test match. England 56 for 3, and forget about the chase, at least for now. It's New Zealand with 7 wickets to win.
Well, what a big moment that is in this last day of this test match, everybody. Root had looked so composed and no difficulty at all. Was it a slower ball? Slightly again. He got him with a slower ball in the first innings. He drove it to cover. This was a slower ball again, I think, and he's looked to turn it on the onside. And what it's called, folks, is a leading edge. It's got towards the outside of the bat. and that's why he's lost control of it. And then Bolt in his follow-through, tumbling, sprawling forwards, has taken a two-handed catch. So that is a huge wicket for New Zealand.
The replay for Chemist Warehouse, I think it might have been off the face of the backs. He was so far through the stroke, owing to the fact that
he's just carried it on through.
We'll get another look from the reverse angle momentarily, but either way, it's going to bring out Johnny Bairstow at number 5, who's yet to make a meaningful contribution in this series. Out for 10 in the first innings. He has got the ability to score quickly. That won't be the issue. But he's a man who can blow hot and cold.
Sure. And sometimes he can play brilliantly, but then suddenly miss a straight one. So if again, it's the little bit of movement in between bat and pad when he looks to drive, where there's a chance, and New Zealand obviously be keen. But I mean, that's a huge wicket. I mean, Root is, he's just at the heart of this England batting lineup, really.
So Johnny Bairstow playing his 85th Test match, 152nd innings, only 30 times he's reached 50, which is a fairly damning statistic in terms of his consistency over the journey. Did make 2 Test tons this year in back-to-back tests at Sydney and Antigua, and they desperately need him now to play a similar role to what he played in that huge chase at Headingley back in 2019. He was the guy that got the party started before Ben Stokes took over. What they would give for a brisk half-century now, it was running his fingers down the seam. Trent Bolt, Root threw it early, and Bolt diving forward, big smile on his face as the ball reached him. He knows, and he gives it plenty.
Here we go. This will be the... Yes, he's certainly looking... Yeah, he has. The hands have actually been the problem for him, haven't they? He's looked initially to go leg side, then he's realised he's not there, and he's straightened it up, and he's actually just poked it straight back to him. It hasn't been really a leading edge, as I was talking about. You were right. Well done, Adam. Good man. And he's just pushed it straight back to Bolt. He's threw his shot too much, so the angle of the bat has been the problem for him, and has just lofted it up in the air.
Now what is going on here? The wicket was taken about 5 minutes ago. There's a change in wicket-keeping gloves, just to keep us interested. Tom Blundell walking back to his position. There are still 4 balls left in this over. Bairstow wearing a long-sleeve shirt. The sun currently hidden behind a cloud. Good conditions for Trent Bolt. 5 in the first innings, already 2 in this second. Looks a match winner. He's got 2 slips in the gully, over the wicket. Bowls here to Bairstow, who leaves it low close to that off stump. That's the one that comes back towards the right-hander.
That's good, Bolt. Umpire looks interested too in the follow-through footmarks of Trent Bolt as well. Sometimes he does get a little close in there when he crosses, brings that front foot. When he lands and tries to run through that, the crease, he gets it too close to the stumps and can't get off the pitch. And there's a little area on the pitch that you're not allowed to put your feet, folks. And so you've got to keep off that. That belongs to the batsman.
Mitchell and Southey the slips. Bolt delivers to Bairstow, who plays defensively from the crease out to cover, no run.
So that wicket could have a double sort of effect as well. You were talking about the run rate required, because this is kind of like an extended one-day game, isn't it? It's 70 odd overs and this 50 over game. So this is the way you want to play it, and suddenly the run rates become quite important.
Oh yeah, up towards 5 and over, having lost Root. A lot of heavy lifting for Johnny Bairstow. Can he step up today? Inside part of the bat, sprays out behind square with a back of the length delivery. Not entirely sure where Bairstow was trying to force it. Maybe through cover. He's off the mark. 57 for 3. That target 242 runs away.
Well, mark that down if you're in New Zealand. That you're going to lose some sleep tonight. You just can't help it that this game is suddenly wide open. I've been saying for a day and a half that New Zealand are behind. Suddenly they've caught up. With that last over, New Zealand are now up with the game. Not saying they can win it. I'm just saying they've caught up significant ground where they were behind because they hadn't played very well in this match, and they'd put catches down. Their batsmen haven't quite done the job they would like to, but now they're back in the game.
Yeah, 2 wickets in 4 balls. The 2 men who made centuries. Bolt delivers to finish, and Lees defends. Out towards mid-on, the end of the 16th over. England 57 for 3. Their target's 299, and our coverage is for Resine, the paint the professionals use.
AEG Power Tools goes big this tax time. Like the 18-volt F Rapid Fire Framing Nailer Kit for only $8.99. And choose one of 3 bonus skins worth up to $3.99. AEG goes big this tax time. Available at Bunnings Warehouse. T's and C's apply.
At Underworks, we're experts in socks. We test our all-day socks for comfort with cushioned soles that stay comfy all day long. Test Underworks all-day socks for yourself. We're number one down under for socks.
A big couple of overs for New Zealand. Henry removing Pope for 18 and Bolt getting rid of Root Courtenbold for 3. Wickets falling at 53 and 56. It's now 57 for 3. And Bairstow has to face Matt Henry. He's on 1. Jerry Kimber made a good point between overs that Trent Bolt's been spoken to by Michael Goff twice now about running on the pitch. You don't normally get a third warning, so he's going to have to be mindful of that.
Are they warnings? I don't think they're official warnings.
Nevertheless, they're
he's watching. He's watching.
Unofficial at this stage.
Yeah, he's watching.
Yeah. So Henry has a third slip in position now with Bairstow, and the stumps are always in play with the Yorkshireman. Henry away from us, bowls to Bairstow, defends. Back down the pitch, no run.
Well, now New Zealand have to start to think about who bowls. They'll keep these two going for at least, I would think, another over or 2. But Southey's going to have to come and back and do some work. And maybe Bracewell, now that the two right... Well, Alex Lees is still there, that left-hander. I wonder whether Bracewell's worth a go next from perhaps this end.
Henry delivers. Bairstow goes back and punches through points, and pace taken off it from the fielder in that region. They get a couple. Nicely played. That's Will Young doing the work out there. Stopped to boundary. 59 for 3. Bairstow's got 3.
Yeah, too much width outside the off stump from Henry. Allowed Bairstow to just punch it. He's got to get back onto that line, bringing the batsmen forward, but they're not quite there. It's not a big area on this pitch. It's been tough for the bowlers right throughout this match.
That was a top dive from Young, watching it back on the Chemist Warehouse screen. Henry delivers and Bairstow comes forward to defend.
That's the length. Henry's back there now, bringing a forward defensive shot, but not a comfortable one. You can see he's practicing it again. He didn't like the feel of that. So now New Zealand now have got to 36% apparently by some method.
On the wind
they
is
somehow and try to work out who's winning the game.
I don't mind it. It's not perfect.
I know.
It's not.
Well, it's certainly not perfect.
It kind of performs a bit of a role.
Yeah.
Henry's got 2 back for the short ball. Bowls to Bairstow full, who pushes out to mid on no run. Before I leave you at the end of the over, a few texts to run through. 8833. You can win a $50 today. $50 voucher. Thanks to the Good Spirits. Good Spirits Hospitality Company. Go visit the Fox in Auckland. We got Graydon Little. I'm a teacher in Little Manly. Listening to all of you while doing my Year 10 geometry marking. Deep into the night. Steph Pearce listening in Canterbury. Henry bowls. Nearly a leading edge from Bairstow too, back in the crease, but it spills out in front of him. Steph hoping to stay awake all night with the cricket. Ruben Barnes in Morrinsville.
Oh, yes.
Greg in Palmerston North.
Good.
John Kenny in Bucklands Beach.
Yes.
Mark Goodhue listening in
Auckland area.
Timaru.
Yeah, Timaru, sorry.
Timaru
down the south now. We've gone south of Christchurch.
Okay. 8833. Text in for a chance to win a $50 voucher through this session, thanks to the Good Spirits Hospitality Group.
Quick swim in Caroline Bay there. Lovely. Good luck. Bit cold at the moment. Stay at home.
Listen to us.
Yeah.
No transistor radio down the beach in the middle of the night.
No.
That probably won't end well. Sun's out again here at Trent Bridge. Henry to the crease at Bairstow. 3 slips. Oh, shout for leg before. Felt like an inside edge. The Accordant aren't interested. Henry goes back to where he started. Bairstow gets his 4th run, 60 for 3. At the end of the 17th over, we'll have a change in commentary. Jeremy Coney joining you will be Henry Moran.
Take any job by the horns with Toro's 100% grass-fed bulls. Their zero-turn and walk power mowers are bred tough, like the Time Cutter MX4225 Ride-On with smart speed technology and step-through front end. The Z-Master 2000 featuring a commercial-grade engine and high-strength steel deck. And the 60-volt battery recycler walk power mower with automatic drive system that adjusts to your walking pace. Check out toro.com.au or charge into your local Toro dealer today.
Thank you very much indeed, Adam Collins. And Jeremy Coney has departed, but don't you worry, what a replacement we have. Craig McMillan, former Black Caps all-rounder, is alongside me. 60 for 3, the target 299, and they've got the big wicket, the Black Caps, as here comes Bolt, driven away nicely by Bairstow, out as far as mid-off. And there'll be no run. The wicket, every team looks for Macca, and that is Joe Root for just 3.
Huge wicket.
Big moment.
Breathing a little bit easier now, but now I'm worried that Johnny Bairstow, who's been short of runs this whole series, this is the sort of innings or knock that he could just play. He's an aggressive player, and he's still got Stokes, so there's still work to be done, but important start to the session for New Zealand.
In comes Bolt, and Bairstow with a drive that is timed pretty poorly and goes as far again as a slightly straighter mid-off.
Trent Bolt's been outstanding this test match, hasn't he, with the ball. Scored some pretty useful runs at the end of the New Zealand second innings, but bowled beautifully in the first innings. He has been the standout New Zealand bowler by some way. What did he pick up in the first innings? 5 for 100 and a total of 500 plus. Troubled all the England batters and now has 2 wickets in the second innings. He's a star performer with the ball, no doubt.
2 slips, well, 3 slips really. Wait, and this is driven wildly by Bairstow, and he didn't get anything on it. Goes flying through to Blundell. We've got first, second and fourth really is the layout down in front of us. England's still going for it. You can see that from the way Bairstow's playing.
They'll be going for it right up till 5:30 tonight, I reckon, Henry. I just think it's a given that it's the way that they want to play their cricket. It's the message they've been given from Stokes and McCullum.
He missed that by a mile past the inside edge.
Yeah. I rate Johnny Bairstow. I've seen him a number of times play match-winning innings, generally in white ball against New Zealand over the years. He's a dangerous player that worries me. If he finds some form and a couple find the middle of his bat, then all of a sudden the footwork will look a bit better and he'll get in stronger positions. He's a dangerous player.
A little delay as a steward at the far end of the ground, wearing a very bright orange jacket, was just in Bairstow's eye line. He's moved now, and in comes Bolt, driven nicely by Bairstow, and for 4. Threads the needle between the 2 fielders in the covers and picks up a boundary, greeted to rapturous applause by the England supporters. 64 for 3.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. He just leant into that cover drive. Just leant into it, full face, found the gap between mid-off and cover. Latham moving away to his left, put in a full-length dive but couldn't pull it in. It's the ball from Trent Bolt that just angled across the right-hander, but Bairstow found the middle of his bat.
Bairstow motionless at the crease, waiting, leaning again, but this time defensively, and it drops out square on the offside. And there is no run. 1 ball left of the 18th over. 64 for 3 is the score. A further 235 runs for England to win. 7 wickets for New Zealand to win. And level up this series.
Wonder when we'll see Michael Bracewell into the attack. The big question will be, after Bolt or Henry, I think we'll see him ahead of Tim Southey as a replacement.
Bairstow waiting and swaying out of the way of a delivery that go quite as high as I think he was expecting, Johnny Bairstow. End of the over. 18 gone. The target is 299. The score 64 for 3 on SENZ with Resine, the paint the professionals use.
NHP are your local trusted #1 choice for everything a Sparky needs. NHP electrical products are available from recognised electrical wholesale stockists with service-ready levels of key products. With NHP's range of globally sourced best-in-class products, you can think global, trust local. When you buy NHP, you're buying 100% Australian-owned and supporting local Aussie jobs. You can find NHP electrical products at your local recognised electrical wholesaler stockist or nhp.com.au.
Last night, us and the SENZ team here in Nottingham had quite the evening at the pub. We were watching the Socceroos make it through to the World Cup. What a moment that was, I tell you. Henry then into bowl to Lees, who's just dabbing down on that, pushing out towards cover point, and there's no run. We were crowded around Adam Collins' phone as the penalty shootout took place as Redmayne dived to his right and saved it and sent the Socceroos to Qatar.
Well, tonight we can watch the All Whites, New Zealand, do exactly the same thing.
I was going to say exactly that. Really pleased to tell you that SENZ is going to be calling the All Whites World Cup sudden death qualifier.
Beauty.
After this, 6 a.m. New Zealand time against Costa Rica, same venue. It's a huge day this for New Zealand sport. Every moment here on SENZ. Here comes Henry, full delivery, dug out, down the ground it goes. Could be 4 runs, it's running away. Fielder in pursuit won't get there. Alex Lee's just jamming down on it and sending that ball racing across his outfield. 68 for 3.
Nice shot from Alex Lees. Just leant on a ball that was too full from Matt Henry. Lost his length and went too full. Just a nice easy shot down the ground for 4. Matt Henry's dangerous when his length is back around that 6 to 7 metre length. That's when he gets the ball to nip. When he tries to float it up a bit fuller, it becomes a much softer delivery.
3 slips waiting. And defending is Lees with a straight bat into the offside. He had big nights.
Well, the All Whites have only been to the World Cup twice in their history. 82 was a famous one.
2010?
2010. Ryan Nelson led the All Whites. Where I think they were unbeaten. They drew with Italy. 3 draws in their group play and didn't qualify for the second round. So, yeah, we'll be watching that.
We sure will.
We'll be listening to it as well.
Matt Henry bowls a full delivery, which is clipped up towards mid-on.
Too full.
And, don't forget, you can hear it all. SENZ, the sudden death qualifier. After this, 6 a.m. New Zealand time. You don't need to be anywhere else. Just hang out with us. We'll bring you all you need. Huge day this for New Zealand sport. Every moment here on SENZ. And we're delighted to bring it to you because it is thrilling stuff everywhere you turn. Here comes Matt Henry into bowl to Lees, who's up on his toes and finding a little bit of a gap behind square on the offside. Fielder running in from the boundary will prevent the second run. Another to Lees, who's on to 35, and England 69 for 3.
It's been good spells by Henry and by Trent Bolt, but New Zealand can't bowl them into the ground. No Kyle Jamieson. Tim Southey's been disappointing. Just the 2 overs at the start of the innings. It's wicketless in this test match so far. So I would think Michael Bracewell will be the next man to go to, especially with the left-hander at the crease. And the thing that's going to interest me, and we'll talk about it next over, Henry, is how is Ben Stokes going to play? How is he going to bat after what we saw in the first innings?
And at Lord's, actually, it's just been all sort of straight into 5th gear as soon as he's walked out. Here comes Henry then. Final ball of the over. Bairstow gets in a bit of a tangle and it flies off a thigh pad out towards the slip cordon. And the over comes to an end. 19 have been bowled in this innings. We still have remaining in the day 53 overs, and in that time England need a further 230 runs. The Black Caps need 7 wickets. Set up beautifully here on SENZ.
For Australian designed and engineered storage solutions for your ute that'll keep your stuff safe and secure, see TC Boxes. Their trays, canopies and toolboxes are perfect for on the job and awesome for a spot of weekend camping with the mates. Visit tcboxes.com.au.
AEG Power Tools goes big this tax time. Like the big value 18-volt 9-piece mega kit. Over $3.5 grand's worth for $1,999. And get a bonus framing nailer kit worth $899. AEG goes big. Available at Bunnings Warehouse. T's and C's apply.
Test cricket on SENZ with Rosine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. Now, this is an interesting choice, Craig.
Yeah.
Tim Southey back into the attack.
Yep, well, Tom Latham said you're my most experienced bowler. You haven't bowled well so far. I need you to step up right now. We've got 3 wickets. The other 2 have done the job. Now's your turn. Still looking for his first wicket in this test match. Now is the time. New Zealand need Tim Southey to produce one of those spells that we've seen from him a number of times over the years.
He's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Lees with a slip and a gully. And bowls on about 5th stump, pushed away into the offside by Lees. A reminder of Southey's game with the ball. He bowled 32 overs in the first innings, 0 for 154. An economy rate of just shy of 5. In this innings so far, the 2 overs so far that he has bowled have seen no wickets in 17 rounds.
Yeah, it wasn't a great start, was it, with that new ball? got England off to a fly. He's just bowled too full, like he's searching for wickets rather than just being patient.
Southey in, and that is pushed back by Lees. This is a little better of length from Southey first couple of balls.
So let's talk about Ben Stokes. So the way he's played throughout the series, but England need more than 46 from 33. A weak cameo of 46 isn't going to win this test match for his country. So I just wonder whether he has to pull the gears back a touch. You know, he can still score at a run and ball, but and do that quite comfortably at his own pace. It'll be interesting to see how he goes about it.
Southey bowls, Lees defends, I'm into the onside.
I'm not saying he has to bat defensively, but rather being in fifth gear, I just want him to pull it back to third gear.
Yeah.
So there's less chance of New Zealand actually getting him out. Can still be positive and aggressive if the ball's there to hit in his zones. But it's going to take a little bit more than just a wee cameo and a few boundaries to get England home in this chase.
I think that the common consensus is that he's as good as anyone in the England side in terms of technique in blocking it and playing conventional strokes. Southey running in again. Lee's waiting, working it off the hips into the leg side for one. And England move forward onto 70 for 3. And so, while everyone remembers Headingley for its aggressive shots in 2019, the night before, he blocked and blocked and blocked. He can do that.
He can, yeah. He's got all the skills. But it's just the mindset. What's the mindset today? Because sometimes as a middle order batter, you have to play to the situation of the game. Sometimes it says to be attacking. Other times you're trying to earn your team a draw. So you have to be a bit more defensive. You have to put some of those attacking urges away. So I'm going to be really interested when he comes out to the crease to see how he's going to go about things. I think that will be fascinating.
He just can't help himself. It feels like this somewhere. Just for some reason, everything must go. Best on strike then. Southey running in over the wicket now. 2 slips and a gully weight. And he chases a wide delivery, which can't have missed the bat by much.
It's not a great delivery though from Tim Southey. Short and wide. It was asking to be hit. He was lucky that Bairstow missed it. Some shape though, which is encouraging. 2 slips and a gully in play. As we talked about earlier, Southey just has to get it right here. New Zealand can't just rely on Trent Bolt and a little bit of Matt Henry to get them home to victory. They're going to need something from Southey, and they'll probably need something from Michael Bracewell at some stage as well.
Southey bustles in once more. Bairstow this time does get bat on ball, flashes it away square on the offside. Fielder running around will pick up, so it won't be the boundary that he was looking for, but it is at least a couple. Bairstow into double figures, onto 10. And after 20 overs this innings, the score 72 for 3 here on SENZ.
To amplify results, performance must be measured. Musashi has been working with professional athletes for more than 30 years. They focus on optimizing athletic performance through advanced sports nutrition for all levels of athletes. Musashi research, develop and test their products, delivering the fuel you need to amplify speed, power and focus for your sport. Musashi, performance amplified.
The ball in hand down below us. Welcome back to Trent Bridge. Test match cricket with SENZ. Lee's on strike, ducking out of the way. We've just done a little bit of, I would say, mental arithmetic. That'd be lying.
Yeah, we used the calculator.
We did. We worked out the run rate. Sort of tried to make this, or run rate required, I should say, trying to make this a little more white ball, if you like, in terms of a chase. 4.365 is what England need to go out to win this game. 7 wickets for New Zealand to get victory. As in comes Matt Henry over the wicket. Lees is up on his toes and defending.
And if it was a one-day international, Henry, and that was the target you were after, you'd say no problem at all.
You would
do that 9 times out of 10. But it's Test cricket. There's a few other discrepancies.
And often those new to the game say, well, why is it any different? If you can do it in one format, why isn't it? And obviously fielding restrictions is one element to it. It's Lees on strike and pushing the ball into the offside, only finds the hands of the fielder Bracewell waiting at mid-off.
He's looked a lot more fluent, Lees, in this innings, and perhaps this is his more natural style. He's looked good. He's got a couple of freebies at the start of the innings which got him going, but he's looked a lot more fluent than what he has previously in the series, and continues to play like this, then yeah, he could do a good job for England at the top of the order.
Henry with the ball in hand, sprinting in past umpire rifle. It's full, and an attempted drive from Lees is not as convincing as it might be, and that was quite reminiscent of the first innings, that angled bat, which did for him in that first knock.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too early on the shot. I think it's fair to say that we've just seen a little bit more inconsistent bounce in the surface, as you would expect on day 5. It's played well though. It's been a good surface. It's produced a cliffhanger of a test match that's going to go down to the wire, so you have to give it the thumbs up.
Lees waits, slightly open stance at the crease, is driving again out as far as Bracewell at mid-off. And another dot ball, one left of the over. Lees on 36, Bairstow 10, the target 299, and England 72 for 3.
I wonder how many more Matt Henry's got on this spell. Maybe one more after this.
This is 9th over. He's bowled well, 1 for 17 so far. And he's beginning the approach, bounding across the grass now. Again, Lees just plays cautiously up to mid-off. The over comes to an end, 72 for 3 the England score. The target 299. It's Test match cricket with Razine, the paint the professionals use.
Go on, make the call. We all believe in you. One at a time, please. Thousands of Aussies keep switching to Kogan Mobile, but hurry right now. You can get started with Kogan from just $2.90 for 30 days, with unlimited calls and texts and a big 20 gig of data at award-winning prepaid prices. Make the call. Switch to Kogan Mobile from just $2.90 for the first 30 days at koganmobile.com.au/radio.
Test cricket with SENZ live from Trent Bridge. Henry Moran alongside Craig McMillan. And the big wicket in the England innings fell a short time ago. Joe Root caught and bowled by Trent Boult for just 3 at Lees. Bairstow and Lees at the crease. England 72 for 3, having lost Crawley, Pope and Root. Tim Southey running in from the far end. It's short and it's wide and it's hammered into the offside. Again, there's work for the fielder to do. It will be collected before it reaches the boundary. Good work in the deep from Devon Conway, but that probably should have been punished.
Yeah, it's a worrying sign here for New Zealand with Southey. Just as well he's got protection out on that boundary. Devon Conway's been kept quite busy. And it's really just a delivery again that says, hit me hard. Johnny Bairstow's not going to miss out on that. He's got to be tighter into off stunt and find his length here, Tim.
Bairstow waits at the crease, right-hander, and is driving down the ground. Oh, I tell you what, is that going to be trouble for Lees at the non-striker's end? There was a deflection from Southey onto the stumps. Nobody seems particularly concerned or interested.
He must have got back.
He must have done it, but it looked, to the naked eye, he's only back by an inch.
Tell you what, Michael Goff's got very good eyes. Good work from Southey, a good finger on it. It's only an inch or two there. Lees has done well, because at times it's often hard to get your bat back. You're not thinking about having to pivot and get back into your crease. He did really well.
Slip Corden is reverted to this slightly unusual, wide, spaced out formation with 2 of them. Southey is in, bowling to Bairstow, clipping the ball into the leg side. Lees setting off, but there's no time for a run. 74 for 3 the score remains. Bairstow, a player if he gets going, as you say.
Dangerous. Scores quickly, plays all around the wicket, plays spin well. Yeah, he's dangerous. He worries me. Bairstow, Stokes, 2 big wickets. If New Zealand can get them, then to me, that should be it. It won't be, of course, because these 2 teams, there's always a twist and turn.
There's a short cover in Bairstow's eye line. As Southey is in, it's driven straight to that fielder. who picks up comfortably enough. It's Latham, the stand-in captain, in the absence of Kane Williamson. I should say semi-finals in Super Rugby have been run and done. We've got expert analysis this week. Chiefs Mana with Ian Jones Tuesday from 7 p.m. and Blues Brothers with Steve Devine on Wednesday from 8 p.m. on the SENZ network. So do look out for that. Here at Trent Bridge, this game, all 4 results still possible. 74-3, the England score, chasing 299. In comes Tim Southey, bustling towards us. Johnny Bairstow waiting and defending.
That's better. That's much better from Tim Southey. Good length, forcing Bairstow to come forward and just defend. That's the length he's got to hit away on and be consistent with for a period of time. Create some frustration for Bairstow. Goes any fuller than that, then Bairstow's going to look to attack. But that's the Tim Southey stock delivery that we haven't seen enough of so far this test match.
Southey in again. Running towards us. Final ball of the over is driven into the ground and stopped in the covers. Bairstow going at it hard, but not finding the gap in that offside. And the over comes to an end. 22 have been bowled in this innings. The score 74-3. It is time for everybody to have a drink. With the target at 299. Lee's on 36. Bairstow on 12. I'm getting out of the way. And the magnificent figure of Daniel Norcross is ready to take up commentary.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Farmers and fleet managers, they know. Construction crews and car mechanics, they know. And you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
When there's a live sport around Australia, SEN will be there, bringing you all the big moments. When our SEN commentary team travels, they travel with Samsonite. Innovative travel and business solutions. Get around Australia with Samsonite. Expect innovation. Samsonite.com.au.
Outback Australia is bigger than many countries. To see it by road is a mighty trip. But why drive when you can fly? With Outback by Air, you'll see more in a week than you could in months by car. It's an air safari, and every seat has a first-class view of our great southern land. How good to have your own private plane for your Outback adventure. Book your flight now on outbackbyair.com.au.
Get the biggest brands at the lowest prices. Head to Chemist Warehouse today and save on big brand vitamins like Thompson's Organic Zinc 80 tablets, $9.99. Blackmore's Horseradish Garlic Plus C 90 tablets, $18.99. Microgenics Mega B Complex 120 tablets, $22.99. And stay on top of your health with Ostalin Calcium and Vitamin D3 300 tablets, $28.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
Starts a new over and Pope cuts for 4.
It's a little dab cut. It's more of a guide, really. It's such a Joe Root shot, this. He gets it between third slip and gully. He's always looking for it.
Henry bowls to Pope. Edged and gone! Matt Henry, just when they needed him to step up, finds the edge of Pope, who made a ton the first time around. Caught behind by Blundell for 18 this time around. England 53 for 2 and this game changes over after over, Jeremy Coney.
Well done, Matt Henry.
Bolt delivers Root. Caught and bowled! Leading edge! Root's gone for 3! Trent Bolt does it again. He is having quite the test match. England 56 for 3 and forget about the chase, at least for now. It's New Zealand with 7 wickets to win.
Bolt driven nicely by Bairstow for 4. Threads the needle between the two fielders in the covers and picks up a boundary, greeted to rapturous applause by the England supporters. 64 for 3. Here comes Henry, full delivery, dug out, down the ground it goes, could be 4 runs, it's running away, fielder in pursuit won't get there. Alex Lee is just jamming down on it.
Welcome back, one and all. It's a drinks break. We're just about finishing the drinks break now. We're just about for about 3 minutes that drinks break was. The players are milling about, getting back into their positions. You're listening to Test Cricket on SENZ in association with Resine, the paint the professionals use. And just a reminder that New Zealand listeners can text us on 8833. Tell us who you are and where you're listening from, and you could win a $50 food and drink voucher thanks to the Good Spirits Hospitality Group. And We've had some texts come in, actually.
Could you read them for me?
Yes, I'm trying to. Old school, listen under the covers. Great commentary from Anzacs and erudite Poms, says Paul from Auckland. Hi, Jem from Awarua Street Station. Ngaio, cheers, Hendo. There's a lot of them about. Hi, Olivia from Palmerston North here. Thank goodness I have you guys, an exciting game to keep me company tonight. Oh, as I try to recover from COVID. It's great to have something to listen to as I cough all night. I feel for you. I've had COVID myself. And Olivia, it wasn't much fun, but it does pass. I can assure you of that. I personally found that night nurse and brandy was helpful, but.
You've told me that for every ailment you've ever had.
I'm not a doctor. As Bracewell starts the first over after drinks and is cut to a man, sort of, you imagine him probably about 35 yards back. He's slightly deep saving one, but he's there for that shot, actually, and he has saved one on this occasion. We've got a backward short leg, a slip, backward point, that curious position I told you about, then a catching cover, the mid-off as Lees drives into the offside, straight to the fielder. Southey at short extra cover, and there's no run. So the introduction of spin, Jared, wondered how that would go. There's some little bits of footmarks perhaps outside the left-handers off stump, and England have 5 left-handers to go, so to speak. Back he goes into his crease, Lees, and cuts the backward point straight along the ground. There's no run.
Usually the footmarks are better for a spinner who spins the ball into a left-hander at this time, because that's when you can target the stumps. But because England are going for it, it's actually better this way to have them spinning away, because they'll have to play riskier and riskier shots.
Short, pushed off the back foot, square of the wicket. Good diving stop, saves 3 runs by Conway. But they get through for 1.
Did you want my Bracewell bowling fact?
Yes, I want your Bracewell bowling fact.
First 8 years of his career, he bowled 16 overs in total.
Wow.
We kept in a couple of games as well. Since then, he's averaged almost 16 overs per game.
That is a beautiful fact.
I thought you'd like that.
I like that fact.
When the numbers come together to form a symmetry.
I know, yeah. It's an absolute beauty. 16 overs in 8 years.
Yeah. So, not a bowler, and now very much a bowler.
Now very much a bowler indeed. And he's not looked bad at all in this game. He's been pretty threatening. Bairstow drives firmly down the ground. There is a long on. Neil Wagner, who moves to his left to do the fielding. Bairstow picks up a single. 76 for 3.
They were out in the drinks break fixing the footholes for Trent Bolt on the pitch.
Yes.
And Neil Wagner went over. Have you ever seen when Neil Wagner picks up a hammer and tries to fix the footholes himself?
I imagine he does it with quite a lot of gusto. Last ball of the over, Lees is cutting into the offside, fielded in the covers. That is the end of the 23rd over of England's innings. They are 76 for 3.
Always wanted to explore Australia but don't know where to start? Let Jayco Sydney help make your holiday dreams a reality. With a huge range of new and used RVs on display, including the new Jayco 2022 range, there's an RV to suit any budget. Jayco Sydney have your next adventure covered with a huge range of caravan and motorhome parts and accessories. Let the adventure begin at Jayco Sydney, 63 Glossop Street, St Mary's, or visit jaycosydney.com.au.
Welcome back to Test Cricket on SENZ in association with Racine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. Keep your texts coming in. We've got a few people doing all-nighters. Brandon, he is in Masterton in New Zealand. He's pulling an all-nighter. There's a few of them. There's one here that claims to be listening to the best commentary, so maybe he's not listening to us at all, but he might be somewhere else. But he's from Christchurch. But it's a work night, he says, or a school night at any rate. Driving is Bairstow for 4. A really sumptuous shot. Straight through mid-on. There is a mid-on, but he's a little bit wider. And Bairstow's found the gap and went to the left of that mid-on, all along the ground. It's a very nice-looking shot. And problems continue for Tim Southey. He's conceded 26 runs in 4.1 overs. This has not been really his test match.
This is the end. I believe they would prefer to have the spinner. But because of the footmarks, they have Bracewell at the other end.
Here comes Southey. And Bairstow cuts to backward point. There is a man fielding on the boundary down there, Devon Conway. And so they'll only pick up a single. The score advances to 81 for 3, 18 to Bairstow, 37 now to Lees.
And so because of that, it means that this is I would say, the end that's doing less inconsistent bounce. And so anything that Southey gets out of it, he's going to have to put on it himself. And we saw Bolt do it with the new ball and then with the slow ball. Southey just hasn't found a way to put pressure back on England yet.
Southey into Lees, who cuts into the ground, and he was quite fortunate it didn't come back towards his stumps. It dribbles out into the offside. Latham tidies up, and there is no run. What do you think is the source of Southey's troubles in this match? It's, the ball has swung for other bowlers. It doesn't really... There have been occasions, haven't there, when Southey got it to hoop. You've got certain iterations of these balls. We've had so many different balls.
Yeah.
But he has had a couple that really hooped in from round the wicket to the left-handers. As he's in once more, and Lees cuts again, and into the ground it goes again, and it bounces up and over the stumps. And there's a moment when Lees did a little dance, wondered if he was going to have to kick it away. In the end, he didn't.
It wasn't the kicking away that was the problem there. I don't know if you saw, his hand came off his bat. I think he was going to grab that.
Let's take a look.
He hits it down. He turns around with his hand.
Oh, yes, he does take his hand off the bat, and there would have been a bit of sort of instinctual movement towards it.
Oh.
And that would have been obstructing the field.
I would have appealed.
Of course you would. Not just because you're Australian. I would have done the same. Southey in. That's punched off the back foot for a single out towards deep point. 82 for 3. He's a former Yorkshireman, so, I feel the same sort of animus. There's a Surrey man.
Plays for Durham now, doesn't he?
Does play for Durham, which is just basically a slightly, colder, further north version of Yorkshire.
So New Zealand have gone, about 37 centimetres shorter since lunch?
That is absolutely correct. Yeah.
Makes sense. I think all series they've bowled too full with the new ball. They continually keep making the same mistake.
Southey into Bairstow. Bairstow pushes off the back foot with a vertical bat down towards deep backward point. He's coming back for a second. Throw comes in, but he's incredibly quick between wickets, is Johnny Bairstow. And he makes his brace. End of the over. Bairstow with that moves into the 20s. He has 20. Lees 38. England 84 for 3.
Yeah, so just pulling back that length because of all the drives that we've seen so far. Certainly, we saw with Southey in the last over, Bairstow actually came down the wicket a little bit and drove him. And so there's no doubt that there's a little bit of they're trying to get the ball. Trent Bolt just left the field.
Where did you see that? Bracewell in, driving his Lees into the ground, and then a diving stop by Southey in the covers prevents the ball going to the fielder who's positioned almost behind him.
I saw him leaving the field. I think he went up the race towards the squash courts.
How did he look as he was leaving?
I don't think he's going to play squash.
Was he jogging off or was he limping off? Bracewell in, forward, dug out by Lees off the front foot, back to the bowler. There's no run.
I mean, when I saw Bolt leave the field, it was very hard for me to tell if he was injured or not, but he did go up. He didn't go up to the dressing room from what I could tell. I think he went towards the squash courts, which is not a good sign.
It's not a good sign.
Because you would expect him to be going to the change room.
Bracewell tosses one up a little bit more. Forward comes Lees and defends into the covers. There's no run.
I'll get the binoculars out, though, to help.
I discovered something. I keep forgetting about binoculars. If I look through binoculars, if I look through my glasses through binoculars, they don't work. So I have to take my glasses off to see. It's very strange. Bracewell bowls. This is driven again to Southey, who's there at short extra cover along the ground. Trying to give it a little bit of flight here as Bracewell and tempt Lees, but at the moment Lees is just being watchful. Taking a look.
Just having a look at...
City point comes in. City mid-off almost.
The change room, I'll tell you after this ball.
Down the wicket comes Lees and lofts him high down the ground for 6. Well. Extraordinary shot that was. We just had 4 perfectly played forward defensives. And then he comes dancing down the wicket, whacks Bracewell back over his head, over long on. A bit of flight. And he was able to just time his rump. And it's landed in amidst a group of 4 or 5 people who've all failed to take the catch. They've rather wussed out of it, to be honest with you. Last ball of the over. England 90 for 3 with that 6. Lees goes back into his crease and pushes the backward point. That is the end of the over. Just the 6 from it off that one shot. Alex Lees has 44. Johnny Bairstow has 20. Test reader on SENZ in association with Resine, the paint the professionals use. England 90 for 3.
Are mum or dad needing some help around the home? Or do they need specialist care? Then talk to Catholic Healthcare. For over 27 years, Catholic Healthcare has been the trusted name in quality aged care. Their focus is on health and well-being designed around your lifestyle. For further information, phone 1300 141 270. That's 1300 141 270. Or visit catholichealthcare.com.au/care-runs-deep.
Welcome back. England 90 for 3. Jared Kimber alongside Daniel Norcross. And Jared, you're keeping your eye on Trent Bolt. You don't want to alarm our New Zealand listeners because he did go off, but you think it might be either boot-related or lavatory-related.
I'm hoping. I just saw him pop out like a meerkat.
Oh, yeah?
From there.
Simples.
And I don't think he's getting stretched or anything. Gary Stead and Luke Wonke.
Bairstow cuts the first ball, and when you sound the over, it's going down towards the deep third boundary. It will be cut off, but they will get back for 3. Will they? They're coming back for that third. And actually, a great piece of relay work as the throw came into the keeper Blundell, who then threw at Bairstow's end, which was by that stage the non-striker's end. He hit the stumps, but Bairstow was home. He's a scampering type of cricketer. And he moves to 23. England 93 for 3. Just, by the way, Jared, I just want to say on behalf of, I'm sure, all the listeners listening, and Adam Collins and myself, we think you're coping manfully. Your voice is husky, dare I say quite sexy. But I realise it must be a bit of a strain.
It's okay.
It's okay. Southey into Lees. Ooh. Edges through to the keeper and it's gone! Just poking at a ball, back of a length in the channel, leaving the bat out to dry. Not much of an edge, but he knows he's touched it. And Alex Lees has to depart. England have lost their 4th wicket. New Zealand, cock-a-hoop, England 93 for 4.
We talked about this early on. They were bowling wide to him, they were bowling full. There was no reason to be doing that because Lees was going to keep coming at them because he has to score. Get the ball close to off stump, put the pressure back on him. That is what Tim Southey should have been bowling before. And if you want more good news, New Zealand, Trent Bolt's back on the field.
Oh, what a time to be alive these last 2 or 3 minutes. Wherever you are, in Palmerston North, Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch, Dunedin, Huntly, who knows? Your boys here are doing a grand job on not a very responsive pitch, but they've got England in more than a spot of bother. 93 for 4. There are still 46.4 overs in which to take those last 6 wickets, and listen now to this crowd. They are greeting the arrival of Ben Stokes, and I will be fascinated to see how Ben Stokes approaches this innings. In days of yore, England would not be looking to win from this position, but in days of yore also, Ben Stokes might have looked to play himself in a conventional fashion. What we saw in the first innings was one of the most bizarre, skittish madnesses. 46 from 33 balls, he was charging down the wicket.
Did we describe it as pouring kerosene on yourself, lighting yourself on fire and running?
It was something like that, yeah. I think you may have done.
Was it me or was it you? No, because you would have compared him to a Komodo dragon.
I would probably have done, yeah. A Komodo dragon covered in kerosene, perhaps. It's possible. I don't really think in terms of kerosene, strangely. Naphthalene, perhaps I might do. Well, anyway,
you wouldn't use kerosene if you were you wouldn't use kerosene if you were a stunt person, would you?
I don't think so, would you?
Okay.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. Be unwise.
I mean, I know you wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't be a stunt person.
Yeah. It's not your natural state, is it?
No, in my family, cowardice comes in every other generation. Father was a very brave man. Me, not so much. So, 93 for 4. This is a really lovely position that New Zealand find themselves in. It's been their day. England were a bit clueless with the ball, but Daryl Mitchell shepherded the tail, or he shepherded his bolt at any rate. And they got those extra runs, gave them that extra bit of... It meant England had less time to get the runs that they have avowed they're going to go for. They've said, Ben Stokes said, all the team has said, we're going for it. They don't believe in keeping their cards close to their chest, these boys. So Southey into Stokes, who defends languidly into the offside. There's no run. Now, Stokes can go for it, of course, and he probably will go for it, but it doesn't necessarily mean he has to come hurtling down the wicket at the ball.
No.
Which is an odd approach to take. Last man out there, Alex Lees, looking at that wicket. Everything you say makes sense, but he's going to hate looking at the replay because it was such an indeterminate dab. There was the risk-reward for that shot was off the scale, really. And as it proved to be, he's out. Southey into Stokes. Stokes defends quite late. He has this funny little jabbing motion at the last minute, pushes it out to backward point. There's no run.
We've seen Bairstow come down the wicket at Southey. We would assume that Stokes will do something similar. What I would say is that I don't think I'd be that concerned unless it turns into wacky 6-6 type territory, because if they come, when these guys come down, there's a big chance of a drag on because of the slight inconsistent bounce.
Southey into Stokes, who lets this go through to the keeper, and there's no run. There's one ball remaining in this over. Successful one for Southey. He's not had a great game. That's his first wicket of the match, isn't it?
Yes, I think it's about 1 for 180-ish.
Let us double check.
You going to do that?
I'm going to have a little double check.
I think he passed 180 maybe in the over before.
I'll get it then.
Well, he went for 154, so he's 1 for 187.
There we go.
Those are not great figures, but it's much better than none for 187. They made the breakthrough. Alex Lees on his way back. Stokes faces up the last ball of Southey's over. It's a wide one. He lets it go by into the keeper's gloves. You're listening to Test Reader and SENZ in association with Resine, the paint the professionals use. We're going to take a short break. On the way back, Adam Collins is going to be in my chair.
Just done some Southey stuff.
When there's a live sport around Australia, SEN will be there, bringing you all the big moments. When our SEN commentary team travels, they travel with Samsonite. Innovative travel and business solutions. Get around Australia with Samsonite. Expect innovation. Samsonite.com.au.
For logbook servicing you can rely on, you need to make the right choice. You need trained professionals who are fully qualified to service your car according to manufacturer's specifications. For real peace of mind and a nationwide warranty, book in or book online at repcoservice.com.
Adam Collins joining Jared Kimber. Yes, there were 8 playing days between Sim Southey's wickets in this series. Took none for 87 in the second dig at Lords, none for 154 from 32 in the first dig here. Bracewell, new over, Bolster Bairstow on 23. Plays just behind point to get 1 from the crease. He's 24. The target is still 205 runs away, 94 for 4, but who knows how Stokes will approach this. I mean, for all of the positivity and chat that we've been advancing on the broadcast from the England team, there's still a sense that this is they're a long way from the finish line. This isn't like he's coming in with 100 to go. To win from here would be spectacular.
Yeah.
He's got to play himself in. He can't afford to go hard from here. There's just too many runs left for him to try and explode early on.
I just don't think he has to do that either.
No, absolutely doesn't have to do it. But I suppose my point is, in the first innings, we saw him go for it straight away.
And Lords, he was 1 off 20, but he was trying to hit the ball very hard.
Oh, I mean, Lords is one of the most bizarre test innings I've ever seen from him. So they're taking their time, New Zealand, to set up. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket. And long off and long on, beneath us here. Bracewell round the wicket with his off spin. Stokes well forward in his defence.
So Stokes won't be bothered by side spin. Bracewell's not a big side spinner of the ball at the moment. Me and Jeremy Coney have talked about probably needs to drop his arm a little bit. However,
Bracewell delivers. Stokes goes back and defends.
There are 2 things that will bother Stokes. He likes to hit across the line. And Bracewell gets a lot of bounce, and that's what did him in the first innings. The other thing is Bracewell can just dump it in the footmarks.
And that is the longer boundary out to the Fox Road stand, mid-wicket. Stokes forward and defending. Conservative to start from the captain.
So it's an interesting battle. I just want to talk about Southey's wicket, actually. Just so important because he got dragged out of the attack. Bairstow made him look a little bit silly. They were hitting the ball better off him. Not just scoring off, but hitting the ball better off him.
Bracewell sends Stokes back, who takes one down to long on to get off the mark. From his 8th delivery. 95 for 4 now the score.
So our discussion in the box was, I think we did this off air, but Macca might have mentioned it on air as well. Do they bring Southey back on? Which is a ridiculous situation to be in, because of course you do. But him taking the wicket changes everything now. They can attack from the other ends. They don't have to overbolt Henry or Bolt.
Bracewell delivers. Bairstow sweeps and doesn't beat mid-wicket. For a moment I thought he snuck it through. Who is out there? End of the over.
Conway, wasn't it?
Conway, sorry, of course it is. Blundell, he's got the gloves on.
Yeah,
95 for 4 at the end of the over. Our coverage is for Virazine. The paint the professionals use. I've got Jared Kimber with me. We saw about 7 distinct passages of play yesterday where it kept moving on. That's kind of what England are relying upon here. It's been New Zealand's session so far taking 3 wickets. Pope, Root and Lees. They need a twist. Akin to what we saw yesterday.
I think the most annoying thing for England is, have we seen a wicket from inconsistent bounce? Perhaps Henry's wicket to Pope was off a crack, maybe. I don't know. But we haven't seen anything from inconsistent bounce, as Ben Stokes is currently not happy with. Is it the man in the yellow jacket?
If it is, that's ridiculous. It can't possibly be.
That was where Bairstow's man in the orange jacket was.
I'm sick of this behind the bowler arm nonsense. Southey's new over to Stokes, and by that I mean defended out to cover. I mean, there used to be a sight screen, then there were multiple sight screens, then there were entire bays taken out, and even after that they're still finding members of the general public who are miles away from behind the bowler's arm to pick on.
I would say in Stokes' case, because he's left-handed, the yellow jacket person, which wasn't bothering him, is okay if it bothers him. I don't know how Bairstow could even see it from that angle, being a right-hander.
2 slips here for Southey. Round the wicket. Delivers. Stokes dancing over the top of long off. Out towards the man in the jacket. All the way for 6. Wow. The captain's going to get the party started, bringing up the England 100. And just like we saw last week at Lord's, he will try and use his feet to the seam of New Zealand. Didn't get anywhere near the pitch of that to Southey. Effectively flat batted it into the members. Stokes on 7, Jared Kimber.
I like going for Southey because I think that's a good tactic. I like the way he's moving his feet though. He moved them in a way that you do to a spinner. Whereas at Lord's he was running. You can't keep your head still. He kept his head still there. Shot was what the shot was, but he nailed it.
198 to win. They're below that threshold too. Southey bowls and Stokes defends from the crease.
They know Southey wants to bowl shorter. Both of these guys have come down to wicket to him already. I think we will see more and more of that. But he only needs a couple more over Southey, because then they can start to rotate Henry and Bolt from that end as well.
So half an hour until tea. 44 and a half overs to go. So they'll get 7 or so of those in here. It'll be a long final session. Yeah, sort of back of a post-it note, they might be needing about 160 in the final session, something like that. Southey to Stokes, who's beaten outside the off stump. Southey likes to have a caught behind. That's really taken off near the shoulder of Stokes' bat. Michael Goff says not out. Tim Southey goes up to the captain Latham and says, I reckon that might have hit something. Latham says, no, we're not going to blow a review on something quite so speculative.
That was a magnificent ball. If you're at home and you've just heard the 6 and it deflates you or it changes your mood for a little bit, this ball was exactly the same thing.
Wobble seam,
back of a length, but just took, not only did it go away from Stokes from around the wicket, it took off, and Blundell took it well above his shoulder in the end. It was an absolute brute. I have no idea why Tim Southey thought Stokes was anywhere near it. But that's another question.
So encouraging for Southey in the book, in the game, bowling to the captain Stokes round the wicket. Stokes tries to leave, ends up playing on the bounce to Latham at second slip. Yet more encouragement.
So Southey's gone a little bit shorter because of what Stokes has done, which was Stokes' plan anyway, was to upset his length. Unfortunately, Southey seems to have found a length that's doing a lot all of a sudden. That last ball, I think that actually maybe kept a little bit low. We're just seeing
on Ultra Edge on the television on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. There was nothing on it, so that wasn't a little tiny feather on the glove that Southey might have detected.
Southey just wanted everyone to know it was a good ball, and good on him.
Last ball of this over. Plenty going on here at Trent Bridge. Sun's out. Bowls to Stokes, leaving alone outside the off stump. 28 overs gone. New Zealand need 6 wickets. England need 198 runs. Our coverage is for Razine, the paint the professionals use.
James Squire was many things. Londoner, highway robber, risk taker, rogue, lover, fighter, fugitive, convict, brewer, legend. He was many things, but he was never ordinary. James Squire, ordinary be damned.
England need to go at 4.5 runs and over from here to secure victory in the second test match. It'll take some chasing. Bracewell, 2 catching men, sweeping his Bairstow out behind square. There is a sweeper out there in front of the new stand. They get a single. But good signs for Bairstow that he's in the game and he loves facing off spin. Jared, you crunch these numbers all the time. That's his best matchup, as they say, against off spin.
Yeah, I mean, Bracewell's a different kind of off spinner because I think one of the reasons Bairstow likes it is it spins into his arc. That's not quite what will happen here.
Reverse sweeping over the top of backward point. A degree of risk involved with a fielder in that direction. But Stokes moves into double figures. He's going to try and put pressure on Bracewell. He's going to try and bat with authority through to tee. It's 106 for 4.
2 strong shots against Bracewell. They know he hasn't bowled much in his career. They know this is still a relatively new skill for him. Stokes got that well and truly high enough that it wasn't going to be caught.
Bracewell to Stokes, who gets forward and defends it. Good response from Bracewell, bit of extra air, only 53 mile an hour.
They can't allow Bracewell to go 3 runs and over. And that's roughly where he was before this over. They have to put more pressure on him.
So a long on and a long off back. Will Stokes take one of them on? Bracewell bowls reverse sweep again and 4 runs again. Only had 1 field and a beat. That of Devon Conway. He gave it everything diving to his right but couldn't take any pace off the ball. Stokes 2 boundaries with the reverse sweep in the space of a few deliveries. He's 15, England 110 for 4. The energy of this chase is changing just as it did at Headingley in 2019 when these two were together before lunch, Jared Kimber.
They're putting just having a look, they're putting someone out for the reverse sweep.
They have to.
I don't see why after the first one they couldn't have done that, unless they were thinking he'd get it top edge.
And they're keeping him 15 metres inside the rope just in case he does get a top edge. Bracewell, 2 left in the over, just making Stokes wait. Bowls here, Stokes gets forward and defends out towards extra cover. As you've pointed out a number of times on the coverage, the reverse sweep's a run-scoring option, but also it makes fielding teams change up. They can't leave that gap if you're going to play the shot.
Yeah, it means that he can now just push the ball on the offside, which is what he tried to do there, isn't it? And get a 1. Unfortunately for him, he found cover instead.
Southey in at catching cover. Last ball, going back is Stokes. Does he beat Bracewell? No, he doesn't. He does well to his left to complete another big over for England. They're 110 for 4. They need 189 further runs to win. Our coverage is for Razine, the paint the professionals use.
How many electricians does it take to install a light bulb? Just one. Envision Electrical Solutions. They're a switched-on electrical team providing high-quality, affordable electrical services in the home, office or workplace. From simple electrical jobs to installations in new homes and renovations, commercial or industrial jobs, and even security systems, alarms and cameras. Get switched on with Envision Electrical Solutions. To learn more, find Envision Electrical Solutions on Facebook or Instagram and see their great work for yourself.
We've got about 25 minutes until tea on the final day. And it looks like we'll reach that juncture with all results still on the table. You can't say that too often. With 14 of the 15 sessions played. Bairstow on 25, trying to keep the game moving. Facing Southey, just one slip. Bairstow cuts, Bairstow 4. Just past the gully region. Tom Latham didn't have a chance. Bairstow moving through the gears alongside his skipper. He's up to 29 from just 33 deliveries. And I mentioned it before, but it was Bairstow playing just like this at Headingley in 2019. Just when England looked gone, he came together with Stokes and gave them a little bit of belief. Very different game of cricket, but he's got form on this front. He struck 3 boundaries out of that 29. 2 out on the leg side for the short ball. Southey here to Bairstow over the wicket. Bairstow driving. Southey sticks out his left mitt and drags it in. No run.
That last shot, he's cutting that from not that wide. It's a very good shot. He's a brilliant cutter of the ball. Probably one of the last more true cutters that you'll find in cricket. I don't think they're going to be that upset with it. I know it goes for 4 and it upsets you in the moment. And there's a huge drag-on potential with that particular ball.
Yeah, well, this is it, isn't it? Bairstow drags on regularly. Southey to him here. Bairstow on leg stump, tucking it into the gap between deep backward square and fine leg. They'll have enough time to get through for a couple. Bracewell, the fielder, in that direction. The throw's wayward, but backed up by Conway. Bairstow into the 30s. 31 from 35. 116 for 4. 183 to go. And it feels like that 183 is still very much in play. There's a metric that Sky use on the host broadcast over here where it's either on the bottom of the screen on their bug, runs to win or wickets to win. And they've still got runs to win up on the screen. They haven't flicked the switch yet. Bit of cloud cover. Southey bowls. Bairstow hit on the pad but high up on the back pad, going comfortably over the top.
There's still enough for Southey. I mean, this over, he's milked him quite well. It was a good boundary, and then he flicked that ball on the leg side. But then you look at this ball just here. Again, wobble ball, comes back, and hits Bairstow right in the place. I'm so used to working on English radio, I forgot I'm on Australia and New Zealand, and we can actually...
You say whatever you want. Hit him in the knackers. Southey, slip gully, catch him mid-wicket, bowls to Bairstow, deflecting into the offside, no single.
But the point is, Bairstow scores 6 runs off the first couple of balls. Again, Southey looks out of it, and then suddenly the pitch just does a little. It's going to keep doing that.
Yeah.
England's going to need maybe a drop catch, maybe a missed run out, maybe a couple of each, because I think there will be regular chances made, and we know once we get past Folkes, it's an interesting line.
Tremendous atmosphere here at Trent Bridge. They made a good decision to let people in without paying today. They'd be triple the crowd of yesterday, nearly at capacity. Last ball of Southey's over to Bairstow on 31. Pushes out to mid-wicket, end of the over. No single there. Bairstow 31, Stokes 15. England 116 for 4 for Regime. The paint the professionals use.
G'day, it's Gazy here. Are you an Aussie maker or grower exporting Aussie product around the world? To succeed internationally, you need to be strategic, be agile, and be ready to work as a team to get the win. So, for your best shot when exporting overseas, join Team Australian Made. Make the Aussie connection instantly and clearly with the highly trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Apply now. Visit australianmade.com.au/export.
This pair put on 23 at 4.6 and over, which is exactly what England need to win from here. So it gives some sense of the importance of this union between the captain and the Yorkshireman. Bracewell round the wicket to Stokes, who gets forward and defends the first ball of the over. A long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square patrolling that rope. On the other side of the ground, deep backward point for the reverse sweep, about 15 yards in, and a long off. So 5 men back for Stokes. And just a slip in close. Bracewell delivers and Stokes pushes out to Southey at cover, no single.
Yeah, it's really interesting because, as I was saying before, didn't think he's perfectly set up to hit deep mid-wicket, which is where he wants to go. So he went, okay, I'm going to reverse him and change Bracewell's plan a little bit.
Ben Folkes talking to Brendan McCullum on the balcony. We can see it on the Chemist Warehouse screen. Bracewell bowls, and again, Stokes is happy to come well forward to those more flighted deliveries. He's not trying to do anything ostentatious when Bracewell gives it air. It's when he darts it in, he's looking to score. Bracewell's bowling his 5th over, none for 19 so far.
Well, he wants to sweep, and it's easier to sweep the ball when it's not flighted.
I'm going to give you one more stat before I jump off commentary, Jared, which I think you'll like. One we were reflecting on a couple of days ago. Bracewell bowls and Stokes pulls down the long on for a single. He's 16, 117 for 4. There have only been 5 test matches in England with more than 1,600 runs scored. And if we get to 239 in this innings, and we probably will, it'll be the second most runs ever scored in a test in England, overtaking England-India at Manchester in 1990, with only the extraordinary Leeds Test match of 1948 between Australia and England ahead with 17-23. They can't get there, but they can move in the second spot.
Was 1990, is that Gooch?
At Manchester, that was Lords. It's the Gooch summer, but I'm not sure how many he made at Manchester specifically. Bracewell bowls reverse sweep Bairstow this time, but it is out to a man in that area. They've worked out now they can't give either of these players the reverse sweep. Bolt does the fielding. Bairstow 32, 118 for 4, 181 left for England.
Yeah, I mean, with the players out, and Bracewell's occasionally going to bowl into the footmarks, and he's going to bowl some good deliveries. If he can keep it around 3.5 runs and over, it's a huge advantage to the seamers at the other end.
Bracewell to Stokes, goes back and pulls hard towards deep mid-wicket and into the stand on the bounce. I just lost track of that for a moment. I was looking towards deep mid-wicket. I thought he might be in play. Trent Bolt gets a 4 to finish the over. Stokes into the 20s. England 122 for 4, 177 left to win. We'll take a break. Henry Moran replacing me. Rosine, the paint the professionals use.
Mum, which came first, the fridge or free delivery?
Some might say the fridge came first, since you can't have free delivery without the fridge to deliver. Others might say free delivery was for fridges waiting to be delivered.
Now I'm confused.
I'm not. It's not hard, Lionel.
Buy a selected Electrolux or Westinghouse fridge right now at Bingley and get free delivery. Now I get it.
No, the customer gets it.
Free delivery on selected Electrolux and Westinghouse fridges at Bingley.
Australia family owned for 65 years.
Conditions apply.
Then you lucky things, what a game we have in front of us. 299 is the target, 122 for 4 is the England score. Black Caps need 6 wickets, England need 177. A ginger access of power is in the middle in the form of Ben Stokes and Johnny Bairstow, and alongside me, Craig McMillan is watching it all.
Oh, this is good, Henry. This is so good partnership already of 29. No surprise that Tom Latham, New Zealand captain, has gone to Trent Bolt, his best bowler. He says, break this partnership. I need Stokes or Bairstow from you. It'll be a short, sharp spell. Only 18 minutes before the tea break. So probably 2 overs from Bolt. Needs to pick up a wicket.
Trent Bolt round the wicket to Bairstow, who's down on one knee and swaying out of the way.
Well, we talked about earlier, didn't we, Henry, about what Ben Stokes we would see today. I thought it was rather subdued Ben Stokes to begin with. And then he just went wham bang, Tim Southey down the ground for 6. And then a couple of reverse sweeps and more controlled, you would say, this innings than what we saw in the first.
The first innings was a bit like your first night of a holiday, wasn't it? You get a bit overexcited and go a bit hard. And then today has been a bit more controlled. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, he's only going at an 83 strike rate, so yeah, that's probably fair.
Bolt's bowling. Oh, flying through a vacant second slip and picking up 4 runs is Johnny Bairstow. The ball just ballooned through that gap. And Mitchell could only watch it agonisingly out of his reach at first slip. It's an interesting looking cordon this. We've spoken about that big gap. And Johnny Bairstow, as he flashed at it, gets lucky.
I think the height might have been a factor, so even with a second slip, I'm not sure he would have been able to pull it in, but certainly created a little bit of enthusiasm for the New Zealand fielders there just for a second or so.
Come a little bit tighter now.
Yeah.
Here comes Bolts. Bairstow hits it away through the offside. Chance of 4 here. The ball's rushing across the outfield. Conway in pursuit will cut it off. Boos from the crowd. He's been a busy boy out there, Devon Conway. England need a further 171 to win. 6 wickets in hand.
was in the air for a while, wasn't it? He lost control of the bat, took the bottom hand off. So was never really in control of the shot, Bairstow, but managed to find the gap and pick up 2. I'll tell you what, the atmosphere around this ground has gone up a couple of notches, and you look around Trent Bridge now, very few empty seats. So people have probably heard that Stokes is in and come down from work late on a Tuesday afternoon.
Well, they've got the old rings of Saturn out to check if that ball is round. Well, I think they've decided it isn't, so we're going to get a replacement.
It's probably taken a little bit of punishment, hasn't it, from Stokes and Bairstow, so probably knocked it out of shape a touch, so New Zealand will get another one, and hopefully one that they're happy with and might aid with some movement, some swing.
A few statistics for you, Macca.
Go on.
23 teams have been set at least 239 to win at Trent Bridge. Bearing in mind England was set 299. So that's 60 runs greater than that initial bar. Of those 23 teams, 14 have lost and only 2 have won, 7 draws in there. So that I mean, history tells us it would be and we know it would be a record. It would surpass England against New Zealand here 18 years ago. But it is, the weight of history is a fairly accurate guide, isn't it, as to how big a mountain this is?
Normally I'd say yes, but this is just my personal view. I always feel that New Zealand are on the wrong side of these sorts of test matches. Think back to the tour of 2004, we lost 2 test matches in similar circumstances, England chasing at Lords and then chasing here at Trent Bridge. The first test at Lords in this tour, similar score around that 270, 280 mark. England chased it down. So they've done it a number of times, and New Zealand really haven't been on the right side of the ledger. So forgive me if I'm still just a little bit on the pessimistic side, just thinking that it's doable, especially with 2 players like Stokes and Bairstow. If they bat for an hour and a half, it's game over at the pace they score. So this is the game, this is the match right here and now. New Zealand can take one of them before tea, but you have to get these 2 guys out, otherwise England will win.
Best on strike. A newish ball, a fresh ball if you like. Sees first run scored off it into the leg side, just clipped away out to square leg. 1-2-9 for 4. And what they do is worth just explaining. When this ball is changed, the 4th umpire will come out with a collection of similarly aged balls in a briefcase, and they'll find one that is as close as possible to the same vintage and usage as the one that has gone out of shape. So it isn't a new ball per se, but as we've seen in this test match, it can look exactly the same in a similar age, but behave completely differently.
Yeah, they can. They can. 2 slips in play for Ben Stokes here for Trent Bolt. I like that.
Running in, Stokes pulls that round the corner. He's got a good piece of it, but there is a fielder protecting in the form of Conway at backward square leg. It was from Stokes, it was more of a paddle around the corner than a full-blooded pull.
Controlled pull shot, wasn't it? Wasn't trying to hit it for 4 or 6. It was just trying to get enough bat on it to maybe get 2. Found the fielder, Devon Conway. He's been busy in the field today, Conway, hasn't he? That side of the ground, he's been at 3rd man, he's been at point, deep mid-wicket. He's had a lot of running to do today.
Here comes Bolt. This is chopped away firmly out to Conway again. Sees the ball spin and bounce up onto his chest in the field, and the over comes to an end. Bolt's bowled 10, he's got 2 for 39. England require 168 more to win. New Zealand needs 6 further wickets. This is Test Match Cricket with SENZ, live from Trent Bridge.
Was your tax refund too small? Of course it was. They all have been. Hi, I'm Charlie, Australia's #1 truckies tax accountant and host of the Wake the Truck Up Tax podcast. I guarantee to find you expenses you haven't claimed and get you extra refunds from your lodged returns and a bigger refund this year. That's right, I guarantee it, or it's free. Call 1300 51151 to book your free review. Truckies Tax Accountants is owned by Better Tax Returns Proprietary Limited. Tax agent number 26101523.
Test cricket with Razeen, the paint the professionals use, live from Trent Bridge as we see Matt Henry back into the attack, and the man that has gone for just 1.89 and over from his 9 thus far in this innings. Has been called upon by Tom Latham to see if that economy can force a mistake and build that pressure on Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes. It's Bairstow on strike, 2 slips wait, and he's playing the ball defensively into the ground, and there is no run.
168 from 40 overs, Henry. And our mass is roughly 4 and over, give or take a few decimal points. So that's these two already in their partnership. It was riding up to 4.5 and over. Now it's down at 4s. You get the feeling if this partnership stays together, like I say, if these two bat for an hour, New Zealand are in big trouble.
Matt Henry runs in, played into the ground by Bairstow, into space for 1. And every run being applauded by a Trent Bridge crowd who, even 24 hours ago, many of them wouldn't have realised they were having a day at the test. It was announced pretty late yesterday that it would be free entry for whoever could make it down. The tickets were snapped up, as you'd expect, immediately.
You've got to say that 4 of the 5 days have pretty much been packed, almost close to a sellout. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday, yesterday, the 4th day, there was a few more seats available, but still a pretty good crowd for a working day. And then today, like I say, a lot of people have come in mid-afternoon to see the last rites of this test match, and now it's looking just as packed as what it did on day 1.
In comes Henry again. The left-handed Ben Stokes, who lets that fly on through to Blundell. The score remains at 132 for 4. I mean, it's what we want. We want full grounds. We want big final days like this.
Well, Test cricket is alive and well in England and has been for a number of years. It's perhaps some of the other countries around the world where it's perhaps not as strongly followed in terms of the crowds that some teams get, but it's the best format, without a doubt.
Matt Henry runs in and strikes Stokes with the pads. It looked to me like it pitched outside the line of leg stump. They are keen on it though, and there is a little conversation as to whether to review it.
Got 3, got to use one on Ben Stokes. Have to, don't you? Maybe not.
Well, Tom Latham is looking around for advice, and he's gone for it.
He is, only because it's Ben Stokes.
Right then, let's see what our Chemist Warehouse replay screen tells us. My instinct is that pitched outside the line of leg.
Yes.
And the replay first up won't tell us conclusively, but I fancy that's a stinker.
Matt Henry, give yourself an uppercut. I think it's going to be a foot outside leg by the time we actually see. We're just getting a few different looks, but we actually haven't. There we go.
There we go.
Ball trackers up.
Pitching outside leg. Not by much.
Okay, yeah. By a ball and a half, probably, but wasn't as bad as perhaps. Bowlers, you shouldn't listen to bowlers. They've got no idea. They think everything's pitched in line, everything's out. He's trying to explain himself to Wagner now. Matt Henry. Look good. I thought it pitched in line. Worth a go. New Zealand go from 3 reviews down to 2.
How crucial could that be? Let's find out. Every ball of this game will be with you on SENZ. In comes Henry bowling. Worked away. Square on the leg side by Bairstow for 1. As I say, every single run is being greeted fervently by this crowd.
He looks in good touch now, Johnny Bairstow. I think height might have been an issue as well, and the fact it was probably missing leg stump. Matt Henry's case pleaded it. Tom Latham was asking, someone going to tell me whether we should or we shouldn't? Oh, let's have a crack. Wasted.
Stokes on 21. The England captain dances down the track and clubs it down the ground. 4 runs from the bat of Ben Stokes. The crowd love it. And that ball nestles against the sponge, having been brutally assaulted by the blade of Ben Stokes. 138 for 4. This This is Test Match Cricket, live on SENZ with Rosine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice.
Introducing the Wheels Car of the Year, the fully electric Kia EV6. Leading the charge with over 500 kilometres of driving range, newfound levels of technology, performance, build quality, refinement and luxury. The judges were unanimous. The Kia EV6, Wheels Car of the Year. To find out more, visit kia.com.au.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Comes Trent Bolt then. Johnny Bairstow on 42 has seen something in the distance he doesn't like. I'm telling you exactly what it is. It's a bloke in a fluorescent jacket who's riding his eye line.
Yeah, but he's at mid-on. He's at a wide mid-on. How's Johnny seen him? Because look at where Trent Bolt's coming in from. Really?
Well, I'm guessing that's what it is.
Bolt's not happy. Bowlers hate that.
This game, according to WinViz, I'll give you more in a moment. Bairstow waiting and defending, wants a single into the offside. Now, have to be pretty sharp and a good piece of running actually, because Will Young had to go across the ball, pick it up in his right hand and couldn't quite get there. 139 for 4. WinViz tells us England 30%, New Zealand 39%. 29%, forgive me.
Oh, I think it's more heavily weighted towards England at this stage. 6 wickets to score 160 runs. Good surface, it's not really doing too much. You're going to have an old ball throughout that period of time.
But don't forget, 4 of those wickets are Potts, Leach, Broad and Anderson.
Yeah.
Trent Bolt at the far end of the ground is just relaying some instructions, seeing a shift in the field, which will mean Latham comes out of the slip cordon, which again has reverted to this
risky
wide gap, and instead he's going into the covers.
If Stokes nicks one through second slip here, Henry, you've got to attack. You've got to attack here.
Stokes drives down the ground. Doesn't really time it. It'll be stopped at mid-on.
Bolt's come back to get a wicket. So you've got to have 2 and 1. You can't have a cover. If he wants to hit it through cover, fair play. But you've almost got to be prepared to spend 20 runs for that 1 wicket. If he nicks one through that slip cordon, because Daryl Mitchell's now at 1.5 slip, so if it either goes to second or even first, it won't go to the guy in that slip cordon. I'll be so angry. I'll be so disappointed. You brought your best bowler back to get a wicket. Give him some...
Bolt bowls, swaying out the way as Stokes.
You've got to give him the fielders that are going to help him get that, pick up that wicket. Not bringing him back to bowl dots, so having someone that covers sort of irrelevant. It just worries me. You know, why is Trent Bolt back in the attack? To pick up a wicket, break this partnership. How's he going to do that? Generally, he nicks guys off, especially left-handers. So he's only got 1 wide slip in a gully. Still a little bit of movement with this ball. Is he more likely to hit it to cover or nick it off to second slip in the air?
Bolt runs in over the wicket. Stokes defends into the offside, out towards cover. And you want him to be driving out into that vacant gap, because that's where you're going to find your nick.
Correct. If you really wanted to, bring mid-wicket across to cover and put cover into second slip. If you want protection at cover and you want to throw it out there so he drives, okay, do that. There's no need for a mid-wicket. You've got a guy at deep backward square anyway, you've got protection out there. But you need another catcher, because you're only going to get 1 or 2 chances with Ben Stokes, 1 or 2 opportunities. You can't afford to have them fall away from fielders.
Bolt in. Stokes sees a very full ball defended off his toes. New Zealand listeners, don't forget you can text us on 8833. Tell us who you are, where you're listening from, where you're following all this action that we're bringing you with Rosine, the paint the professionals use. It is thrilling at Trent Bridge, and such a privilege to be bringing it to you. This will probably be the last ball before tea. What time is it? 39 past. It looks like Trent Bolt is ensuring it's going to be the last ball before tea. Little.
Oh, now there's going to be a conference at the end.
Yes, it's bowling by committee this though.
There's going to be 4 of them. Tim Southey's got a few opinions. The captain's in there as well, Tom Latham. Yeah, Wagner wandered across for a little bit of a listen. put a second slip in. Don't let him nick the last ball before tee through there for 4.
So the mid-wicket has moved across to cover, and that second slip is back in. Hallelujah.
Better field, even if it is just for 1 ball, Henry.
Yeah, you know, it could be the 1 ball that wins the game for New Zealand. Trent Bolt, the final ball before tee, runs in towards us with Ben Stokes on strike. He lets it go, flying through to the gloves of Blundell, and that will be tee. Umpire Goff removes the bails at the far end, and we have 1 session left of this helter-skelter thriller of a test match on SENZ. With Rosine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice, we have been bringing you every shade of test cricket here. It has been thrilling, it has ebbed, it has flowed, and still, with 1 session remaining, Macca, we do not know the outcome.
We don't. It's anybody's game, isn't it? 160 off 38 overs left in this match to decide a winner. So the required rate's only 4.21, which is fine. On this quick outfield, this good surface, I think England will be more than happy with where they're at. 1 session of good batting gets them home. New Zealand, they'll be saying we're 2 wickets away from winning this test match. The 2 that are in, Stokes and Bairstow, they're the key. New Zealand bowlers have done a good job on that session. Trent Bolt's been outstanding. He's got some more overs he's going to have to get through. It's a heavy workload, but when you're pushing for a test victory, sometimes you have to bowl a few more overs than what you normally would. So game in the balance, set up for a great final session.
Right then, grab yourselves a cup of something, tea, coffee, something stronger, whatever you might be doing listening to us overnight. We're live from Trent Bridge with SENZ. It is test match cricket. We're set for a thriller. England need 160. The Black Caps need 6 wickets. We've got 1 session left with Rosine, the paint the professionals use.
When you're a builder, demolisher, sparky or plumber, like me, you often end up with loads of scrap metal. Take it to Top Dollar Metal Recyclers. They pay for every kilo, every time, at a fair price. Their weighbridge is trade certified, and you'll be in and out in 10 minutes, with payment made that day. Trust me, every kilo, every time, at a fair price. Top Dollar Metal Recyclers. Visit topdollar.com.au.
We buy stock that you can't move. BuyMyStock.com.au.
If your business has stock that you just can't move, you need BuyMyStock.com.au. They're stock clearing experts and can turn your unwanted stock into cash. Big or small, they'll clear it all. Make your unwanted stock problems go away. Visit BuyMyStock.com.au today. BuyMyStock.com.au.
We buy stock that you can't move. BuyMyStock.com.au.
What's your game day routine? Ours is simple. Get to the game early, enjoy the big event, plan your route out of the stadium. And it's all capped off after full time with a run through the Macca's drive-thru for a full-on feed. We're talking our favourite McNuggets, cheeseburgers, Big Macs and more. And if your team won, it's only fair you shout the feast. The Macca's drive-thru after the footy. I'm loving it.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Right now, you can score yourself a bonus Makita LXT 18-volt blower free when you buy a selected Makita LXT 18-volt chainsaw kit. Hurry, limited time only. Offer via online redemption. Visit Makita.com.au for details. Makita, rule the outdoors.
Never before in business history has the combination of hygiene, cleaning and recycling been more important. COVID changed everything and businesses need to trust their cleaning suppliers more than ever. So place your trust in Icon Services Australia, a market leader for commercial cleaning, hygiene and recycling services. Naming rights sponsor of Icon Park, the home of Carlton Football Club and AFLW. For a complete integrated solution for commercial cleaning and more, get Icon Services Australia into your business. iconservices.com.au.
On the field or organising behind the scenes, you can rely on Victor Sports Club supplies.
Victor are proud partners of Australia's most well-known teams, including the Roosters, Dragons, New South Wales Swifts, Sharks, Illawarra Hawks, Sydney Kings, Wallabies and Opals. With everything from sports rubs and sprays through to first aid and trainers gear, Victor help keep your team performing where it matters most. Sign up your club today to access fantastic benefits. Check victorsports.com.au.
The pursuit of adventure begins at Harley Heaven with a ride on a Harley Davidson. And with new motorcycles becoming harder to get, they've got stock. We have Sydney's largest range of new and used Harley-Davidson motorcycles ready for immediate delivery. With great in-house finance and insurance offers, we can have approved customers out on their dream Harley-Davidson motorcycle this week. Start your search now at your local Harley Heaven, City, Tempe and Blacktown. Find more details at harleyheaven.com.au.
So the garden tap connects to the tap adapter. The tap adapter connects to the tap timer. The tap timer connects to the hose connector. The hose connector connects to the Pope hose. The Pope hose connects to a sprinkler. Keeping your garden green is easy with Pope's PermaFit Connection no-leak garden hoses.
And that's how your garden grows.
Make the connection with Pope Garden Watering Systems. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
It's the Titan! It's a movie script!
That is Test cricket at its finest.
Live from Trent Bridge, the second Test, England versus New Zealand on SEN Test Cricket.
Bolt starts a new over. Pope cuts for 4.
It's a little down cut. It's more of a guide, really. It's such a Joe Root shot, this. He gets in between third slip and gully, and he's always looking for it.
Henry bowls to Pope.
Edged and gone! Matt Henry, just when they needed him to step up, finds the edge of Pope, who made a ton the first time around. Caught behind by Blundell for 18 this time around. England 53 for 2 and this game changes over after over, Jeremy Coney.
Well done, Matt Henry.
Bolt delivers, Root.
Caught and bowled! Leading edge! Root's gone for 3! Trent Bolt does it again. He is having quite the test match. England 56 for 3, and forget about the chase, at least for now. It's New Zealand with 7 wickets to win.
Bolt driven nicely by Bairstow for 4. Threads the needle between the two fielders in the covers and picks up a boundary, greeted to rapturous applause by the England supporters. 64 for 3. Here comes Henry, full delivery, dug out, down the ground it goes, could be 4 runs, it's running away, fielder in pursuit won't get there. Alex Lee's just jamming down on it.
Delivers.
Stokes dancing over the top of long off, out towards the man in the jacket, all the way for 6. Wow. The captain's going to get the party started, bringing up the England 100.
Great swell to Stokes. Goes back and pulls hard towards deep mid-wicket. And into the stand. On the bounce. I just lost track of that for a moment. I was looking towards deep mid-wicket. I thought he might be in play, Trent Bolt. Gets it 4 to finish the over.
Bolt bowling. Oh, flying through a vacant second slip and picking up 4 runs is Johnny Bairstow. The ball just ballooned through that gap. And Mitchell could only watch it agonisingly out of his reach at first slip.
The highlights there from the second session of the final day of this test between England and New Zealand, live from Trent Bridge. This is the tea break on SENZ Test Cricket, right across the SEN network. Socceroos coach Graham Arnold joined esteemed broadcaster Gerard Whateley shortly after Australia qualified for a 5th successive Football World Cup.
It was vindication for Arnold in every imaginable way, and one imagines it will lead to a generation of dancing Australian goalkeepers. In his second term as Australian coach, Graham Arnold finally has his moment, and he owns it. He owns it in every imaginable way, and he is with me on the line right now. Graham Arnold, congratulations and welcome.
Thank you.
Got to have nerves of steel, Graham, for these moments.
Yeah, look, it's always, coaching's always about taking risks. And, at the end of the day, I, obviously took a couple of risks during this campaign, and some didn't work, but some do. And I'm just so proud of the players and so grateful to the staff that have been through a hell of a lot over the last 18 months. And to to achieve this is really, really special.
So how calculated was the risk with your goalkeeper, Andrew Redmayne?
No, look, it was... I planned it, a few weeks ago that, it's more about the mental side of it, the mental aspect, They probably would have looked at Matty Ryan before and what he does in penalties. They would never have seen Andrew Redmayne before. And, and at the same time, but, when I made this substitution of bringing Andrew Redmayne on, they probably thought, asked themselves why. And, so... the one that they missed and the other one that hit the post, it probably made them, the penalty takers try to hit the ball even harder or even closer to the post to, knowing that he was taller than Matty and for that reason, that's why I did it.
Graham, what was Matt Ryan's buy-in to the overall plan?
He didn't know about it till his number went up, but fantastic. He understands that why we're doing this together and why we're a family, the Socceroo family. We're all a team. Everyone has a role to play. And, of course, I think he was a little bit surprised, but he took it very, very well as a captain should. And share with us, Graham, your connection with Andrew. As we're all on a crash course. We've seen those. There's that one A-League grand final. We're all learning about Andrew Redmayne this morning. Your connection to him? Look, it's, I've got a wonderful connection with a lot of the players and the coaches, the Mariners and Sydney FC. And Andrew was, Matty Ryan was at Central Coast Mariners with me, but Andrew Redmayne, I've always seen him as a great penalty saver. It's just his mobility, and he's prepared to do crazy things in front of millions of people. So, he was. I had that connection with him at Sydney FC, and I have a lot of belief and trust in Andrew, and so it's a special moment for him.
You've had a couple of hours to let it settle in, Graham. I'm sure it's been a whirlwind. What do you make of it? What is your level of satisfaction in what you've been able to achieve with the team?
Oh, mate, look, it really hasn't settled in yet. But I'm just so proud of the players, because, as I said, they've been through so many things and there's so many sacrifices the staff have made, having to stay away during COVID to get this World Cup campaign started and done. It's been incredible, but as I said, it hasn't settled in yet or set in yet. I'm still probably in shock a little bit, but when I plan for things, it's in my brain and I plan it and I stick by those plans because it was a gut feeling to bring Andrew on and the reason brought Craig Goodwin on because we know he's a good penalty taker as well, and it was a perfect time.
Is it the best achievement of your career, Graham, for all that you've done and your A-League successes and your second time through the national job? Is this the pinnacle for you?
Oh, look, mate, it's the pinnacle will be when we go to the World Cup and win some games because, the Socceroos have only ever won 2 games in the World Cup in the history of football. So, this is just a great time to celebrate the Socceroos. Next week, it's a 100-year anniversary of the Socceroos. And, for us to do this at this moment in time is pretty special.
Just as we finish, Graham, what are the coaches' nerves like during a penalty shootout? You'd never get used to it, would you?
Oh, mate, I'll be honest with you, I didn't watch one. I went and sat on the bench and everyone was in front of me. I didn't watch one. It's just, it's crazy that, I can say it like this, what a sliding doors moment it is, that, you're one penalty away from, tomorrow being unemployed. And one penalty away from now going to a World Cup and having a job for another 6 months. So, that's how crazy coaching is and football and sport.
Have you been able to share it yet with a phone call home?
Oh, yeah. My wife, obviously, in tears. My family, kids, in tears. They feel it much more than I do. and my brother. So, just a short conversation because, we're having a bit of a celebration here, and then I'll come home tomorrow night and look forward to getting back to Sydney.
Yeah, I bet you will. Graham, you're the toast of a nation right now, so congratulations, well done.
Yeah, but I do know that changes very quickly.
Yes, you're experienced enough to know that. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Graham Arnold, who masterminded it. Matt Ryan didn't even know. So those two scenarios, and this is why I think for an Australian national coach, I can't think of another one for the time being. Maybe Crash will. Maybe you've got one. But if Redmayne makes a hash of that shootout, his Wiggles routine pilloried around the nation, and Arnold, you heard him say it there, he would have been run out of the job on the pointy end of pitchforks. And instead there, Redmayne is launching to his right, saving that sixth penalty, and it's vindication in every imaginable way for Arnold in his second time through the job, and maybe we'll see a generation of dancing Australian goalkeepers.
Graham Arnold there. A reminder to our SENZ listeners, you can catch SENZ's call of the All Whites versus Costa Rica, the World Cup qualifier, at 6 a.m. New Zealand time, right across the SENZ network and on the SEN app. This has been the tea break on SENZ Test Cricket. Play to resume shortly, live from Trent Bridge.
Here's your tasting notes on Prince Wine Store Sydney. Not a supermarket, discount chain, lowest common denominator liquor outlet. Hints of mastery with a steel-eyed focus on selling just one thing: wine. Voted as one of the world's top 10 iconic wine stores by Wine Enthusiast magazine. Prince Wine Store is bringing Sydney the greatest wine in the world. Corner of Hansard Street and Dunning Avenue, Zetland. Delivering Australia-wide. princewinestore.com.au.
Pathosans is a division of spraying systems, and its range of eco-friendly HOCl cleaning products provide protection against harmful viruses and bacteria, including COVID-19. HOCl products contain no corrosive chemicals, leaving no nasty toxic residues behind. Pathosans systems are perfect for a range of industries, including manufacturing, food production, hospitality and healthcare. Pathosans, 99.9% effective, 0% hazardous and 100% worth it. Visit pathosans.com.au today.
If you have scrap metal to sell and you want top dollar for it, well, the answer is simple. Top Dollar Metal Recyclers, for more than 20 years now, has been paying for every kilo, every time, at a fair price. They're weighbridge equipped, and they'll have you in and out in 10 minutes with a same-day payment. Every kilo, every time, at a fair price. For over 20 years. Top Dollar Metal Recyclers. Visit topdollar.com.au.
Well, Fletcher, you call yourself a detective, very inquisitive, and you like to learn things. Well, Charlie, a Truckies and Tradies tax expert and owner of Truckies Tax Accountants and Tradies Tax Accountants, he's on the line. Hit him with something.
Well, I want to know, Charlie, how do I get retrospectively my tax back a couple of years ago? How's that all work?
Thanks, lads. Okay, the ATO allow you to fix up your tax returns by amending tax returns within 2 years of when you got your refund. Most people in Australia, and I mean the vast majority, have had their tax returns trucked up by people who are poorly trained and tax preparers. We basically redo your tax returns. If you're meant to get 12,000 but you've got 2, we get you the extra 10. It's that easy. Call 132-861 if you want to find out from the ATO if it's true. Over to you, Joel.
Thank you very much, Charlie. 1300 51151 is the way to do that. Or you can book online at truckiestaxaccountants.com.au.
Thinking of building your dream home? To celebrate the end of financial year, McDonald Jones are offering $50,000 off all new homes. That's right, $50,000 off every single and 2-story home. Plus, for extra peace of mind, lock in today's price with their 12-month fixed price guarantee. But hurry, this offer is limited. Get your dream home started today. Head to a display home or visit mcdonaldjoneshomes.com.au. Conditions apply.
Basketball fans, the Sporting Globe has you covered for this year's NBA Finals. Catch every minute of the action live and loud while you enjoy their limited time menu, including the triple double burger, triple the meat, double the cheese, all the glory. The NBA Finals are here. Only 2 teams remain. Who will be crowned champion? Catch the finals live and loud at your home of sports. The Sporting Globe. Download the app, book ahead. It's more than a sports bar, it's the Sporting Globe.
There's claims out there about every golf ball on the shelf. So we won't claim that TaylorMade's TP5 is the number 1 golf ball, because the TP5 beats it. Used by leading players like Rory McIlroy, Dustin Johnson and more, the TP5 features 5-layer technology for better distance, feel and spin. Don't use the number 1 golf ball. Tee off with the ball that beats it. Find the TaylorMade TP5 golf ball at houseofgolf.com.au.
It's the taken! It's a movie script!
That is Test cricket at its finest.
Live from Trent Bridge, the second Test, England versus New Zealand on SEN Test Cricket.
Come back to SEN Test Cricket in association with Resine, the Paints Kiwis Trust. And we're about to start the 15th and final session of this mammoth match. With England on 139 for 4, the Kiwis need just 6 more wickets to win. Bairstow has 43, Stokes 25, and it's going to be Matt Henry with ball in hand for the first ball after tee. And Bairstow ducks out of the way of a short ball. We've got an intriguing looking field here. The ball is 34 overs old, so we're starting now to see funky fields. We've got like a fly slip, a very fine deep third. We've got a gully. We've got a backward point, deep backward point, all the way on the boundary. A wide mid-off, almost extra cover. That's not Neil Wagner. Mitchell's at square leg, just in front of square. He has to be just in front of square because there's a just backward of square leg, who's 2/3 of the way back, but actually not walking in as the bowler bowls. Henry in short, pulled round the corner by Bairstow for 4. Just past that fielder. Tim Southey down there, who's in a very intriguing position. Bairstow did get on top of that. He hit it pretty much into the ground. But Southey is placed with hands on knees at this backward square leg, who is 25 yards maybe in from the boundary and about 10 yards behind square. And then there's a long leg and a deep square leg in front of square and a mid-wicket. So what have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the leg side. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the offside. And not very many people are saving 1, but then I don't know how many ones there are going to be if Henry's going to bang it in every ball. 143 for 4. Here's Henry, bowls to Bairstow, pulls again. He's going to get it out to the boundary again. 2 terrific shots from Bairstow, but what are we witnessing here? On the long side, former New Zealand captain Jeremy Coney as Johnny Bairstow punches gloves with the England captain Ben Stokes and raises his back to the air because those 2 4s have brought up his half century. 51 from 51 balls. And I'm not quite sure. I get the thinking, but you've got to be much more precise with a short ball, haven't you, if you're going to be doing that?
Yeah, look, for a start, the first thing is 2 good strokes from Johnny Bairstow to start this last session of the match. I don't like the idea of Henry doing this. He doesn't do it in New Zealand at all.
Henry's going round the wicket and Bairstow smashes this in front of square, but there is that man who's just in front of square, deep on the leg side boundary. He can move to his right, his left, I beg your pardon, to field, and he keeps it to 1.
New Zealand are therefore asking him to do something he doesn't normally do. It's not getting up high enough. He's got to hit the pitch harder than that. At the moment, that's just above sort of the midriff, if you like. And that's a comfortable pull shot rather than a hook shot. It's got to be up around the shoulders and even high, around the badge of the helmet. That's where it's got to be if it's going to be dangerous. And that's the sort of bowler you need for this type of tactic, if you like, with these men positioned for a catch. So it's not going to work, I don't think, if it doesn't get up further than that.
Now for Stokes, the left-hander, it's a different field. 2 slips are in, they're quite wide. They're just sort of almost third and fourth slip. Deep backward square, or long lane in a deep backward square. Henry's in, bowls short, and that's just dabbed down through backward point by Stokes. It's running away towards the boundary. It's going to be another boundary. Well. There is a deep point who had to make a lot of ground to his right, and he couldn't catch up with the ball. It wasn't a great delivery in truth. It was too short, gave Stokes way too much width and way too much time, and all he had to do was angle his bat, place the bat on the ball, and guide it to precisely wherever he wanted it.
Easy stroke, wasn't it?
England are over halfway, 152 for 4.
Got to bring the batsman forward here at this stage. He's caught halfway in between.
Last ball of the over is full, driven by Stokes up to mid-off. Bairstow wanted a run. He's been sent back by Stokes. Well, what an incendiary first over after tea. 13 runs coming from it. England 152 for 4.
Origin comes alive at SEN's official sports bar, the Sporting Globe Bar and Grill, as the Maroons and the Blues do battle. You can tackle the menu with these great rivalries: wings or parma, ribs or steak, schooner or pint. Taste the lineup to feed your hunger. Catch every minute of the Origin action live and loud. Book your table to avoid disappointment. The Sporting Globe Bar and Grill, SEN's state of origin destination. It's more than a sports bar, it's the Sporting Globe.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SENZ with Razine, made in New Zealand for New Zealand conditions. Trent Boult is going to resume after tea. Boult's going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting. We've had 35 overs in England's innings, and 22 of them have been bowled by Henry and Boult. That's in part because Southey looks a little out of sorts. There's no Kyle Jamieson. There's not a lot of faith, clearly, in Daryl Mitchell. And they're not trying spin straight after tea.
No, it leaves a heavy workload for those 2 first men that you talked about. And, you know, there's been a heavy workload in the first innings. 32 or 33 overs from Boult and about 27 or 28 for Henry. So to ask him to come in straight away and pitch the ball and whack it in short to try and get it up to a batsman's head at some decent pace and create a mistake, it's quite a big question to ask, actually. Quite a big question to ask. It's almost identifying, you know, we've made a mistake not to pick Wagner.
Yeah, with Boult in the attack, I'll give you his field after this ball. Bairstow's facing up, and he drives back to the bowler. There's no runs. This is a bit more conventional. There are 3 in the cordon, the slip cordon. One's definitely a gully. The other one of the others actually looks quite gullyish. Almost like 2 gullies and a second slip. A deep backward point, short extra. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and I'm presuming a long leg. Away
it's a 6-3 field. Yep, so it's set for just an angle going across the right-handed brace while bringing the 3 slips into play.
Boult in, cut by Bairstow. Savagely down to backward point, but there is a man out there. Conway at deep backward point does the fielding.
And that's the key position for him. That's his out, if you like, in terms of a place where I can bowl, and it's only going to be a single rather than the boundary. He's got to get it very fine, and then then the cordon come into play, of course. Fine, if it beats the cordon, it'll go for a boundary, or perhaps, you know, in front of square there might be another one if he hits it really well. But otherwise, that chap Conway will mop it up, I think, quite often. And he was busy last session, wasn't he?
He really was.
Yeah.
Yes. He's a nimble chap, though, Conway. An uncomplaining kind of fellow. Boult is in. Stokes gets one, lifts on him, and he just turns it into the onside. I wonder what bat there was on that. Was there a glove, or was there bat? It must have been a bit of glove. The figure went so softly and in the air, and he gets a single as it went into the onside, and Wagner had to trot round to do the fielding. 154 for 4, Bairstow 53, Stokes 30. A really thrilling session of Test cricket is in prospect. I half wonder if New Zealand's chances are enhanced if Bairstow and Stokes can bat together for a bit.
To force them to keep going and keep going and keep going, because they're close enough.
Yeah, because their tail is so poor, they might shut up shop earlier than you'd think. This has been whacked back over the bowler's head. An extraordinary shot from Bairstow, and it's gone all the way for 6. That was just a flat-footed biff over long off. He didn't move a foot. He just moved his hands and he moved his bat. You take a look at that in the Chemist Warehouse replay, and really it's just a little transference of weight and then a thudding, savage wallop over long off for six.
Good stroke, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just sat up a wee bit on that angle. He didn't cut it at this time.
He's playing in one-day mode here.
Yes,
He's got to be careful. They need to get him out, I think. Bolt in. That's full toss. It's been spooned into the covers for a single. I say they need to get him out. I'm talking against myself. Well, the kind of need, I think, from England here is they could do with England scoring another 50-odd runs. Needing sort of 85.
Yep, they don't need it scored 50 runs off 3 or 4 overs.
Not off 3 or 4 overs, no.
So the best thing really is to provide a variety of options for the batsmen so that they have to, just wait a little bit longer. And I think young Bracewell is the man to choose and just try a couple of overs. That's all it is.
Bolt into Stokes. Stokes cuts us quite deliberately between second sip and gully for 4. What a shot that was. It's absolutely fraught with risk. It's an insane shot in actual fact. It's just like a late dab, but it completes the over. England at the end of it, 165 for 4.
SBS Fence and Toilet Hire. Temporary, portable, whatever you require.
When it comes to temporary fencing and portable toilets, go straight to SBS Fence and Toilet Hire. Here the name says it all, but that's what we do, and we do it well. Large or small, SBS can help make it safe, secure and sanitary. Short-term, long-term servicing and cleaning, whatever you require, SBS Fence and Toilet Hire.
SBS Fence and Toilet Hire. Temporary, portable, whatever you require.
sbsfence.com.au.
Welcome back. Thrilling Test cricket from Trent Bridge in association with Resine, the Paints Kiwis Trust. We've Jeremy Coney alongside me. What is it, 26?
26 runs of 2 overs.
The first 2 overs. 134 for England to win, 6 wickets for New Zealand to level the series. Henry comes round the wicket to Bairstow. Bowls short. Bairstow's gone after it. He's hit it into the stand for 6. Short. Paulley's gone underneath it. Umpire Paul Rifle raises his hands, and this is an extraordinary display of batting straight after tea. England have come out of the traps very, very quickly indeed. 32 runs in 13 balls. It looks to me fraught with danger, but what do I know? I'm a 53-year-old man and nobody used to play cricket like this when I was young.
Look at the height it comes to. It kind of is a little bit higher, but certainly you're quite right. Bairstow's able to get still underneath that and deliberately hit it up for 6. Just not quite quick enough and not quite high enough.
Henry into him, short again, and he swings and misses this one. That's a little slower perhaps. It went through low to Blundell, who's asking, did anyone hear an edge? No one did. Enjoying your orange?
Yes, I am. I haven't had a piece of fruit today.
No, and you do like your fruit.
I do.
I've seen your stacked porridge. Wow.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. You basically use your
My
porridge.
body is a temple.
It is a temple.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like those ones in Agrigento in Sicily. Henry bowls short, top edge, goes over the keeper's head for 4. See, this is the risk. Runs will come quickly, but you just wonder how sustainable this approach is from England and from New Zealand.
No.
Something's got to crack at some point.
No. They just may as well go back to the things that they know, and the things that Henry knows is to pitch on off stump and nibble it round a little bit.
I think that might have come off the badge of his helmet. Just having a look on Chemist Warehouse replay screen here. Has he got any bat on that? I'm not sure. He did get a top edge on it. It's flown off his helmet. No one's come out to see him. He's not getting any concussion protocol. So, leg buys, 1 for the over. It flew off the helmet and down to the boundary. Henry round the wicket to Bairstow. Short. He's gone again. He's gone into the stand again. Good grief. This is mayhem and madness at Trent Bridge. What are we witnessing? 41 runs have come in 2.4 overs in a test match in a run chase of 299. Ben Stokes said they'd go for it. He said before play, whatever they're set, they'll go for. Well, they're going for it. There's no doubt about it. Bairstow to 72 off 60 balls.
Well, I think the only thing I think I would say to the bowler at this stage is, You've got to change the length, don't you? And you've got to change the pace at which you bowl. You can't keep just bowling at a similar speed when you're being hit out of the ground all the time. I just feel it's got to change. They've got to change the whole thing up a bit. Forget this. This is not Henry's style.
Well, Latham's coming to have a chat, isn't he? Wagner's getting involved. And here we go. Square leg has moved from the boundary. And now the umpire is going to move, because the umpire was at point before. I think for safety reasons, actually, because the ball was going to be whistling towards him at great speed. And now we've got a very different looking field. We've got a long leg, a deep square leg, a mid-wicket saving one.
At least it's a policy, to rearrange your 9 fielders in a different kind of organisation that Henry is more comfortable with. It gives him a better chance to bowl in the normal way that he does. I've never seen him bowl like that before.
The issue for New Zealand is they've got to get a wicket quite soon, I think, now, because the required asking rate is down well below 4 as a result of this chaotic mayhem. Henry is into Bairstow, dabs into the onside, much to the warm applause of the crowd, who, whilst thoroughly enjoying seeing the ball fly to all parts, are definitely slightly anxious and nervous about what's going on at the moment.
They might be fearful for themselves.
They might well. Anybody in that new stand
disappearing.
The giant dugout, they will be. It's absolutely extraordinary. The first 3 overs after tea, 42 runs in 2.5 overs. Slip and a gully in place. Henry delivers the last ball of the over, and has he got an inside edge on that? I wonder. Blundell diving to his left, can he parry the ball? Bye has been signalled. So at the end of a breathless over, England 182 for 4.
$100 just for switching your internet provider? 8. Switch your internet to Mate and enter the promo code MATE100 on sign up to get $100 credit on your account once connected. You heard right. Get $100 credit just for switching and connecting internet with Mate. Be quick, limited time offer. Visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online.
Credit applied 28 days after activation. Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SENZ in association with Resine, the Pates Kiwis Trust. And players have been out there now for 16 minutes since the tea break. Have barely had to run because they've been smashing the ball into the stands. But my word, they're thirsty. And drinks have been brought out. They look exhausted after all the doing of next to nothing other than whacking the ball into the ground.
What's the collective noun for a lot of bats? Like a parliament
of parliament. Yeah, I don't know, a barn.
No, a parliament of
owls. Owls.
Okay.
And a murder of ravens.
Ravens
or crows?
Crows.
Murder of crows.
Yes.
Yes, I do like that one. There are some great compound.
There are.
What do you call it? Nouns out there. Adjectives.
So anyway, lots of bats were taken out and they've been returned. Nothing has been changed.
Do you think?
Now Bolt.
It's the change of weight of bat, perhaps. I mean, do batters these days have a kind of short? Someone's going to bowl short at me. I need a lighter wand.
Well, they might.
Bolt's coming round the wicket to Bairstow. First ball of a new over, and he clubs it out to deep mid wicket. It's another 6. How many 6s have we had since tea? We've had. This is just preposterous batting from Bairstow. We've had 49 runs in 17 minutes. I don't think I've ever done a 20-minute commentary strip with 49 runs in it. I'm not sure I've done one in a one-day game.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Norcross is perspiring heavily.
I am perspiring heavily. Yeah. They need to sing for my supper. It was short and it was clubbed, bludgeoned. A lot of forearm. Bairstow to 78. Bolt into him and he drives back to the bowl at half time and there's no run. England 188 for 4. That target for all of you listening across Australia and New Zealand is 299. The target for New Zealand, of course. Those 6 wickets, they've got to keep their cool here. If they can get a wicket, Ben Foakes won't be able to play like this, and if they get another wicket, they've got an extremely fragile and dodgy tail. They've got to still believe here. This is an assault from Bairstow particularly. Bolt in short. That's been hit high in the air. That's going to be 6 more. Good grief. A bit more top edgy this time, perhaps, but he got inside it. Bolt bowling short.
And he got more than enough battery to send it sailing away over the boundary. I think, how many sixes have we had since tea? 5 sixes.
Extraordinary
since the tea
hitting.
break.
Extraordinary hitting, all from short balls. And this particular one from Bolt, left armour, of course, coming left arm round the wicket and has got inside the line and helped it on its way. Went much finer, that 6.
Bolt in again, and that's push driven up to mid-off. That's more like it. That is more like it from Bolt, but you're wondering why there isn't more of it.
Every time New Zealand actually get their length right, it's showing, some courtesy. It's showing some reverence that it deserves. But New Zealand, I don't know why they're just set on bowling this short. They aren't heavy enough bowlers. They are not a Potts. They're not a Stokes. It just doesn't suit them. It just sits up at this stage on this pitch.
194 for 4. Bairstow has raced to 84. In fact, I was only talking about his half century a moment ago.
Yeah.
He's on 84. 84 from 66 balls.
Well, I'm afraid it's opened the game up completely, hasn't it?
Bolt in. Last ball of the over. Bairstow clubs this again, back to the bowler without timing. A dot ball, a rare one since tea. Extraordinary hitting. We have seen 55 runs in 18 minutes. Oh no, was that a no ball? Or have I just miscounted? Maybe I might have I could have just miscounted.
There's enough runs for an over, I would say. Wouldn't you? But yeah.
This is an extraordinary atmosphere as well at Trent Bridge. It's rocking here. It's been free admission today. People who did buy tickets had their tickets refunded. I met a man and his son. He dragged his son out of school. He said, "You're not going to school today, son. Good. You're coming to the cricket."
Wasn't that great? He won't forget it, will he?
It's welling up, I tell you.
Yes.
I get very emotional at these sorts of things. Bolt, last ball of the over. I promise you it should be. And Bairstow cuts in the air, down through point, down through third, for 4 more. 59 runs in 4 overs since the tea break. It is carnage out there. Bairstow is into the 90s. England now 198 for 4. Just need another 101 runs to win. This is mad Test cricket and SENZ. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, Adam Collins will be in the chair.
So you're swiping right on dating apps, only to find they're not into dogs? That's a doggy deal breaker right there. Download Puppy Lovers, a fun and simple dating app for dog lovers like you. It's a community for dog owners to meet, date, and find all things dogs, with 10% of all our proceeds donated to animal charities. It's PUPPI Lovers. No need for the Y, just PUPPI Lovers. Download Australia's first dating app for dog lovers like you. Available on Google Play and the App Store.
59 runs in 4 overs in 20 minutes. 5 sixes and 5 fours. And I'll tell you what, Johnny Bairstow has every chance of breaking a record of 120 years. England's fastest test ton, Gilbert Jessop, back in 1902, was 76 deliveries. That was against Australia, and he is well on track the way he's going. This is extraordinary test cricket. Back over to Ben Stokes on a relatively sedate 34 from 37, facing Henry, dancing and slapping, but doesn't squeeze it past mid-on. Whew. Take a beat, Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, well, it has. It's been absolutely dominating batting. It looks like Stokes has hit himself on the pad or on the inside of the leg or something like that with his bat as he's tried to play a stroke on the first ball from the Henry over. For once it's pitched up and he's just exercising, walking round at the moment.
Oh, yep.
Just bending the knee sort of area.
I think he's actually, I don't know whether he's hit it into it as much as he's
hit the ball into it,
I think it might just be the angle that his knee's gone on. It's his back leg. He's back in a position now, the sun shining brightly here in Nottingham. 101 to win.
Yeah, he yorked himself.
2 out on the leg side, a deep point as well. Henry over the wicket to Stokes, who takes 1 to that man at deep point, and he's just walking the single. No urgency at all. He's in strife here, Stokes. Hobbles to the non-striker's end. He moves to 35. Another element in this frenetic final session. 100 to win from here. They needed 160 to start the session 23 minutes ago. Now back to Johnny Bairstow, who surely will just let the good times roll from here. I just can't see him changing gears or changing down gears.
Well, not unless New Zealand change the way that they bowl, I think, Adam, to be honest.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
to ask Henry to bowl short and hard and get the bounce when all he's done and spent his life on getting the ball up, nibbling and moving it around from getting players to come forward is a pretty big question, I think.
So they're just tweaking here. They're going to bring deep backward square in front of square and a deep fine leg as well. Henry to Bairstow on 88, driving through the offside. What a shot that is. His best shot of the session, a classical cover drive to move into the 90s and to bring up England's 200 and to bring the asking number down to 96. Bairstow, 92 from 69 balls. Stand and deliver.
Yeah, but they've been nice cricket shots, haven't they?
Yeah.
Very clean hitting, whether it's the pull stroke, whether it's the hook shot. This one's a drive. And Henry's just over, after bowling short, he's now got to search around for the length that he really wants to bowl.
How do they respond? Henry to Bairstow, back of the length defending from the crease. Even the dot balls are being applauded by the England fans. They know while Bairstow is there, well, this could be over in an hour.
Oh, yeah.
So still two catching men, a slip and a gully. What are you saying to Matt Henry now if you're the captain, Jeremy?
Maybe have a spell. Take your jersey. Not because he's gone for the runs, but I think someone else needs to come on.
Two more balls to go. Henry to Bairstow, who steers through the cordon. It's going to be four more. Complete control through the gully. Bairstow up to 96. He's faced just 71 deliveries. This is something very special in the final session of a test match. 92 to win, 207 for 4 the score.
Well, New Zealand got him going though, didn't they? They bowled this short kind of stuff and he's just hooked it into the over the boundary. That one's just a little bit wide from Henry and he's onto it.
Bairstow on 96, driving again through the covers and doesn't quite beat the man in there in close. That'll end the over. 92 to win. Our coverage is for Razine. The Paints Kiwis trust it's 207 for 4.
G'day, it's Gazy here. Are you an Aussie maker or grower exporting Aussie product around the world? To succeed internationally, you need to be strategic, be agile, and be ready to work as a team to get the win. So, for your best shot when exporting overseas, join Team Australian Made. Make the Aussie connection instantly and clearly with the highly trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Apply now. Visit australianmade.com.au/export.
SENZ Test Cricket for Razine, made in New Zealand for New Zealand conditions. Adam Collins and Jeremy Coney on the call, and New Zealand with decisions to make. By contrast, Brendan McCullum sitting on the balcony there, leaning back, the most chilled out man in Nottingham. They're going to make a change at the pavilion end. Tim Southey back into the attack, 1 for 45 his figures so far. Picked up a wicket in that middle session where 3 fell. Stokes on strike, clearly an issue with his left knee. 2 out on the leg side and a deep point. Southey around the wicket to him. Oh, it bounces up and whacks him on the arm. We saw Southey get a couple to go off a good length, Jeremy, in that middle session from round the wicket. So they're relying on something to change here, some spark of inspiration, maybe a bit of variable bounce like that will catch a glove. That did catch a glove and ballooned out to the gully.
He was rather lucky, wasn't he? It didn't go up.
My word, he was. Fine leg deep backward square, back on the leg side. No one on the short boundary. Southey bowls to Stokes, who makes room and pushes out to gully. No run.
Well, Stokes looks as if he's just can't run at all and can't move with any freedom at all. So it's not going to be a lot of... He's either going to just hit big or he's just going to have to sit and watch.
He's really grimacing. He's walking back to the crease with a straight left leg. Doesn't want to bend his knee.
He's deciding to stay out there, though, isn't he?
Field remains the same for now. They've got time on their side now, England. 92 to win. Southey delivers and Stokes pulls. Doesn't get all of it. Gets it over mid-wicket for what will probably be 2 if they want to. Stokes is happy enough with that. But those last 5 metres are walked into his crease. It's 209 for 4. Stokes 37 from 42.
Well, Southey's gone short there as well, but he's quite happy to hit and attack that. See, when you bowl short as well, you give a much longer look for the batsman at the ball and where it is and what it's doing. Look at the way Trent Boult was able to play the short ball earlier today, and even he was a number 11. He was sort of playing tennis shots at balls, but you get a much longer look time.
Southey to Stokes dancing. He's just squeezed up there. Good bowling from Southey to adjust. And it pushes out to the onside, but again, Stokes dancing around after the ball's played. 90 to win. 2 balls left in the over. They have to be careful here because the run out could be in play as well. Because the instinct will be to hurdle down the pitch, and who knows what might happen.
Yeah, well, Bairstow's scoring so fast.
Getting back on strike, I say. Southey bowls. Stokes tries to swing and misses it by a mile. Made room outside leg stump. The ball was outside off stump. Stokes might have realised that his best chance of being productive here is just to keep swinging.
Well, why doesn't he just walk off and get folks out there? I just don't see that if he can't move.
Might that change the sort of the energy out there with a new man?
At least they can run singles.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Bairstow's going so brilliantly at the other end.
It could well become a factor. Last ball of Southey's over. Gets to the crease, bowls to Stokes, who plays him out through extra cover. Beautiful shot by Stokes. He gets in on the act. He's 41. 86 to win. England 213 for 4. Our coverage is for Razine, the Paints Kiwis Trust.
Introducing Kubota's magnificent M-Series lineup, our most versatile range of tractors available. A big range with big numbers and savings to match. With models up to 175 horsepower, extended drivetrain warranty on the MGX and M72 range, and very attractive customer instant rebates. From the M40 to the M72, there is an M-Series tractor that is right for you. Available now. Speak to your local Kubota dealer today or visit kubota.com.au.
SENZ Test Cricket for Razine, the Paint Kiwis Trusts. It was 160 to win half an hour ago.
It's gone now.
In that remarkable passage of play, they've been able to get it down under 100, well under 100. They've prompted a change. They're going to bring on the spin. Bracewell had 25 runs taken from his 5 overs, the majority of those in his last 2 before getting taken off before tea. Will Bairstow lose his head? He's 4 away from a ton. Deep mid-wicket on the short boundary. Long on. Long off will be Matt Henry. They're still working out how to land this. So Henry is at the moment 10 metres in from the rope. They're going to bring him up. Now, they're going to bring him up into a conventional mid-off. Relatively conventional. Deep point. Bairstow on 96. Bracewell to him here. First ball of a new spell. He goes back and cuts across the pitch. There'll be at least 2, and they'll have to be satisfied with that because Stokes is in no position to turn for a third. Bairstow to 98 from 73 deliveries.
Bit of turn though there with that delivery. Just a wee bit short, so gave Bairstow a chance to still stay leg side of it and find a gap.
All the England players on the balcony with Bairstow on 98. Bracewell to him here. Goes back again to cut. There'll be 1. Might there be 2? There won't. Oh, misfield. They want 2. Bairstow to the danger end. Stokes goes back. Wow. It would have been Bairstow coming back for his 100th run. Stokes wanted to run on the misfield. Trent Boult out there at deep point. Instead, Bairstow moves to 99 from 74 balls. Back to Ben Stokes. Watching the replay back here for Chemist Warehouse. Stokes realised 3 paces down. I can't get back for the second run. In fact, it was Bairstow. Good cricket from Bairstow to say, get back, skipper. There's nothing gained by taking a risk like that at a position like this. 83 to win. 216 for 4. Bracewell's still got 4 balls left in this over. And I would not be surprised if Stokes tries to take him down. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, long off, and a deep backward point. Probably there for the reverse sweep. Bracewell round the wicket, Stokes defends. Knocks it on the head. Every dot ball being applauded by this capacity crowd at Nottingham. Over 15,000 in today. Bracewell has a slip. Bowls to Stokes, who dances and drives, but straight back to the bowler. Bracewell equal to it. Throws it back to Blundell. Trying to keep Stokes under pressure with that injured left knee. The crowd most aware of what's going on here. Bracewell bowls to Stokes, who goes back and defends the mid-wicket. So it's either 6 or dot for Stokes right now, or boundary or dot. Not going to muck around. 1 ball left in the over. Field stays as it is. Bracewell, wider of the crease. Stokes leaves alone outside the off stump. Shoulders, arms. End of the over, 2:16 for Force to score, 83 to win. Our coverage for Resine, the Pates Kiwis Trust.
For logbook servicing you can rely on, you need to make the right choice. You need trained professionals who use the latest equipment, the right quality parts, and are fully qualified to service your car according to manufacturer's specifications. At your local Repco authorised service centre, you get all this plus the reassurance of a nationwide warranty that's backed by the biggest name in the business. For real peace of mind, trust the experience and knowledge of your local Repco authorised service centre. Book in or book online at repcoservice.com.
Tim Southey having a conversation with Tom Latham. How do they set this up? Bairstow on 99 from 74 balls. Yes, you're hearing that correctly. 83 still to win. Deep backward point. Deep square and deep fine leg out. The rest in on the 1. With the exception of Nichols, who's down to the short third. And they're going to bring up the deep backward point, and they're also going to bring up the deep square. With Bairstow on 99, that stands to reason. Make him earn it. Especially with Stokes incapacitated with that knee. Bairstow, 1 away from a ton. Southey, start of a new over. Bowls here over the wicket. Bairstow plays from the crease. No is the call. He's faced 75 deliveries. If he gets it from this ball, it'll equal the England record.
Who got that?
Gilbert Jessup.
Right. That's a long time ago.
120 years ago. Could still equal it. Out goes deep backward square. Southey to Bairstow on 99 over the wicket. Bairstow plays with the open blade out towards backward point. Nichols cuts it off. Well, he won't get the record. That's okay. We can move on from that little diversion. He's got far bigger fish to fry here, Bairstow. Just being made to wait. Now the field's come in to try and deny him this personal achievement. Still 83 runs to win for England. The run rate required no longer a factor. Still 30 overs to bowl after this. Southey into Bairstow on 99, facing up and carving away through backward point. He gets there with another 4. All the way down towards the rope, Johnny Bairstow. It ends up getting cut off at the last, but it doesn't matter. Johnny Bairstow has played an extraordinary hand here at Trent Bridge. His 9th Test century, his 3rd at home, his first on these shores for 6 years. And he's got there in just 77 deliveries, striking 5 sixes in 20 minutes after tea. And he's got England to within 80 runs of what would be a famous victory. 2-1-9 for 4, Jeremy Coney. Johnny Bairstow, a phenomenal individual performance.
Yeah, he's a pugnacious player, isn't he? He hasn't scored many runs in this Test series so far, but he's made up for it today. I mean, he's hit the ball so cleanly. That's the feature of the innings. A lot of those sixes that you mentioned were pulls to the leg side, and this is not a big ground, but he's hit them so cleanly. Even on a larger ground, that have been sixes as well, as New Zealand tried a method that didn't quite suit them, and he took advantage of it.
Southey to Stokes, couple in the cordon. Stokes jumps away from his body and plays it out to deep point where there's a sweeper just walking through for one. 79 to go. So half of the job they had at the tea break is now done. 81 down, 79 to go. 220 for 4 the score, 299 the target. And what a response from Johnny Bairstow. We're seeing it now on the Chemist Warehouse screen. Both he and Stokes, arms raised in the air as he went through for that first run. 3 centuries in 2022 so far. And a huge leap in the air as well, pointing to the pavilion. He's been a much derided selection at times, Bairstow, but so naturally gifted and capable of changing games in tough situations as he's done today. To think he was 43 at tee. Back on strike. Southey up to him here. Bairstow defending out to cover no run. So those first 59 runs after tee came in 18 minutes. Staggering cricket. But of course not yet done either. If New Zealand have to be mindful, if they get Bairstow and or Stokes soon, they've still got runs to play with and time on their side in terms of going through England's fragile lower order. They can't lose sight of that.
No, they have to get it pretty quickly, don't they?
Yeah, they might have half an hour here at absolute most. Last ball of the over. Southey over the wicket, bowls to Bairstow, slapping through the covers again. Wow, square drive to die for. Bairstow to 106 at the end of the Southey over. 224 for 4 England, 75 to get. Stokes down the other end on 42. We're going to have a double change in commentary with Craig McMillan and Henry Moran replacing me after the break for Rosine, the Paints Kiwis Trust.
Are you the fan who wishes footy was like it was in the old days?
All the biff, the brawn, the head-high tackles, minus the ref's whistle.
You are the traditional fan. And when you're at Schnitz, you're ordering the classic schnitzel recipe like original schnitzel and chips. A pan-cooked golden schnitzel with those seasoned crispy chips you can only find at Schnitz. You've got that winning taste now, right? Schnitz. Handcrafted schnitzels, made fresh, made just for you. Schnitz it your way this season.
The second fastest century in the history of Test matches for England, 1 ball shy of Gilbert Jessop's record against Australia at the Oval in 1902. We have witnessed something spectacular from Johnny Bairstow. And he's taken England now to within 75 runs of victory. Bracewell to bowl to Ben Stokes, who comes down the track and looks to launch, but he gets a little bit of toe on it, nothing more, and it dribbles up to Matt Henry at long on. We're with Rosine, the Paints Kiwis Trust. Watching a thriller. 74 more to win, 6 wickets. Will win it for the Black Caps. 2-2-5 for 4 is the score. Craig McMillan.
I'm just trying to catch my breath, to be honest here, Henry. What I've just witnessed in the last 40 minutes, where this game has just been taken away from New Zealand's grasp.
Bracewell over the wicket to Bairstow, who's forward and really time a little whip into the leg side. Southey picks up wearily at mid-wicket.
59 off the first 4 overs after the tea break. 59.
That's proper cheat code cricket.
Wow. They're on a mission.
Bracewell in the long sleeves comes in and bowls to Bairstow, who goes hard into the leg side. It's in the air. It's in the stand. 6 more from Johnny Bairstow out over deep mid-wicket. It's like a T20 night here at Trent Bridge. 68 more to win, Bairstow to 112.
Not slowing down at all, are they? Foot's down to the pedal. Johnny Bairstow, everything he's hitting the middle of that bat of his. He's not afraid to hit the ball in the air. He's putting it 10 rows back every time he does. This has been brutal.
Bairstow waits again. And again goes hard into the leg side. This time the fielder doesn't get anywhere near it again. It's 6 more. For a moment I thought deep mid-wicket was in play, but he could only watch as the ball sailed over his head into that stand. And Johnny Bairstow is playing on a different planet right now. 2-3-7 for 4.
Actually nicely bowled by Michael Bracewell, a bit slower and wider. Didn't get that purely out of the middle, but he still got enough for it to go for 6. Oh man, this is just punishment by Bairstow.
Bairstow waiting, going again into the leg side. How many's he got here? 4. This time it goes a little straighter, not much. We've seen 16 runs in the last 3 balls, and England need 58.
Bairstow's obviously got somewhere to be, because this is crazy Test cricket, really is. Bolt's been taken down, Henry's been taken to the cleaners, and now it's Michael Bracewell's turn on debut. This is as brutal as it gets.
Final ball of the over. Bracewell bowls, Bairstow defends. As if to say, I've got this completely in the palm of my hand. I will do exactly what I want with it. 58 required to win. Stokes on 43 has been a spectator. Bairstow's got 122 from 84 balls. It's Test cricket on SENZ with Razeen. The Paints Kiwis trust.
Every group of mates has one. The bloke who avoids his shout.
Oh, I left my wallet in the car.
Mate, use your phone.
Oh, it's gone flat, mate. Can you cover me?
With a Signet power bank, there's no more running out of charge when you or your mates need it most.
Take my Signet power bank, mate. Charge up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll get this round and the next. I owe you one.
Aussie owned, Aussie designed. Power your life with a Signet power bank. Signet.com.
Razeen made in New Zealand for New Zealand conditions, bringing you this Test match on SENZ and across the SEN network. With England needing 58 more to win a wicket, Black Caps fans will change things. Suddenly the whole dimension of this game will shift. And I know that may sound odd, but England's tail is longer than a Diplodocus.
They need to an over, Henry. 58 from 29 overs still left in this Test match.
I've seen too many England implosions.
That's all I've been hearing from everyone. England can't chase this down. They'll collapse. They'll do this. They're about to win 2 Test matches in a row, chasing 280, 300. Do stuff that they haven't done for some time.
Here comes Southey round the wicket to bowl to Ben Stokes, who plays with a straight bat up towards mid-off. Now, you were at Christchurch, part of the setup when Brendan McCullum hit that 54-ball record-breaking ton in his final Test. How does this compare?
That was brutal, because McCullum's final Test, quality Australian bowling lineup on a surface that had a little bit of nip and pace and bounce. This is pretty flat if we're going to, compare pitches. So McCullum's innings was just one out of the box.
Southey in to Stokes, who thrashes out behind square on the offside, but there is a fielder waiting. It'll just be the one run. 2 for 2 for 4.
And McCullum did it right from the start of his innings against Hazelwood, Stark. Who else did they have? Jackson Bird, I think. Mitchell Marsh. They had a good attack, whereas Bairstow, at T was 43 or 47, something like that. So just got himself in. It's been since T that he's gone bananas, but tell you what, in terms of pure clean hitting, similar. McCullum didn't miss time too many that day, taking that fastest Test 100 off the great Viv Richards. But Bairstow, this has been some knock. Ben Stokes has just been a passenger at the other end. He is on one leg, so that's probably a good thing for England. This will be very deflating for New Zealand. Been in this match for such a long period, and then it just gets taken away from you in 4 overs effectively.
Southey over the wicket to the right-handed Bairstow, who plays with a straight bat and a high elbow all along the ground towards mid-on. There's been a long conference between the bowling unit, who come together once again to try and work out a plan to try and keep a lid on this from Bairstow. But it has almost been the sort of stuff that just stuns a side.
Yeah, stunned most of us. The best thing New Zealand can do is get Bairstow off strike, give him one and bowl at Ben Stokes, which is not something you normally say.
Southey bowling to Bairstow, who delicately runs the ball down towards the gully, where it's well fielded, shuffling across by Henry Nicholls. 1 run taken. Bairstow to 122. England require 2 No, forgive me. 57 more to win. 2-4-3 for 4 is the score as we look at a Chemist Warehouse replay with Ben Stokes and Johnny Bairstow punching gloves, coming together and looking pretty relaxed, actually. We knew that Brendan McCullum was going to try and instill an attitude of freedom.
Well,
Stokes on strike, plays gently up towards mid-on.
I mean, you have to say that this is how Bairstow plays in the England white ball side, isn't it, at the top of the order?
Very much.
So it's just giving the players the confidence to transform that into the red ball side of things in Test cricket, and when they do, crikey, I mean, some exceptional play. You have to take your hat off to England.
The old adage is IPL cricket does not prepare you for the Test summer. Stokes on strike, comes down the track, launches down the ground and launches for 6. Straight as a die, back over Tim Southey's head. The partnership is worth 156, and with that Ben Stokes reaches his own half century. Milestones every way you look. Stokes 50 from 55 balls. It's been a supporting role really, but he just reminds everyone here that I can do that too, as he sends that ball sailing away down towards the old pavilion.
7 4s, 2 6s, a strike rate of 90, which is on the subdued side for Ben Stokes, but he's done this a couple of times to Tim Southey today, just a wee shuffle down 2 or 3 steps and lofts them back over his head for 6. Just showing everyone in the ground that, yeah, it has been the Bairstow show for a majority, but I can do that too. This is so good from England.
It reminds me a little bit of that day at Wellington that acted really as the catalyst for change in England's white ball side, when Brendan McCullum and New Zealand almost beat England
before lunch.
Before
tea, it was tea,
whatever it was,
wasn't it?
But well before the sun had even thought about setting. And it was just shot after shot after shot, and some of the most brutal hittings.
That was. Stephen Finn got taken to by McCullum that day. Southey picked up 6 or 7 from memory. It did swing. And then, it was some brutal hitting. I'm just seeing some replays of the first 4 or 5 overs after the break. It's just a highlights package. Every ball was a highlight. New Zealand, just that short ball. Obviously it's easy in hindsight to question now, but Henry is such a dangerous bowler when he's hitting a length with a little bit of seam movement. He's not really known as a short ball bowler. That's Neil Wagner's role. He does it perfectly. He does it so well. These other bowlers haven't had to do it because Neil Wagner's always done it. So a real risk.
And just one more thing to keep a little eye on, because we know Bairstow didn't quite reach the record for the fastest Test century for an England batsman, but he still has the prospect of breaking the record for the fastest 150 in Test matches. Brendan McCullum has that record as well. Came in 103 balls against Sri Lanka again at Christchurch back in 2014. For England, it was that Ben Stokes innings at Cape Town where he scored 258 back in 2016. Coming from one innings there to another in the same sort of bracket here. It's been savage. You run out of descriptions. You just run out of anything to say, really, Macca. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, it is. You just sit back and admire what you're watching, to be fair, Henry. I mean, it's not often you see this in Test cricket, so when it happens, you have to just say, wow, sensational. Full house, sell out, free tickets all day, everyone's packed in. Why wouldn't you want to come and watch this as an England supporter? How good.
50 to win then. Bracewell to start the over. Bairstow looking to reverse it and gets in a bit of a tangle, a bit of additional bounce. Sees the ball actually shoot over his shoulder.
Trying to get funky now, isn't he, Johnny, with the reverse sweep? Just bounced. Bounced big. It's taken, I reckon, 2 metres above the stumps by Blundell.
Bairstow deep in his crease. Whacks that ball away through the offside for 4. Gives himself room. Moves to 127. England need 46 more to win.
Carnage, isn't it? This time Michael Brace will touch short. Bairstow's in good touch. He's not going to miss out on this. Beats cover. Can understand it. He doesn't want to pitch it up too far because then it ends up going over mid-wicket for 6. So I'll just drop it a little bit shorter. Goes through cover for 4.
Bracewell to Bairstow, pushing the ball this time, gently square on the offside. Umpire Goff takes a little step to get out of the way, and Bairstow moves forward to 128. 45 more to win.
Well, what's the partnership? 161. Quick time. McCullum watching on the balcony. Your Red Bull coach. Amazing what a change of mindset can do, isn't it? There's nothing technically that's been done in the last 2 weeks. It's all been mindset.
Stokes forward in defence as Bracewell comes around the wicket. I remember one witty journalist suggesting when it was mentioned Trevor Bayliss was really only offering a change in atmosphere. He said, well, why don't they spend a little less money and just get a yucca plant, some whale music and a scented candle if that's what you need. Here comes Bracewell, drops it short and Stokes gets after it. Into the leg side it goes, and 4 more. England require 41, and one supporter is getting embraced by his friends because I think he might have just caught that ball as it leapt up off the boundary foam. He's dancing around in his lederhosen.
Didn't get all of it, did he, Stokes? And Trent Bolt, as that team, the wicket wasn't far away, but it's just hit with such force that Bolt couldn't get across.
Stokes comes down the track, he's got underneath that, he's got a mile! Goodness me! Have you ever seen the like? Down the track, out of the ground, Ben Stokes has sent that into orbit.
Could I say he got done in the flight a little bit? Just a little bit. What a blow that is. Use of the feet. He's on one leg. He's supposed to have a sore knee. Oh, that's such a good swing of the bat. How far up did that go? Is that top tier?
High up on the top tier as well.
Yes, it's top tier.
In every sense, top tier. Right. We're going to have a quick break here on SENZ with Razine, the Paints Kiwis Trust.
Drinks fridge looking a little on the empty side? Hairy Dog is the better way to buy alcohol. Online in your own time. Browse Australia's largest range from those hard-to-find drops to all your favourites. From wines, spirits and must-try mixes to curated cocktails and mystery beer bundles. Hairy Dog has it all so you can have it all. Delivered to your door with free shipping and 10% off your first order. Order online at hairydog.com.au. Drink responsibly. Afterpay and Zip Pay available.
Test match cricket with Razine, made in New Zealand for New Zealand conditions. I don't think any conditions would have stopped Johnny Bairstow in the mood he's been since tea. It has been an onslaught, and we've seen some extraordinary cricket in the last hour and a bit. We really have. Here comes Trent Bolt bowling to Johnny Bairstow at the start of a new over. He pulls the ball into the leg side, it goes, and into the boundary it goes. 4 more. 31 further runs to win now. He dropped it short. Bairstow helped it round the corner. And I just can't fathom how quickly this has turned around.
Oh, I've got to say that New Zealand are slow learners here. The short ball is not working to Johnny Bairstow since it was started the session. Too short, he's onto it quickly. He's seen it like a beach ball. Pitch it up. Try and nick him off. He is just picking his spot. New Zealand were lucky they didn't go for 6. Bolt is tired. He's had a good test match, but he's tired. He's down on pace. The short ball plan is not working. Just in case they weren't sure, the ball's been lost now. They're trying to find it, so New Zealand are having a wee breather.
In the hour that we've had and since the resumption after tea, Macca, England have scored 130 runs in the space of a little over 11 overs.
Yeah, it's been crazy cricket.
It has been unbelievable. 129 runs in 67 balls.
Madness. Madness. At the tea break, all 4 results were still on the table.
They still are. Well, I mean,
no, Henry, no.
Don't look at me like that.
I will.
Oh, it's extraordinary. Johnny Bairstow waits now. Trent Bolt running in again. Bairstow whips that into the leg side. Work for the two fielders to do. They're not going to stop it. Bairstow's found the gap behind square on the leg side. It's just 27 more now. Supporters with shirts off in the crowd are loving every moment.
Sun's come out too for this final. Listen to this crowd at Trent Bridge. They're going bananas. They're loving this. Even the conventional shots are finding the gap. Just a flick off the toes from Bairstow. Pierces the gap between deep backward square and fine leg. Quality from Bairstow. The crowd are loving this.
Bolt into Bairstow again. Bairstow. Oh, has he got a bottom edge on that? He has. Johnny Bairstow's gone. Trent Bolt gets the wicket of Bairstow. England need 27 more to win. They're 5 down. Bairstow goes for 136 off 92 balls and gets applause from Ben Stokes and from the New Zealand team, who now gather in a huddle. The ground rises everywhere you look. Hands above head, applauding the efforts of Johnny Bairstow, who has all but won this game for England. But now we approach the long tail.
Stop it. Great innings by Bairstow. Terrific knock. Let's sit back and listen to the applause.
Every person in this ground will remember this day. How could you not? It's been extraordinary. We'll have a short break as Ben Folkes makes his way to the middle. England requiring 27 more to win here on SE NZ. Daniel Norcross shortly. I'm going to have a lie down.
I'm out of here too, bring us home, Ben.
So, the mayhem is probably over for the day. When I say that, I mean, there could be a very different kind of mayhem coming up now. England need 27 more to win. They've got a very fragile tail. They've got Stokes on one leg and they've got folks coming out the bat. But when it began, the mayhem began at tea, England needed 160 off 38 overs at 4 and a bit and over, which is, you know, it's a decent lick in Test cricket. An hour later, they need 1 and over. They need 27 off 26.3 overs. That innings from Johnny Bairstow, one of the more astonishing sights. Fastest 150 in Test cricket. Still held by McCullum. Bears, 103 balls. Bairstow was out of his 92nd ball. His 92nd ball for 100 and... Well, again, yeah, 135, 136.
I don't know, it's just number wang at a certain point, isn't it?
It is number wang. It is number wang.
I was trying to write my notes, and I couldn't actually write all the sixes.
Oh, pop it.
It was too much.
I went out on the balcony to witness the 100 and whatnot, and it was feverish out there. Absolutely extraordinary atmosphere, extraordinary innings. Seeing it in the flesh has been quite the privilege, I can tell you that. So Bolt has got a new batter though. He's got Ben Folkes and he's got a leg slip in. Can he make stuff happen? They've made the breakthrough. Forward comes Folkes and defends. Back to the bowler, and there's no run, and the whole tempo of this game, you imagine, will now change, because if a wicket falls, that very fragile tail. I sort of wondered about maybe whether the right tactic was to send Stuart Broad out. You know?
Yes. Why not?
Do you know?
Because it's fun.
Keep Folkes for in case of the collapse. You know what I mean?
In case of emergency.
Yeah, you know, Broad could swing a couple of sixes and then they're virtually home.
Definitely.
Now, 5 for 23 England lost in their first innings. That's got to be what sustains New Zealand's hopes. Short and cut into the gully regionally. Good diving stop by Conway prevents what would probably have been 4 runs. Folkes got a bit of fluency into his batting in that first innings, didn't he? A little bit. on the yesterday morning. It seems years ago. We've been in Nottingham. I feel like I've probably got the keys of Nottingham by now. I feel like I've been here so long. I've got freedom of the city of Nottingham.
You think they'd give it to you though?
Yeah, they'd let me drive my sheep over a bridge, I've no doubt.
Is that what happens?
That's what happens, baby. Did you not know that? Trent Bold is in. And that's defended by folks. And good tigerish fielding even prevents the run. The end of an over that has seen eventually the demise of Johnny Bairstow. It's Bolt who's done it, and England need 27 more to win on SEN. SENZ Test Cricket, 272 for 5.
Footy is made up by lots of bite-sized plays. A big hit here, an offload there, maybe snaffling possession. But adding up all of these bite-sized plays can get you big wins. It's the same with Snaffle. Get stuff you want now and pay it off with bite-sized payments. Now that's a huge win. Snaffle. Grab a Snaffle wallet today at snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
Welcome back. SENZ Test Cricket in association with Rosine, the Paints Kiwis Trust. 27 more required for England to win. Folkes has 60. Stokes has 50, 60. Folkes is it. So there are too many Oakses. And there's no Wokes. Imagine how bad I'd be if he was there. There's a sort of fourth slip and everybody else is out on the boundary. Henry starts a new over and Stokes is able just to dab the single. Now the field will come pouring in. I don't know what the New Zealanders are doing here. They're just, if they want to give Stokes a single off the first ball of every over, when you need one and over, that'll do it.
They've treated Folkes like a tail ender all the way through this series.
Yes, which he's not quite. I mean, he isn't. He's got to find technique. He's just not very destructive.
But I think some of it has been the situation. Like he was batting with Root at Lords.
Yes.
Here, Stokes is seeing the ball well enough to destroy someone on one leg, Gordon Greenwich style.
There may be a touch of that. They need time to bowl England now. We talked about this exactly, didn't we? We talked about the Stokes approach at Headingley, and it was about cutting down the number of balls you've got to face. Well, that's been done in spectacular fashion since the tea break. Henry is into Folkes, who pulls through mid-wicket for 4. Well, you can't bowl a long hop to bed, folks. You want to keep them on strike, and you don't want to be conceding boundaries. You've got the slips in, and you've got a ring field. That's not a clever ball from Matt Henry, and the target comes down to 22.
Remember on day 1, Anderson came in and bowled the exact same ball, and Latham hit it straight to mid-wicket.
Yes, he did.
He almost did that there, folks, but it's England on day 5, so of course it just went flying to the boundary.
It did. The crowd has loved every minute of this. They've got into it. I've seen a few youngsters who've been taken out of school. They'll be having the time of their lives. Henry in. That's on driven really well. Half stop. Good dive, but they'll get through for a single. It's a good bit of cricket, actually. It was a full-length ball. In trouble, Folkes. Folkes then played an absolutely delicious on-drive. Wagner dived to his left. Saved 3 runs and is furious with himself for parrying it and not saving the 4th. Stokes comes back on strike and the field spreads, so there is a gully, and then, dear listener, everybody is on the boundary and they're all of them around about 30 yards apart from each other. As Henry is in to Stokes, and Stokes defends and for some reason can't find any part of this field to get a single in, which was incredible. He hits it straight back to the bowler.
Did they have Wagner on the field when Henry was bowling short?
Yes, they did.
It's a little bit like Ringo singing.
with John Lennon not even doing backing vocals, just playing the drums.
Yeah. Cleaning the drums.
Right, now all the field comes in because Tom Latham has realised that there are 2 balls left and he wants to keep Stokes on strike. There is a deep backward square leg, so there is somebody out, and now we've got 1, 2, 3. Oh, now we've got a deep point as well and a long leg, so there are 3 on the boundary. There's a backward point, a short extra, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Henry into Stokes. What will Stokes look to do with this, I wonder? He waits back raised and then just defends very comfortably into the onside, and there's no run.
Slower ball, I think, of which we saw precious few. I thought when
to Bairstow.
Yeah, when we needed them.
You sort of needed one-day tricks for a one-day approach from the batter, didn't you?
I would have thought so. The other thing, there was a few things I thought they didn't try. They didn't hang the ball wide to Bairstow and just put 7 fielders on the offside and say, okay, let's see if you can do it. The slow balls was certainly another one. Yorkers is another thing they didn't try. It all happened so quick.
It did rather. Henry into Stokes, who drives down the grab. A really good diving stop from Henry, and he nearly manages to run out Stokes. He did it so firmly, he'd taken 3 or 4 steps, and from lying down on the ground, Henry had dived to his right, made the save, and threw at stumps, and was narrowly missed it by a whisker. We can just have a quick look at that on the Chemist Warehouse replay. And I tell you, that was a spectacular piece of fielding from Henry. Had he hit the stumps, Stokes would have been out. End of the over, England 278 for 5.
Eat good, feel good with rolled Vietnamese. Lunch, dinner or any time, that's how we roll. Pho noodle soups, banh mi baguettes and rice paper rolls. Made fresh and healthy in-store every day. Download the Rolled app, order now. Rolled. Fast, fresh, Vietnamese.
At Underworks, we're experts in socks. We test our all-day socks so they don't dig in, so there's no irritation or ugly red marks. Test Underworks all-day socks for yourself. We're number wonder down under for socks.
Welcome back, SENZ. Listen to Mornings with Ian Smith, weekdays from 9 a.m. on SENZ. You couldn't have a better person to analyse the cricket each morning. I'd be fascinated to know what his analysis will make of what we've seen, well, in this whole match. But obviously the quite bizarre part is since tea. Now the cheers you can hear is because 2 tabarded men had brought out a drink and then they were racing each other to get off the field. And I like that. I'd like to see the umpires do a bit more racing of each other, even if it'd be a bit slower. Bolt is in, starting new over to Ben Folkes, and Folkes clips this off his pads, down through deep square leg. It's being pursued, it will be cut off, but they'll amble through for 2 more. The victory target now just 19 runs away. Trent Bolt has been splendid in this match, he really has. I don't know how much he deserves to be on a losing side, if he is, but the loss of Carl Jamieson, it feels like it's a big, big blow.
Well, Bolt's got 8 wickets in the match, doesn't he?
Yeah, he got 5 in the first. Been the pick of the bowlers on both sides. Some of the best deliveries we saw, certainly the best deliveries we've seen. The one to get rid of Crawley in the first innings, the one to get rid of Matt Potts, slightly wasted on Potts, but he got him out. Bolt into Folkes, that's short, goes through to the keeper. There's Blundell's very excited, no one else is, not even Bolt. And so Bolt, having seen Folkes go for the pull, has now sent a deep square leg out in front of square, 5 or 10 yards. They're not going to have a referral. 280 for 5, England. 19 more runs required to win. 5 more wickets for New Zealand. That may seem highly unlikely, but dear listener, if you're staying awake wherever you are in New Zealand, I assure you that England's number 8, well, is much like most other countries' number 11. Actually, not as good as Trent Bolt. With the bat, Bolt in, and that's driven but well fielded in the gully region, backward point by Devon Conway, and there is no run. Folkes has 7, Wokes 61. Since tea, 141 runs have been scored in an hour and 10 minutes.
And there's been a slowdown. If you just wake up, there's been a slowdown.
Well, they've done that in fewer than 14 overs, 13.3 overs. So it's been 10 and over across that piece. It was at one point very nearly 12 and over. Bolt into Folkes. Folkes waits for a short, slower ball, and it's going to run down to long leg for a single. Just helped it on its way. Clever batting from Folkes, happy just to take the single. 18 more required for England to reach their victory target. If they do it, it would be yet another very unusual occasion where a side manages to get more than 200 runs after the loss of their 4th wicket in a 4th innings run chase. The last time that happened was last week at Lords, the week before last at Lords, but before that it's very seldom been done. Modern day test cricket is a very different thing. I do think when you look at all those
more
things
extreme.
that say highest run chases, you don't ignore them, but you've got to remember that they were done in a It happened in a very different environment.
I just think it's a lot more extreme. You see that with a lot of sports now. The fluctuations are so quick and brutal.
Yep. The collapses are bigger.
You just
the run scoring drops are bigger. You
look at India's 36 all out and winning the next test.
Yep. That would never have happened until 74, would it? Bolt into the upright Stokes, who evades a rapid bouncer, and it goes through to Blundell.
And a lot of that is faster bowlers, bigger hitters, all these. There's a lot of changes to the way that cricket is played and trained and prepared for.
Yep, that is all very true. The sun is out. The crowd, the bibulous crowd, is off the scale. It can't quite understand what it's seen today. They've all got in for nothing, and they've seen probably the best entertainment of the summer. Probably won't get any better than this for England, you wouldn't have thought, or for spectators for that matter. Bolt in for Stokes, who digs out a very full delivery and slaps it up to mid-on. That is the end of the over. 18 more required for England to win. They're 281 for 5 on SEN in association with Resine, the Paints Kiwis Trust.
Race into RSCA Safety for mega savings on big brands. Save $60 on Timberland Pro footwear. Save up to 30% off Cat. Save up to $30 on Carhartt. Sale on selected styles. Stores open 7 days. RSCA Safety's mega EOFY sale now on.
If your business has stock that you just can't move, buymystock.com.au. Make your unwanted stock problems go away. Visit buymystock.com.au today.
We buy stock that you can't move. Buymystock.com.au.
Welcome back to SENZ Test Cricket with Resine, made in New Zealand for New Zealand conditions. Henry runs away from us, and Folks works this in the air through mid-wicket. It's going to run away to the boundary. It's being pursued eagerly but fruitlessly, and that's 4 more. It's nicely timed, but it wasn't that far away from the man, about 4 or 5 yards in front of square on the leg side, but nothing's going right for New Zealand at the moment, and England require just 14 more to win. Want to win a trip to the Gold Coast 500 Supercars race? Thanks to Willamant Travel. You can play Quizzy Dag every morning at 6:40 a.m. on Izzy and Kempy for breakfast. Call 0800 150 811. Answer 5 questions correctly, and you're in the draw. Folks 12, Stokes 61. 14 more for England to win. They've faced 48.1 overs to get to 285 for 5. It's insanity. Henry into Folks, pushes off the back foot up to mid-off. Tom Latham does the fielding. It's got to be tough captaining when that's happening. Anyway, sorry, you were about to say something?
No, I was going to say, it looks weird to look out and see a normal field.
It does, doesn't it?
Oh, I come up with something else they didn't try.
Oh, yeah.
9 fielders on the rope. Was that the Brearley?
Yeah, he did that in a 50-over game, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Which also it'd probably been 60 overs. I don't know.
65.
65 could have been. Henry in, and that's beaten, Folks. And goes through low outside the off stump. And Blundell takes the ball cleanly. New Zealand, it's completely facile to say it, but they've got to get a wicket now. 14 to win.
He said only got another wicket an hour ago.
Yeah, well, I actually thought that at one point they probably need to keep England in the game. Don't want to take that wicket too quickly, but it's just nonsense, isn't it? Henry in short, in the air, and dropped. That was nearly the wicket that they were looking for, and when I say dropped, it was a tough chance. Bracewell diving to his right. It was a punch off the back foot in the air. Very strange dismissal it would have been to extra cover, and Bracewell leapt through the air. Got a right hand to it. I wonder if it stayed in his hand and then maybe the elbow hit the ground. We're just having a look on the Chemist Warehouse replay. No, he sort of nearly palmed it into his left hand. Bless him. Oh, my. Oh, that was close. With no cigar. 2 balls left in Henry's over. Folks on strike. Just defends. Back of a length ball up to Latham at mid-off. There's no run.
Palmed it with his right hand, and then he snatched at it with his left, which knocked it up. And then he couldn't find it again.
Yep.
And it just sort of gently landed next to his arm. I think his left arm. Yeah, it goes over the back of his shoulder, and it landed almost exactly where his hand was. but he'd moved it.
I tell you, if he caught it on the downs, because there were a couple of times, I'm not sure it hit the ground until it sort of...
Oh, it hit the ground really late, yeah.
Really, really late. We could have had a lot of replays at that if it managed to grab it. Henry in, down the leg side, Blundell takes, and that is the end of the over. England 285 for 5 on SENZ with Resine, the Paints Kiwis trust.
At Underworks, we're experts in socks. We test our all-day socks so they stay up all day. Test Underworks all-day socks for yourself. We're number one down under for socks.
AEG Power Tools goes big this tax time. Bundle the 58-volt mower, blower and line trimmer kits and get over $1,500 worth of instant bonuses, including 4 batteries. Exclusive to AEG On-Site. Visit aegpowertools.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SENZ in association with Resine, the Paints Kiwis trust. And we've just seen little match statistics here. 407 overs in this match, 1,661 runs. 35 wickets, a run rate of 4.08, an over rate. I don't care about the over rate. 13.1. If anybody's complaining about missing out on overs, 350 runs a day. Right, Bolt starts a new over to Stokes. Down the leg side, well taken by Blundell. Stokes aimed the pull, couldn't quite get hold of it. Where are his scoring options? There's a long leg, there's a deep backward square leg. There's a deep point, a slip, a gully, a couple in the ring on the offside, a couple in the ring on the onside, mid-on, mid-wicket, mid-off and the extra cover. 14 more for England to win. And the equation is no different for New Zealand from when I said they need a wicket right now. And they very nearly got it. Here's Bolt running in towards us, Sun, fully out now. Stokes dabs the ball into the offside, backward a square, and a diving Nichols, is that, or Conway?
It's Nichols.
Backward point. It's Nichols, isn't it? Backward point. It's usually been Conway there, but I imagine Conway's riding the boundary somewhere. He's nimble. He's fleet of foot, that man.
Yeah, Nichols is a bit more thick.
Set.
Yeah,
you mean, yes.
Built.
Yes, sorry.
Conway's
the word
a bit
thick in English, in England, can sometimes mean something a bit more derogatory around their intellectual capacity.
It would be hard for me to make that call from 80 metres away in the...
Yeah, it would. Bolt is into Stokes, who smashes this back over his head, and that has gone, I think, miles. The crowd have told us, yes, it's 6, has been smashed towards the pavilion. It was full from Bolt, and Stokes has just laid into it, walloped it, and the target is down to just 8. What this does mean is that Bolt is going to retain the record for most number of runs scored by a number 11 for at least another Test match. That's something to take away from it. We shouldn't forget that the series as well. England win this, they win the series. Swing and a miss, and there's a thought of a bye, but Blundell manages to recover quickly enough. That ball was perilously close to the off stump. Stokes looking to repeat the trick from the previous ball.
Just tail back a little bit, did it? Maybe some...
Take a look on the Chemist Warehouse screen. Barely, a little. It was an inch or two away from the off stump, and Bolt can't believe his misfortune.
Blundell just wasn't even paying attention there. It's lucky he stopped that.
Yeah. 8 more for England to win. New Zealand need 5 wickets. If they get one, I tell you, there'll still be nerves and anxiety amongst Potts and Leach, Broad and Anderson. Here comes Bolt. Clipped into the onside. It's beaten the diving mid-wicket. It's running away towards the boundary. I think it's going to get there. It does. It does. England need 4 more to win. 295 for 5. Thoughts from Jared Kimber, and then to take you through to the end of the game, it'll be Adam Collins.
Yeah, it was full and straight. He dug it out. It wasn't a particularly bad ball. They've got the field up. Just missed the Yorker by about 1.5 inches, and it's 4.
The most amount of boundaries ever in a Test match. Daniel Norcross like that on the way out the box. There's never been a Test match with more boundaries. Can you believe it? What an extraordinary 5 days it's been here in Nottingham. Last ball in the Bolt over to Stokes on 71. 4 to win. And Stokes slaps it away for 4 3 points. Of course he raced it with a boundary. The captain in style, unbeaten on 75. England win by 5 wickets. And they do it with 22 overs to spare. This is an England team reborn and revitalised under the leadership access of McCullum and Stokes. And it's only fitting that the captain does it just like that. 3 fours in an over. Wow. What a 90 minutes of cricket that was, Jared Kimber.
I mean, for New Zealand, they didn't have Jamieson. Not all their bowlers stood up at the right time. They used some bad plans, but essentially, England took them on, and they kept taking them on, and it was absolutely some of the best hitting you will ever see in any format of cricket ever.
I mean, that partnership between Bairstow and Stokes was worth 179 in 20 overs even. England haven't made that in a T20 in their last 4 attempts. It's redefining what's possible when they translate their white ball prowess into this arena. That's been so difficult for England. It's been a criticism of England that they have found it too hard to shift gears. But when they're on song, when it works, it's an utter joy.
One of my notes literally says, why did they not try 9 men on the rope? I mean, and it's a realistic question that Latham might be asked, but at the same time, how on earth do we get here to that? Remarkable. The striking, look, New Zealand made some mistakes, and the injury to Jameson certainly didn't help, but the way Bairstow took them on, Stokes barely had to play at the other end.
Daniel Norcross, you've been watching the England Test team your whole life. You weren't born yesterday. Try and put in perspective just how special those last 20 or so overs have been. Not even that. 18 overs, I think it was.
In terms of run chases, I've seen nothing like that. The nearest thing would be the miracle of Headingley, but that was forced on Stokes because of the match situation and because he was running out of partners at the other end, and he did it alone. He took on Australia alone. What was so extraordinary about this was that the match situation was so delicately poised at tea. England 4 down. In fact, when they lost their 4th wicket so delicately, it was tilted well in favour of New Zealand.
Yeah.
By the time we got to tea, you can imagine them saying, look, it's 4 and a bit and over. Let's take a look at the first few overs after tea. Then, maybe one of us goes and has a dart. Maybe it's you, Johnny. We'll see what happens. Try and put some pressure back on the New Zealand bowlers. Instead, there were 59 runs in the first 4 overs after tea. It was insanity. Now, I was expecting one of them to get out at some point, and some days it just works for you. And it's a brilliant pitch to try that kind of thing if you were an England batter, because it's been pretty true and it had enough pace in it. I mean, this, after all, is where England got their world record highest ODI score. It's when Alex Hale's got his highest score, the highest score that an England ODI batter has got. It's that kind of a pitch, but for sheer fearlessness, lunacy, I think there would have been so much anxiety around this ground. We're talking to some spectators and they're looking at each other going, oh, what are they doing? They could throw it away. You said it perfectly. This new leadership axis has just decided to play without any fear, and sometimes it will look dreadful, sometimes they will fall in a heap, but it looked pretty dreadful when they were falling in a heap but being fearful. At least if they're being fearless while falling in a heap, it has a certain greater elan.
There's a symmetry. Well, there's a lovely, it's actually 16 overs for the 160 runs. They've gone at 10 and over for 16 overs, effectively a bit over an hour of actual cricket, noting that it took a lot longer than that.
That doesn't happen.
That happens when you have to retrieve the ball. It doesn't happen in Test cricket. I mean, we've seen, Jared, extraordinary solo performances before. The fact that Stokes cut away for 4 a la 2019 at Headingley at the end there. I'm glad I didn't say that in hindsight. You see a performance like that. They were 9 down. He had to go with Jack Leach. He had no choice but to do that. They had options at tea today. They had. That is not an insurmountable chase batting conservatively, the way that Bairstow and Stokes go. They decided strategically to do something that could have led towards their demise in rather a hurry, given their long tail, and they didn't care. They did it anyway.
They could have been bowled out for 150.
They could have been bowled out for 150. They only passed the halfway mark in the chase a couple of overs after the tea interval. I mean, we can frame it up as any number of ways, but I think my overarching point to you is that they've decided to do this. This wasn't by chance, this is by choice.
No, for sure. If you have a look before tea, Bairstow is trying to get on top. And they wrestled a bit of momentum back from New Zealand at that point, but Bairstow is trying to get on top. They clearly, it wasn't like they went in a tee and McCullum jabbed them. They were already thinking, we need to get on top here. And when they do get on top, you were commentating, Dan, and you kept saying, what are they doing? Stop taking so many chances. And they never thought about that.
No.
Now, if Bairstow goes out, who knows? Folks comes in, everything changes. But they just kept backing themselves, and it was proper T20 batting, and New Zealand never reacted to the situation.
No, and indeed, when Folks did come in, and there was a glimmer again, because if Folks gets out, 27 needed to win. And we've been labouring this point a bit, but Potts, Leach, Anderson, Broad is a very, very flimsy tail. They collapsed for 23 in the first innings, and yet Folks came out and was timing the ball nicely to get a score quickly. So
aggressive.
There was a mindset. I mean, sometimes you get that, don't you? In a game of cricket, you get on a roll playing a certain way, and also just a demoralisation factor for New Zealand. I mean, I thought for poor old Tom Latham, where does he look? You said, try 9 on the boundary. You've got to have incredible speed of thought when somebody's coming at you that fast, and it can scramble the brains of the bowlers and of the captain. I mean, it's just an amazing spectacle.
Jared Campbell, I'm going to let you rest that voice of yours for a moment. I'm going to bring Jeremy Coney back into the expert chair just for a 5-minute wrap-up from his perspective, and in all probability we'll run into the presentation shortly thereafter. So Adam Collins with Daniel Norcross, and in a moment it'll be Jeremy Coney for Rosine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. And England have won by 5 wickets with 22 overs to spare, knocking off the 160 they required after tea, Jeremy, in 16 overs. They went at 10 and over after tea, and Stokes and Bairstow made 179 together in an even 20 overs.
Yeah, it was pretty powerful batting, wasn't it, really? And pretty conclusive in the end. You wonder, I mean, from a New Zealand perspective, you just wonder, could they have tried something else? I'm not sure it was their best idea, whether the think tank came up with it over tea time, that they were going to use a man who'd spent all his life bowling just nice length and nibbling it around. You're the one, your name's come up to whack it into the pitch and thump it, and it didn't quite work. He couldn't get it up quite high enough, and it got Johnny Bairstow's rhythm going, didn't it?
So 2 points to this one. No Jameson, the bagged in short, who otherwise would have done that job.
Yeah, that was a shame.
And point 2 is that as impressive as Bracewell was on his test debut, Johnny Bairstow, as a colleague of mine downstairs said at the pub last night, he eats off spin, and he does. And that match-up after tea was always going to be a risk, no matter when they bowled Bracewell. And in the absence of Jameson, they were bereft. They had no option for that attack.
Bolt and Henry out, hadn't they?
Yeah.
So they only were left with Southey and the off spinner. The off spinner had been hit a bit. I mean, he did okay. It wasn't as if he was taken to the cleaners or anything like that. I think he's worth persevering with. The other, could they have bowled someone who bowled right outside on the off stump, stack, and have gullies, and say, see what you can do with that.
They never did that, did they?
No, they haven't tried that, and that's the way that I'd suggest that they bowl to root as well. That when you get someone who's so good like that, pitch it way up, outside, just inside the line, so it's not a wide, and set your field on the so they can't actually access the onside.
We didn't see Daryl Mitchell either. We saw some. I mean, there weren't very many funky plans, ones that we've become very familiar with in this Test match. Both sides have done it at various points, done the bang it in because the ball had got soft. But I think I'm looking at this from an England lens.
Yeah.
What'll be most pleasing for them will be that Joe Root in that run chase contributed nothing. He contributed in the Test match, a very fine first inning score, but if you need 299, that's an insubstantial chase. That's the largest chase in Trent Bridge history.
Well, the other point here is that New Zealand have made 553 in the first innings and lost. I think that might be the third or fourth highest score upon losing the most in 1894 at Sydney. I mean, you've got to go back that way to get these kind of numbers. It's a very unusual test match in that respect. I mentioned when you were next door, Jeremy, more boundaries in this test than any match ever played in test history.
Yes.
That says a bit about the dimensions of the ground, I suppose.
Bit of that.
And
It's eccentric. It's eccentric.
Speed of the outfield.
And the good pitch.
And the good pitch. It's a very good pitch. As I was mentioning earlier, that's like an ODI pitch.
Yes.
If you were bowling with a white ball on that, that's the sort of pitch you'd think, could this be the first 500 in ODI? Now, with a red ball, it's doing a bit more, But it was a very fine surface, and that's why we got 550, played 550 basically, and you can chase down 299. But it was the manner in which it's done, I think, is the most extraordinary thing. I'm still not 100% sure that it's a sustainable method, but
well, we'll wait and see, won't we?
We will,
I mean, it does rely on these sorts of surfaces, the pitch bouncing and carrying on for you, so that you can play all round the ground. That's the other thing that you can do. You can access everywhere.
And from a leadership perspective, new to the side, Ben Stokes taking over the reins, only a couple of tests to go. Brendan McCullum there with him. What will this do for the belief for Stokes and co when they get into tough spots in test matches, as they did on day 2 here, about knowing they can win from practically anywhere when they have that extra gear they can shift into if it works?
Well, if they're getting on surfaces like this, Adam, they'll be able to do it. In the same way in 2019 when they had the World Cup there, if that had been in the final, if that had been, a motorway at Lord's instead of a B road, which is what it was, New Zealand came into the game. New Zealand would have lost if it was a motorway, because they hit through the line well and they had practice doing that, and we saw what they can do just here, a little glimpse at it just right there, and you can't stop that. Once they go, there's nothing much to stop that, but if it starts to move around and nibble and keep low and just bounce a little bit, then you can't play like this.
Jeremy, in closing, before we send you back next door, what New Zealand will take from this, how will they be able to bounce back after something like this, and where they're at more generally, having been world champions 12 months ago? It feels like an awfully long time ago, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. I don't think they're, not because of this last little session or anything like that, but overall they're making more mistakes, and they're putting the mistakes together so that you get the second innings. What we saw really was a lot of error, and I just feel they need to start to go back to some basics and starting to hit the ball straight again, and those basic orthodox things which we had done for years and done very effectively.
And maybe selection, Wagner. I mean, it staggers me he's not playing. He seems a vital core part of that.
It's interesting if you look at the test matches that Neil Wagner has played. Southey has an average on his bowling of 6 runs less when Wagner plays, and Bolt has an average that is 5 runs less when Wagner plays. And and the same, not quite the same for Jameson, and so, but it's very effective for those because they're not bowling all the time as they are here in leg weary, because he's doing the work in the middle. He never opens the bowling. He's always got the old ball on the flat track, and it's your turn now, Neil, and he just winds himself up. Someone's just turning a little key in his back, and away he goes.
Jeremy Coney, thank you so much for being part of our SEN coverage this week. The audience
Sorry
loves
we couldn't bring them better news, New Zealand, but that's okay. There's another test match to go.
There is indeed. We're going to take a break on SENZ Test Cricket, and before long it'll be the presentation. Our coverage is, of course, for Resine, the Paints Kiwis Trust.
Here's your tasting notes on Prince Wine Store Sydney. Not a supermarket, discount chain, lowest common denominator liquor outlet. Hints of mastery with a steel-eyed focus on selling just one thing: wine. Voted as one of the world's top 10 iconic wine stores by Wine Enthusiast magazine. Prince Wine Store is bringing Sydney the greatest wine in the world. Corner of Hansard Street and Dunning Avenue, Zetland. Delivering Australia-wide. princewinestore.com.au. Sustained performance in league is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. Host Plus delivers strong performance over the long term, with top returns over 20 years. A top-performing super fund over the long term, that's a plus. Search, compare Host Plus today.
Super Ratings SR50 Balanced Index, December 2021. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Next time you consider exploring the unknown, think about upping your game and taking your adventure to the next level with Maxxis tyres. With a range of four-wheel drive patterns, including the popular Maxxis Razor, we've got you covered to make sure you get the ultimate adventure every time. Maxxis tyres. Check out the range today at maxxistyres.com.au. That's MAXXIS. maxxistyres.com.au.
Origin comes alive at SEN's official sports bar, the Sporting Globe Bar and Grill, as the Maroons and the Blues do battle. You can tackle the menu with these great rivalries: wings or parma, ribs or steak, schooner or pints. Taste the lineup to feed your hunger. Catch every minute of the Origin action live and loud. Book your table to avoid disappointment. The Sporting Globe Bar and Grill, SEN's State of Origin destination. It's more than a sports bar, it's the Sporting Globe.
Go to iCanWin.com.au. TaylorMade Golf are offering one lucky winner the ultimate golf experience, including a complete custom fitting in the TaylorMade Performance Lab, a full custom set of clubs and TaylorMade apparel. Enter now at iCanWin.com.au.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Farmers and fleet managers, they know. Construction crews and car mechanics, they know. And you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
SENZ Test Cricket for Regine, made in New Zealand for New Zealand conditions. Of course, we thank Chemist Warehouse for their support of our replay screen throughout the Test match, and we thank everybody for texting in over the course of the 5 days. And all the vouchers we'll be handing out, thanks to the Good Spirits Hospitality Group. Looks as though we're about to end up at the presentation. We're just going to wait a moment and see what television do, but we'll take the interviews with Ben Stokes, Tom Latham and the player of the match. I've got a pretty good idea who that might be in just a second, waiting to see how they frame this up downstairs. We got a number of texts in on 8833. Keep texting through the third test at Leeds as well. There'll be those vouchers again for the Good Spirits Hospitality Group, $50 today. And here is the presentation pitch side. We'll go to it now. Mel Jones with Tom Latham.
Tom, this one's probably going to take a while to digest, but when you think about the last 5 days, is it going to be a hard pill to swallow, or is it one of those moments where you think that's why we play Test match cricket, to come down to the last hour and have this magnificent crowd sort of not knowing where things are going?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. I think, obviously, as you said, heading here today with all three results in play, and obviously managed to scrap to 300 and then getting a few early wickets. And I think at tea, obviously, it was still in the balance, but I think the way Johnny and Ben were able to play there was outstanding, and full credit to them.
Do you pinch yourself to think that after your first innings with 553 on the board that it comes down to this?
A little bit. Yeah, I guess it was obviously a great surface to bat on, and wickets were obviously hard to come by, so we had to try find ways to get them out, and as I said, to be in with a chance at tea, a couple of wickets there, then obviously it might be a bit different story, but full credit to the way they play, but also our guys. Obviously having a bowler down obviously doesn't help, but the guys are great. They just keep coming back and keep wanting the ball, so certainly happy to have them on our side.
The pitch certainly gave a little bit for everyone right throughout the 5 days. You just mentioned it then, sort of the way in which you had to find ways. What was your biggest learning as a captain for this test?
I think sometimes when the wicket's a little bit flatter, it's maybe being a little bit different and trying a few funky things, but when Johnny plays in innings like that, it certainly makes things a little bit hard, and obviously it'll take a little bit to sink in, and for us it's about probably getting away from the game for a couple of days, and obviously emotions are pretty raw at the moment. The boys are pretty gutted, but we've got another chance in a week or so's time up in Headingley. I know the guys will be looking forward to that.
Have you ever seen an onslaught like that in the test match?
No, No, I don't think so. We've had guys do that for us, and it's certainly good to watch when you're on your side. But full credit to the way he played.
Someone who else has played exceptionally well in both Test matches, but hasn't sort of got the W next to his name because of his performances is Daryl Mitchell. He just seems to keep getting better and better.
Yeah, he's played fantastically well. I think Daryl, wherever he gets his opportunity, he seems to take it wherever it is, wherever he bats, and he's a great fighter for us. And I think we've obviously got a few guys that had some great performances, which is nice. So hopefully we can build on that, and hopefully we can put a good performance together in Headingley.
It's a new space for you guys, having lost two on the trot. You get a little bit of time now. Is it just sort of to get away from the game a little bit and before you can get back in and refocus?
Yeah, I think obviously with a little bit of a gap between the next one, I think guys to get away from the game, and we've got a lot of families here, so reconnect with them for a little bit. But I know the guys will be excited to get back into things. Obviously it's the World Test Championship, there's points on the line, so however many points we can get the next test would be great.
Well, you've got the mace at the moment, so no, you don't want to give that up. All the best for that time off. Enjoy the time off, and we'll see you.
Yes, thank you very much.
And now your appreciation for England's Ben Stokes.
Two from two, record run chase. This captaincy thing, it's you've taken to it like a duck to water.
No, I can't take too much credit for that, to be honest. I've got to give credit to the 10 other boys throughout that whole 5 days, with the ball, with the bat, in the field. Just phenomenal performance.
Yeah. Brand and style. We keep hearing about this new way forward for England. Is that almost the perfect 5 days to put that on display for everybody?
Yeah, I think today was set up, absolutely perfectly for the way that we want to go about things, looking forward. A pretty simple way is to run into the danger and rather than back away and just stand still. And that's definitely what we did today. It wasn't just myself and Johnny there. You got to give credit to Leesy at the top again. The more he plays, the more comfortable he looks as a Test match opener. Two really, really important knocks for the team there in different circumstances. But everybody at some stage throughout this Test match has put their hand up, and everyone's contributed to this win.
Well, you mentioned Alex Lees and Johnny Bairstow. It's almost like a controlled aggression. There's that want to get on with the game, but they're still picking and choosing their moments to shift the game forward.
Yeah, like Test cricket's, probably not necessarily about what you've seen there, but you've still got to execute, your skills and stuff like that. But we obviously wanted to put as much pressure as he possibly could back onto the New Zealand bowling attack. Obviously being a seamer down was a huge advantage for us, and just not allowing them to settle. We didn't want to take it too deep, and once Johnny gets his Johnny eyes, as we call them, there was no stopping him.
All-round performances too from everyone on the team. You're not relying on just one person. I thought Ben Foakes was brilliant behind the stumps.
Oh, well, I've said it. He's the best keeper in the world. There's no one else who comes close to him. To have a keeper behind the stumps, not only gives the bowlers confidence, me confidence, it also gives the slips confidence. He's fantastic with the gloves. Everybody knows what he's about, but you can see him progressing as a batsman as well. Played another vital knock there in the first innings, and then obviously coming in under, it doesn't seem like a huge amount of pressure, but still 30 runs to get. He came in and didn't let anything stop. So yeah.
Were there moments when you're out in the field where you looked around and thought, gee, Test match cricket is different, I'm going to have to really dig deep into my reserves of thoughts about game plans moving forward?
Look, I think by the way that we bowled especially, we're out there for a long time, and there was a lot of changes in plans, changes of bowlers and stuff like that, and you just have to be proactive rather than reactive. We knew Tom and Daryl had been a huge partnership for them, so that wicket yesterday was huge for us going into today. But yeah, it's just all about changing plans and just always trying to put the pressure back onto them. It's not only just with bat but also with ball.
Yeah, I know you probably can't even feel the knee from the hype at the moment, but how is it? Is it how bad is it?
No, it's fine. It's
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah,
go on, play straight bat. Wonderful. And I was thinking about Ollie Pope coming up to 3. It's a big moment for him, and for him to put on that big 100 is it's going to give him the confidence to shift forward too.
Let them finish their clap. Yeah, look, I was very clear about Ollie Pope being in my team once I took over the captaincy, and the words that get used sometimes is repaying the faith, but the guys up in the dressing room don't know me or Brendan absolutely anything. They've got themselves into this team by the way that they play, their mentality around cricket. You know, as I said, they don't know anything. Popey's a fantastic player, and I think to have, you know, some senior players around him is just going to help him progress. And you know, we've really seen what Ollie Pope is all about this week, and yeah, it was a great moment for him.
Do you feel as if you're bringing people back to Test match cricket?
Well, I certainly hope so, and I think just a huge shout out to Nottingham Cricket Club for doing what they did today. Having a full house here really got us going out there. You know, don't underestimate the power of the home crowd. It was absolutely awesome. So a huge credit's got to go to Nottingham for doing that today.
Dare I say, what next for this team?
Headingley.
What kind of another win? 3 from 3? Sounds good.
Oh, look, you know, obviously when you win the series nowadays, there's more than that. There's Test Championship points to play for. But look, we're going to come even harder. That's our mentality at the moment. So yeah, we're looking forward to Headingley.
Come harder. That was the answer I was probably looking for. All the best, Ben. Thank you so
very much. Cheers.
We now come to the LV Insurance Player of the Match, who receives an LV Insurance medal and a magnum of Chapel Down wine. Trent Boult with 8 wickets, one bowler who really stood out in batter-friendly conditions. Centuries for Tom Blundell, Daryl Mitchell, Ollie Pope and Joe Root. But has there ever been a more destructive 10 overs than we saw here after tea today? Ben Stokes was 75 off 70, but the man with a game-changing innings, 136 off 92 deliveries, 14 fours and 7 sixes. The LV Insurance Player of the Match, Johnny Bairstow.
Well, I have the opportunity on behalf of everybody here today at Trent Bridge and everybody watching. I don't think your allegiances aside, that was one cricketing magical moment. So thank you so much, Johnny. That was an absolute pleasure to watch.
Oh, that's very kind. Thanks. I don't really know what to say to that. Yeah, it was just great fun to be out there, and it's one of those things like when you get in that kind of mood. I think you just got to go with it. Obviously, the plan that they set out with after tea, yeah, it was do or die, wasn't it? And so you got to do.
You say mood. A lot of people call it being in the zone. Did you feel as if you could just strike the ball pretty much wherever you would like, and also pick the right ball to strike?
No, I'm not sure about pick the right ball. I think that, yeah, it was one of those where you talk about being in the zone and everything like that. If you take everything back and strip it back, and there's only you and the bowler there, that's the bit that sometimes cricket's so much more complicated, and it's complicated by us as players. When you strip it all back and you're just watching the ball, then you just play it, and that is the zone, and that's where you have to get into. And sometimes it can be tricky.
In 1905, Gilbert Jessup hit the fastest ever 100 for England off 76 balls. Did you know about that? Because you were very close.
No, I didn't know. Actually, I thought Stokes had that. But no, I can't say I'd look back to 1905.
You mentioned tea. Did you have something at tea? Was there a little bit of a spark when you came out? Because you just went bang, bang.
Had a cheese and ham toasty.
Wonderful.
A cup of coffee, yeah.
Perfect. And you'll be having that every game now?
Yeah, there's a good chance.
Okay.
Yeah, so I had that, and then and came out, and yeah, Ben at the other end, he said, don't even think about it, trying to hit one down, hit it into the stands. And that's effectively how it went. That was kind of the catalyst for it, and obviously we know the power that we've got through that middle order and everything, and look, today was our day, and what a day it's been. I mean, what a day for everyone here. Thanks ever so much for coming.
So much has been made of the fact that England decided not to chase down last year. There's been the big shift. We talk about the whole mentality of it. When you're sitting in the change room and you're chasing down a big total like that, it's a record run chase. How did it feel in and amongst the group?
Look, when there's been so many runs scored in the game, I don't think you look at it as a record run chase. I think you look at it as an opportunity to go and chase down a total. We actually saw it as a one-day game. That's exactly how we looked at it. The pitch was very good. The outfield was very fast, and that's how you've got to look at it. If you go into a negative mentality, then all of a sudden you might be a bit apprehensive, you might not go about it. So I think that the positive approach that we're looking to play, the brand of cricket that we're looking to play, the players that we have in that dressing room are able to play that brand of cricket. And I tell you what, days like this are very exciting, and if this is happening now, let's see what happens in the next few weeks, in the next few months, because wow, it's going to be a journey.
Yeah, well, I just said to Ben, where to for this team? It almost feels as if the sky's the limit in a sense.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And then when you've got, obviously on wickets like this, guys trucking in, Jimmy, Broady, Potsy, Stokesy, Leachy, all of the guys absolutely trucking in. The pitch was good. People will have questioned whether or not we should have batted first, I'm sure. I've not read any of it, but I'm pretty sure they will have done after day one. But the way in which that never say die attitude, the ever-evolving confidence that people have got within each other, within that dressing room, allowed people to go and flourish. And the way in which Joe and Popey went and played and got the hundreds in that first innings, set up the way in which we were able to then capitalise at the end and then obviously get the victory.
Your 9th Test 100. You've played some brilliant knocks for England. Where does this rate for you?
Yeah, it's number one.
Yep.
I think it's tricky not to be number one, isn't it? Look, there's been a lot of chatter over a few years around England's Test cricket, some of which has been a bit harsh. In some ways, look, that's been part and parcel of it. We've battled through different things, but look, I'm hugely proud of the guys up there. The way in which they've gone about it throughout those years has enabled us to get closer as a group. And like I said earlier, if we're able to then go forward like we have done this series, to keep that momentum, to keep that going, the sky is the limit.
Okay, well, I've already got my ticket for Headingley. Oh, thank you so much for the entertainment today.
Thanks.
And enjoy.
Cheers. Thanks, everyone.
We'll leave the presentation with Johnny Bairstow. His number one Test innings. I almost forgotten Daniel Norcross that they bowled first at the toss back on morning one England. It's been such a hair-raising 5 days, but initially hearing from Tom Latham trying to keep spirits high, and then it was onto the celebration of Stokes and Bairstow. The captain started with, credit to the boys and the usual cliches, but then he was able to just broaden out a wee bit and say that in no small part it was the power of the home crowd that let them believe, and Johnny Bairstow's observation that Ben Stokes said one thing to him after tea: do not hit the ball on the ground, only pop it in the stands. I mean, these are extraordinary insights we're getting from the post game.
Yes, it's incredible, isn't it? I mean, because they could easily have hit it along the ground and got fours instead of sixes, but they scored 12 sixes in a 50-over innings. Had they got one more run, basically, if Stokes had hit 4 when they needed 3 to win instead, that would have been the fastest fourth innings completed in Test history. It was absolutely remarkable.
I do think that these standards we've expected in fourth innings in Test cricket, I mean, the goalposts are going to move, aren't they? Because they're going to see stuff like today. And sure, it's not possible on every surface, on every ground in the world, but this will provide belief to teams, not least England, that when they get a decent way behind in a Test match, they can fight their way back late, not just first innings runs, but batting fourth.
Yes, I mean, that's going to give them an enormous amount of confidence, but you've got to assess each pitch as it comes, and this was a particular case. It was like a sort of one-day wicket, as we mentioned earlier. There's also one of the other interesting things in there is that even in the midst of great joy, having secured a series win and just made his favourite innings in an England shirt, he was able to remind people that people have been a bit harsh about England, and they've written a lot about English Test cricket, and one of the reasons they'd done that, Johnny, was because they'd gone 17 Test matches with one win, and people don't tend on that kind of a run not to examine it and inquire as to how it might happen. So they've still got a little bit of siege mentality, and sometimes that works really well for a side. Alex Ferguson used to try to create that at Manchester United a lot. Everyone's out to get you, look at the journalists and what have you. And I think when starting up a new side, that can be quite helpful. And Johnny Bairstow's not averse to that, so he'll be able to help Stokesy and Leachy and Potsy, because that was the other thing we got introduced to, is the sort of poverty of the imagination of the nicknames. But they can work on that. They can get a specialist coach in for that.
We'll forgive them today on that basis. As our colleague Matt Roller from downstairs noted, that it's a year and 8 days since New Zealand set England 273 to win in 75 overs at Lords, and the team shook hands after 70 at 170 for 3. I mean, I know Bairstow wasn't in that 11. He was resting after the Indian Premier League, nor was Stokes. He was injured, but just philosophically, the way this team sets up under Stokes and McCullum, it does feel like we're watching an entire different side. The personnel's broadly the same, but those tweaks at the top, I mean, this is a world apart from that that dire, grim, turgid series in Australia.
Oh, it really is. What will please, I think, England management most of all is that if you run down that side, Alex Lees looked like a Test cricketer for the first time, and probably assisted by the pitch, maybe, but he had ambition in the shots that he was playing, and he needs that ambition to stay in the team by the sound of things.
You think so? Yeah.
Crawley failed, yes, but Pope got that elusive second 100 he's been desperately trying to get his hands on. Root did what Root does in first innings, scored 170 odd. Then you've got today Bairstow and Stokes and Folkes, frankly, in both the first innings and the second innings here, showed what kind of a batter he can be for England. They've still got problems. They've still got problems from 8 to 11. They've still got problems in that they don't have enough pace, and they don't have an out-and-out spinner that they can trust. They don't have the personnel to beat the world, and they don't have the personnel to win abroad, I don't think, at the moment, not on a regular basis. But they're going to give themselves a chance, I think, and they're going to put teams under pressure. And sides in Test cricket, they don't like being pumped for 350 overs in a fourth innings. That's quite, and it was carnage. We must not undersell the degree of carnage, because you might be looking at that going, well, it's 6 and over, that's pretty amazing, but is it truly amazing? Well, there was 127 off 67, 129 off 67
129 runs off 69 balls at one stage.
I mean, that was an hour that anyone who was here is never going to forget.
No. I mean, we've just seen on our Chemist warehouse replay screen, we've just seen a supercut of all the Bairstow boundaries after tea. I mean, this is not... Jeremy's dead right in that banging it in halfway at Bairstow was a fool's errand to start with, but the execution, I mean, he wasn't top edging these just over the rope. He was hitting these 20 rows back. Likewise, Stokes, when he took his took himself that way later on after Bairstow left, and he popped one over the top of the commentary boxes here. I mean, you know, this was... We've talked about it a lot, but the England white ball transformation after 2015 gave them belief that they could win the next World Cup 4 years later. I wonder whether we're seeing something similar here, that they are by no means, and you're right to say that, by no means a good team yet. They've got 2 fabulous performances under their belt at Lords and Nottingham, but they were a mile off the pace in Australia, and they were a fair way off it in the Caribbean as well, and India last year, and so it goes. But maybe they might believe they can get up the world rankings, get up the World Test Championship over the next 2 or 3 years, playing the way they have this week. And if they do that, and it does work, they'll be a tremendously exciting team to cover.
Well, they're also on their way to making the most of their resources, and it's something that they haven't done for the last 2 years. They've done the opposite with poor team selections. They haven't adopted the right tactics. They've used the wrong personnel at the wrong places. I still think that Jack Leach should probably not have played in this game. It wasn't the right surface for him.
250 boundaries when it was all said and done, Daniel, on that measure, by the way. I think there was 26 sixes in the Test
26 sixes, 224 fours. They're still making those kind of mistakes, but they're getting the best out of their side, or they're getting a lot more out of their side than they were doing before, and you can't ask them to do any more than that. And they've also got some exciting batters still to come in. They've got Harry Brooks. They've got bowlers who'll come back in as well. They'll have, with a bit of luck, Mark Wood might be back later on in the season, and they need something like that. They need a bit of express pace, and they might see sense and reintegrate Moeen Ali. And if they do that, and he bats at 8, and your spinner can bat, if you need a spinner, then that's a very different looking tale suddenly, you know.
Before we close off, New Zealand will need to lick their wounds, as it were. They've got a week and a half until the next Test match at Leeds to finish their tour of England. Now, this will be a tough beat. 553 in the first innings. Think about Daryl Mitchell, 190 the first time around, top scoring in the second with another 60-odd. To end up on the losing team in a situation like that, they'll be mortified the way it's played out today. Not only losing with 22 overs to spare.
They're very graceful in their mortification, aren't they, New Zealanders? But you do wonder what will happen behind that closed doors. Last week, well, the week before last at Lords, you spotted that the doors were closed in the changing room, which is quite unusual at Lords. And again today, I think there's going to be a lot of how on earth has that happened, because there's something slightly traumatic about what occurred after tea here today. This game was very much on at tea, with New Zealand perhaps even just shading it, and within an hour they had been obliterated, eviscerated and destroyed. And that's tough to take, because I still think man for man they're a better team. I still think you put those 11 players up against each other, I'd rather have so many aspects of the New Zealand team than the England team, but they've been ambushed really twice, and that's tough to take. So they're going to have to be a bit more ruthless. They're going to have to try some other things out, I think. They're going to have to be a little bit less metronomic in doing the same plans over and over again. They might need different personnel. I think they need Neil Wagner quite significantly. I don't know whether maybe Tim Southey needs a little bit of a break. They're losing Carl Jameson, so maybe not. But Headingley is a place where a spinner does get used a fair bit. So, look, I think they'll have to make a change or two, and Kane Williamson will come back in. Yeah, which will mean a little bit of a rejig to their batting lineup, and they'll have their leader with them as well. So, and it's not an insignificant game for both sides. I mean, New Zealand, I think, are very much going to struggle to defend their title in the World Test Championship now, having lost those 2 games, and England don't really stand a chance in it after performing so badly in the first part of this cycle. But they want to get up the table. They want each point will matter to a degree for the next go at it.
Can you hear what you hear through the FX mic? The fans have stopped singing about Johnny Bairstow at long last. They've had a great day here, as Ben Stokes said. Part of the victory today belongs to the fact that there was packed house here at Trent Bridge, and they enjoyed an absolute masterclass from the captain and from Johnny Bairstow, and that might be the right place for us here on SENZ Test Cricket to conclude our broadcast. Jared Kimber, Nikesh Regani, Craig McMillan, Jeremy Coney, Henry Moran over there, Daniel Norcross. My name's Adam Collins. This has been SENZ Test Cricket. England victorious by 5 wickets in a thrilling display. Our coverage, of course, as ever, thanks to Rosine, the Paint the Kiwis Trust. And make sure you rejoin us again on Thursday week at Headingley to do it all over again. England, the winners here, and series winners 2-0.
Thanks, Australia, for making Polaris Australia's #1 selling side-by-side brand 21 years in a row. Polaris offers the largest range of side-by-side vehicles and over 30 models to choose from. Petrol, diesel or electric, from 2-seat single cab to 6-seat dual cab. Polaris is the obvious choice. There's hundreds of vehicles arriving every month, with priority given to confirmed orders. See the new 2022 Polaris catalogue online now or at your local Polaris expert today. Polaris. Think outside.
$100 just for switching your internet provider? Mate! Switch your internet to Mate and enter the promo code MATE100 on sign up to get $100 credit on your account once connected. You heard right. Get $100 credit just for switching and connecting internet with Mate. Be quick, limited time offer. Visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online. Credit applied 28 days after activation. Terms and conditions apply.
Crust Pizza is pizza perfection. Every Australian has their favourite. Like Jake, who plays Thursday night footy with the boys and loves a pepperoni pizza after the siren. Or Monica, who's conquering esports online while biting into a Crust Supreme. Or Dylan, dedicated surfer and champion of the environment. He's living on the veg with Crust's new plant-based protein range. Crust Pizza. It's pizza crafted for pizza lovers. Order online at crustpizza.com.au.
Whether you're shivering in the winter chill or sweltering in the heat and humidity, there's only one thing you need to remember. When the temperature hits you, just get a Fujitsu. And right now, when you buy a Fujitsu air conditioner, you'll receive a digital prepaid MasterCard worth up to $450. Buying new or upgrading, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air.
Purchase eligible model by August 1st, 22. Claim by September 30th, 22. Prepaid gift card issued by EML Payment Solutions Limited, ABN 301314365532, AFSL 404131. T's and C's and exclusions apply. See website.
Thinking of building your dream home? To celebrate the end of financial year, McDonald Jones are offering $50,000 off all new homes. That's right, $50,000 off every single and two-storey home. Plus, for extra peace of mind, lock in today's price with their 12-month fixed price guarantee. But hurry, this offer is limited. Get your dream home started today. Head to a display home or visit mcdonaldjoneshomes.com.au. Conditions apply.
Okay, my battery's nearly gone. Am I picking up the kids from training or you are?
Yeah, can you get them for 5?
Couldn't hear you. Can you say that again? My battery's nearly... flat.
Without charge on your phone,
Nomophobia kicks in. No mobile phone phobia. You can beat it with a Signet Power Bank. With a Signet Power Bank, there's no more running out of charge when you need it most.
Yeah, okay, great. I'll be there at 5 to get the kids.
Aussie owned, Aussie designed. Power your life with a Signet Power Bank. Signet.com.
Trying to get to footy training on time. Leaving early to avoid peak hour traffic. Grabbing those last-minute ingredients for tonight's dinner. Do it safely and with confidence on Maxxis tyres. Designed and built for delivering performance when you want it and safety when you need it. Maxxis tyres deliver great value without compromising on safety. Maxxis tyres. Find out more today at maxxistyres.com.au. That's MAXXIS. maxxistyres.com.au.
Introducing Kubota's magnificent M Series lineup, our most versatile range of tractors available. A big range with big numbers and savings to match. With models up to 175 horsepower, extended drivetrain warranty on the MGX and M72 range, and very attractive customer instant rebates. From the M40 to the M72, there is an M Series tractor that is right for you. Available now. Speak to your local Kubota dealer today or visit kubota.com.au.
Matty Johns here at Skills.